Okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. We're back, as always, with Assassin's Creed Valhalla since it's the weekend, and I'm joined by guests. Watcher, say hello.
Oh, hi. So all of you know me as Watcher, but for the sake of everybody's sanity here, my name is Emmett. I am a PhD student over in Ireland right now. I study medieval Irish literature, and I have a personal passion for looking at continental classical era Celtic religion, which is why I'm here today.
Awesome, and I'm also joined today by Eleanor. Say hello.
Hello, I'm Eleanor. I'm a PhD student in Cambridge, and these days I work more on kind of Latin and later medieval stuff, but I have a background in this kind of period, Brittonic history specifically.
Awesome, and today we are doing Glowecestrescire, which, Gloucestershire is basically the Welsh Marches. It's a super important place for Mercia in the 9th century. And in this game, it's actually just, like, Wales. Kind of.
Yeah, I am mystified by that. Like, you could just send your Vikings to Wales.
We could
They
have
did a
had
lot of stuff
Wales.
in Wales.
We
You
could have had
remember
Wales in
the
this game.
fratricide? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, but no, the closest we get to Wales is in the optional content of the river raids, which are terrible, and take you up the Severn. That little-known secret river used by Roman smugglers, the Severn.
Oh yeah, nobody's ever used the Severn for trade before.
Oh yeah, and the other river is the Exe.
Right,
Again,
yeah,
a smuggler's
absolutely a
river.
mystery.
Yeah,
No one in Exeter has ever heard of the Exe.
It's mind-boggling of the decisions that they made. Also, there's the Ostara seasonal festival going on, but it will make the game crash if we try and do it, so we are not going to do it.
Oh, exciting!
Love that.
Is that a crashing on your end, or is that a crashing because they've implemented it badly?
Oh, they implemented it badly.
Oh,
all the
Ubisoft.
reports online are you can make it about 10 minutes into the seasonal event before the game will crash.
Ideal,
Some
perfect.
armor that I'm seeing on this screen.
Oh yeah, this is the better armor set. Also though, they finally implemented transmog. Indeed. Ostara is
okay.
here, and the settlement is awash in color and the delicate fragrance of cut flowers. Enjoy new activities, as well as some returning favorites and unique rewards. So, the Ostara, they're saying that Ostara is a season, and a festival that exists.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh,
I mean, at least the name's legit.
Seems to be troubling you.
kind of?
doesn't want to celebrate Ostara.
And yeah, so apparently this is supposed to be this big thing in English, religious practice in the
Oh no.
late 9th century?
Oh no, not the veil between worlds being thin. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's if you take it from Ireland. I don't know why.
Yeah, and
like,
it's barely a thing in Ireland, right?
yeah, it's mentioned. It's like a thing it's theoretically a thing for Samhain, which, for those of you listening, is roughly this October 30th through November 1st.
Also, when the
because
Glowecestrescire arc takes place. Just so you
Yeah.
know, the Glowecestrescire arc takes place during Samhain.
Now then, there is much to do.
Oh, right,
Did they
it
use
does.
the term? Did they use the term Samhain?
Samhain? Yes! Yes, they do!
Why? Why? Is there a massive enclave of Irish speakers in Gloucestershire?
Apparently. I mean, there's one who speaks, like, bastardized Welsh.
With me when you are ready to start the hunt.
Welsh doesn't even have a cognate word for Samhain. That's... Oh my lordy. This is very exciting.
So, yeah, here is Ostara. It looks like they're actually using kind of May Day iconography.
Yeah,
What do you
which
mean
is also
festival
not
ending
typically
soon?
when it's
Wait.
happened.
Game! The festival started 3 days ago. It runs for, like, 3 weeks.
Yep.
Oh wow. Like,
Well-programmed game.
they like I can see why, and this is something that you've talked about several times before, Adam. The fact that this game struggles so desperately in the Tolkien problem, the lack of a air quotes English mythology to
Yeah,
work with.
yeah.
So it is just kind of like frantically grabbing onto whatever it can, including like how the daughters of Valerian are
Ha!
secret boss monsters
You're
for
correct. We
reasons.
need to show you, Eleanor. Remind me before we end. I need to show you one of them.
Oh boy, I'm excited and terrified.
Correct.
Also, I want to shout out to someone in the comments who pointed out that Kalanigaeav is the Welsh term for the equivalent festival. It's the Winter New Year, the Winter Kalan.
Uh-huh. Awesome. So
Does Wales have the total like the rest of the three other ones? Is it like the same as in Ireland, or is it just
I honestly don't know because Welsh sources from this period don't really talk about seasonal festivals. Weirdly enough.
gasp.
very fair?
I couldn't have predicted that.
Yeah, they talk about many things. A lot of them are Christianity.
They do sure like that Christianity thing, don't they?
Yeah.
Turns out, that's what all of our sources are like. So, they are truly using the Irish sources because that's what exists that talks about anything, and even that is not
Yeah.
the same.
It's
But-
no.
Also, we're gonna take a look at what we've got in our paint shop because we got 300 opals right now. Because opals are just a currency that you can use. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's their microtransaction store of pain. So we can get a Roman soldier statue.
Oh no.
We can get a blood eagle, which is a raven. Or we could get the ice wall, a heavy shield.
Why is the raven called a blood eagle?
Because that's a Norse word that exists and definitely refers to a thing. That is the extent of the logic. Actually, the ice wall shield looks super rad, even though it's dumb as hell, so we're gonna get it.
I like
Wasn't
the
Katie
logic here.
talking this week on Twitter about the blood eagle like having some sort of blood owl thing?
Oh, yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
Yes, Lee was talking about that. There's a late reamer from the 15th century, so a poetic ballad, where the author, for some reason, despite talking about a ream or a blood eagle in the sense of ripping open the back and then tearing out the lungs, but uses the word blood owl for it.
I have to go. See you soon.
Go with your boss.
I mean, this does track with how scary I personally find owls.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't know why you would need to call a raven a blood eagle when a raven is already known as, like, one of the beasts of battle, right?
Yeah, I mean, eagles are also... It's ravens and
Scary
eagles
bird.
and wolves.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But they apparently are just using generic birds. Anyway,
Yeah.
we have the transmog system, finally.
I would like to see what
So we can change the appearance of our gear,
Nice.
including... Change appearance, we should be able to change the appearance of these to look like any other thing. So we can even use the Mohawk outfit from our
boy.
Vinland story arc that existed.
Oh,
That's the... Oh, dear.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I wanted to tell you that, Eleanor. Yeah, they go
oh.
with Brendan reached North America.
Are we surely not a little too early for that?
We are...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Slash, like, also Brendan... Oh, boy.
Yes.
The Brendan
Yeah.
story.
Yep. What I'm trying to find is somewhere I can access the gear I actually want to start off with for today. And it is Altair's outfit. Because they finally put that in the game. Also, let's...
I just saw a brief look at St. George's trousers, and now I'm even more mystified.
Oh yeah, so the River Raid seasonal event has... The rewards you can get is St. George's outfits, because St. George was totally venerated in England and also used the tower shield.
Yes.
Yes.
See, now I feel like I want to look up
in the
when
9th
St. George
century.
does start being venerated in England.
It's the
because
14th century.
That sounds about right. Yeah, because he's not in the manuscript of specifically like saints of England that I study for my actual PhD.
Yeah, so he starts showing up in the 13th century and becomes widespread in the 14th century.
That tracks. That
Yep.
tracks. Yeah.
So, by the way, this is the shield we picked up. Don't question the
Very
glowing
historical.
Elder Futhark.
Okay. You know what's a bit of a shame is if you wanted to do like a specifically kind of English sounding saint who has military trappings, St. Alban is right there.
St. Alban
First
is...
martyr. You can get a neat Roman shield.
Where can I actually put in... Come on, let me actually equip Altair's outfit. There it is! Should probably take off my helmet. We'll replace the helmet with this helmet.
Whoa.
It's
This
perfect.
looks much more comfortable.
Or we can wear a mask, because there is still a pandemic.
It looks more comfortable, and it simultaneously looks almost more period accurate.
Yeah.
Like just having like simple like whitened clothing. It's like, yeah, it's normal.
Yep.
Also, most egregious spear two-handed. I think that's the Cadfa
Uh-oh.
spear. That's gotta be the most egregious one.
Why do you have a Cadbach spear? That sounds not like a Viking weapon.
That sounds super not like a Viking weapon, but don't worry about it. I mean, you know, it's a more Viking weapon than this.
Yeah.
Or this.
Yeah, I imagine it would
Or
be.
this.
Oh, Lord.
Or this.
Okay.
Or this.
I'm
that.
getting the wow.
Yeah. Or, hang on, where is it? Sarcophagus shield, where are you?
Those are
Sarcophagus shield, there it is. It still is bad, though. I don't know why it has the, like, this fishbone serration on it. It is
Good
confusing.
question. Very good question.
Everything is confusing. And yes, Raptorus, I am enjoying this immensely.
Today.
I'm enjoying getting to know that like other people are also as mystified by this as I am.
Mm-hmm.
It's so like the gear thing is fascinating from the actual like academic side of things, where you're looking at how these games are constructing the past, and how on one hand they do really cool things. So like we have behind us here this we have a POC who is our merchant, which is awesome.
Yep.
Because
that
people
tracks.
were, in fact, people were mobile in the medieval period. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, but you could be,
Yep.
and people did it because people do hard things all the time. It's kind of, I don't know. That's why hard things exist
Yep.
for those really eager people to do them. Say the three people who are like either in postgrad programs or getting into postgrad programs.
Yep.
In this call.
Yeah.
But then they have all this really weird choices in the weapons and armor, and it's just like obviously some of them reusing assets from previous games, like the
Yeah. All the Roman stuff has to
them
be.
reusing stuff from Odyssey. But like, they create such a specific idea of the medieval, like giving the flail. It's like that shouldn't be a thing yet.
Yeah.
Ever? Certainly not this particular style of flail. It's just not. Not.
It's the kind of thing where it's like you want there to be a level of artistic license because this is a game and it's supposed to be enjoyable and kind of imaginative. But then you're also like, if you're presenting this as an authoritative version of history in any way, then this is not it.
This sure isn't. And yet here we are.
Clearly.
Yep. Oh, also, I need to subject you to just the glory of whatever our upgrade materials are, because they are hilariously nonsense. So we have carbon ingots, not copper, carbon.
Oh boy.
Nickel ingots.
Okay.
And tungsten.
What? Tungsten ink?
Yes! And they're golden. that famously golden medal, tungsten.
This is, I was expecting there to be some bullshit about Celtic stuff, but it turns out there's bullshit about so many more things than that.
Exactly. We haven't even got into the Celtic stuff yet.
Yep. Golden tungsten ingots.
Yeah.
Alchemy must be a thing in this universe.
Correct. This is a universe in which we can also infinitely tattoo ourselves. Perfect tattoo removal.
Nice.
May I see your stores?
Wait, and no medical issues with that of any kind, I imagine.
No, none. I want to see if we have anything more egregious than what we already have on. We've got the Lou facial tattoo right now, which is Lou. Just kind of
why
existing.
Is Luke here?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
Wait, we haven't even got into the true nonsense of who Lou is and where he is and why.
Don't worry about it is gonna be a common theme, I'm guessing.
Correct. Also, Elder Futhark in the 9th century.
Yep.
They're just ahead of their time. They've got those funky medieval linguists,
Yeah. Hey, Iceland does have an actual linguistic treatise from the late 12th century that actually does minimal pairs.
Like the earliest one in Ireland's early 13th century, and it's mostly them being like, I don't know though, this word sounds like Latin. It's probably that.
Oh, yeah, no, this one's actually rad, because he literally goes, I'm going to create a whole new addition to the Latin alphabet, just because I can, and you might say, well, Latin works fine for me, and that's good for you, but I'm an idiot, so I'm going to make the letters that actually represent all the sounds in our language.
Nice.
And he is, the anonymous grammarian who did that is literally my favorite person.
I must take my leave.
Goodbye, Eivor.
Anyway, I think we've had enough nonsense here, and I'm worried the game is going to crash if we stick around for too long. So let's get started on our actual intended nonsense.
Yep.
Randvi, where are we going?
I want to see the Alliance map.
I was actually at a talk recently, speaking of linguistics, that was talking about weird linguistic theories from the late 19th, early 20th century, where one guy was looking at a Welsh word for man, din, and theorizing that it came from a Greek word for terrible,
A wife.
which I found was quite funny.
When doesn't this
Wow.
happen without the
Don't you
Yeah.
love being a scholar back before you had to be a real person and could just have opinions and get given money?
I mean, you remember that article from 1936 I was reading the other day that was like, yeah, you didn't need to fact check anything that it said ever.
So, I was in the middle
the
of a
old
sip of
academic.
tea when you said that, and you made me choke, so thank you.
My apologies. Territory pledged.
Yeah, so that's how this game works, is that they've split England into a totally arbitrary number of places. Let's actually look at our world map here, zoom all the way out. You can almost see it. So we
Oh
have,
boy.
Yorkshire is just the entirety of Northumbria, except for the little bit that's Nottinghamshire.
No Scotland in there?
No, Scotland is just a snowy wasteland in which shirtless people live.
And not a place full of Northumbrians and
No,
people speaking
no,
various
hey-
Celtic languages. Okay.
Hadrian's Wall is the top edge of the map, and nothing exists on top of that except for when the Picts come attacking.
Attacking and not doing things like marrying into the
Oh,
Northumbrian.
no,
dynasty.
they are exclusively violent, and the erstwhile king of Jorvik, who we have already killed, allies with them in order to become king of Northumbria.
Fabulous. I can
Yeah.
see we haven't read anything since Gildas.
Yes, exactly. That was my conclusion last week, is truly we just read Gildas and thought that he was a reliable source.
God.
And then we have...
I'm pretty sure that the Picts have been Christianized at this point.
Yes.
They've
and
got kings, they've got royal structures, they've got fortresses, they've got sculpture.
They have a writing culture with king lists.
Yeah, the king lists in multiple orthographies and everything.
Yeah. And then we have Lincolnshire, Leicestershire,
Yep.
and Shropshire.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, East Anglia, Cambridgeshire, Oxfordshire, at Gloucestershire, Hamptonshire,
Okay.
Sussex, and
Oxfordshire
Kent.
is also very weird. Oxford is not that important right
Correct.
now.
Correct. But you couldn't
Yeah.
have England without Oxford, and so here we are.
Wait, okay, can I, out of curiosity, can I ask something?
Go
Is
for it.
East Anglia where we find the inexplicable Ogham stone
Yeah,
that I have heard of?
yeah.
Why is it in
There's-
East Anglia?
There's also one in Kent.
I
Because King
Why?
Arthur, and by the way, the answer is because King Arthur put it there.
I'm just
I am not joking, that is the
Because
answer
it's too
this game
long.
provides. This game,
Okay.
yep.
Good
This
lord.
game,
Okay, so
yes, oh yes, and Magus. They cut off Cornwall.
and wait, so Cornwall doesn't even exist, or is it just a snowy wasteland? Wait, so Cornwall definitely doesn't exist.
Cornwall doesn't exist.
Because I was wondering if you wanted to have a big group of Brittonic speakers, that Cornwall's right there.
Cornwall, is this hashed out area on this map that doesn't exist.
Yep. Oh god, you can really see where they've cut it off as well.
Yeah, Wales?
Wales
What?
is a wasteland, I see.
Liverpool? No, the Scousers don't exist.
It's so sad to me that you don't go into Wales, because that means you don't get to have hilarious things like a Welsh prince hiring you to take out his nephew, and then his nephew hiring you to take out the original prince.
Correct. We did, however, in Shropshire, we fought against King Rhodri, and Ivar the Boneless Blood Eagled him. Because that's totally how that
They
happened.
killed Rodri Vaur?
Yes! We murdered the hell out of Rhodri.
Okay, so King Alfred's gonna have a fun time if there's no Anarald, son of Rodri, to frighten all the other Welsh kings into,
Yeah?
into hanging out with him.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They did not think about any of the rules of anything. Oh, speaking of Alfred, let me show you the Order of the Ancients, our spooky generic bad guys that we don't get to think about.
Okay.
And our suspicious father, the head of the entire thing.
The father is. Oh boy.
We don't have most of the clues because we haven't killed his underlings. But 0 points for guessing who it is in the game set in 875.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Literally no points awarded. Yeah. We're going here because first thing I want to do is kill this guy, who is one of our Templar zealots. They're called the Order of the Ancients, but they're the Templars. Because the Knights
Right, that
Templar...
makes sense.
The Knights Templar totally exist in the 9th century, just ask the lore.
Oh god.
Yup. And by the way, Geode, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it.
There's something fascinating to me because, like, so as the Assassin's Creed games have developed and they've been doing more and more stuff, it's obvious to a degree that they've gotten, like, they have their whole like Assassins and Templar thing, and they increasingly have been getting more and more away from that, but kind of have it hanging around like a vestigial limb, and they're like
Yeah.
including it. They're like, we don't know. Like, hold on, what do we want the game set like in fucking ancient Egypt? How do we address these two? Like, very solidly mid-medieval groups of people who will not exist for a long time. It's so interesting seeing them hampered by this thing they've designed that they started the series didn't really expect to. They didn't expect it to just go like all ancient aliens, eventually.
It turns out that when you try and project your mid-medieval thing back into the ancient past, you end up messing with history quite a lot.
And
Yep.
yet they don't. The thing is, my personal theory, and I've talked about this before, the way that I would absolve these games of all faults is going like, okay, this is because like part of the weird meta plot is that these these whole devices that let people look into their own past are being used to create video games in the present.
Yeah, according to AC4,
Right.
that totally exists. Black Flag is just very clear that they are using it to create video games.
Yeah, and like in that case, like and you have the game set in ancient Egypt, and that was pretty well done. And they had Egyptologists on, and then like I would have done in universe, it would have just been like the company taking those same like Egyptology grad students And then they're going, you can do ancient Greece, right? And they're like, oh, fuck, well, we want money so we can, like, afford to exist. So we can do this, but it's gonna be a stretch. And then after that game, they're like, you can do fucking, like, 9th century Britain. And they're like, we really cannot do that. Like, ah, it's fine, we'll do that fine. And this is why the games are getting weirder and weirder and weirder over time, is because you have these poor grad students who just want to be fed. And are being, like, they're just, like, going along with this, being like, I guess we can figure out how this will work.
That works. Also, is there a reason we're fighting this dude and what I assume is his pet wolf?
No, it was just 3 random wolves who happened to be vibing in the same area.
Lovely.
They do have pet wolves in this game, but they are called rabid wolves, so that you know that they are domesticated.
Sorry, they're domesticated, which is why they are rabid.
Yes.
So in order to domesticate them, you give them a horrible, deadly disease.
That makes them violent and mindlessly aggressive, yes.
Fabulous. Oh, that was a
Yep.
close up.
That I could drag them over me like a blanket and join
Uh-huh.
the new knots.
Chernunos.
Join Kanka.
Put me in, stranger, with a song.
The sound of
D-
Odin
oh.
trembling in your bones is
What?
the only song you'll hear.
Emma, you know more about Canunos than I do. Is he even attested in any British epigraphy?
No. Well, okay, it depends on who you ask, is the answer to that.
It's figured, yeah.
If you ask, like, academics who are very invested in finding Cernunnos places, sure.
Absolutely, duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, there's the particularly, I mean, it's infamous if you've been around me for long enough, 1991 PhD thesis that argues that, Conall Cernach is clearly Cernunnos because they both start with the same 2 letters.
Right.
It's like,
But what I mean is, like, are there any Canunos era, like, stones or tablets or curses or
fuck
anything
no.
that use the name?
Oh, we only have one instance of the name ever being used. It's on the Pillar of the Boatman, which we found in roughly modern-day Paris. And it doesn't actually
Right.
say Cernunnos, it just goes damaged part, Ernunnos. And the linguist was like, that's probably a C. That would make the word horn, so probably.
Oh, now we've got a pregnant woman
Pregnant, yep.
in this story?
Yep, this is just a random side story. This is not the main plot. But this is a
Cool.
plot with another...
Love, just get to the top of that hill. I can do the rest.
So,
All the way to the top. And you
we are going to the old Roman temple up there, in which this woman who claims that she was impregnated by a god will be fine.
this without hurting your babe. I shall have to take it by
I'm...
force.
Yeah,
I...
so...
Does she say which? Because that's kind of important.
It's dishonorable to leave a
Uh,
pregnant to the elements.
Unclear, let's find
Why
out.
does the baby's father not come to you?
The baby's
Wait, okay,
father
but to
is
get
a
back to
god.
Canunos briefly,
Mockers of
this
the
is the thing
woods
that's mystifying to me is
solemnly
why they
solstice
picked
and
Canunos
this
of
song.
all the
You laid
possible
down with a
vague
god.
deity figures they could have
Oh,
gone for
that's so
today and create
shocking.
incredibly ahistorical
Very
cult.
good
Like,
price for
if
the
you want to
trusted
do a weird
god.
cult that has horses,
I heard of a Dane god who
there's
lay down with a
people
horse.
you could have for that. Like,
Yeah.
He was also a
you
horse
could
at the
if
time.
you could pull in Epona, and I would still say that you were wrong, but I would understand
Yeah.
where you were coming from.
No,
Exactly.
You could pull in Rhiannon, and I would again say that you were wrong, but I would understand why.
definitely
Canunos.
Canunos.
But I didn't see him by light of day.
The
so
game
who knows?
has a particular proclivity for using horns and antlers as visual shorthand to show these people are pagans, but they're not Norse pagans because the Norse pagans get like other iconographic.
Yeah,
tells.
yeah.
So-
Put a pin in that for when we get to the other mythological arc.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, boy. Oh. But yeah,
Oh,
I
boy.
think that's why they use Cernunnos. Cernunnos has got the antlers, but also Cernunnos is like incredibly enduring, or not even enduring, because that would suggest that like it was since the fall of Gaul. Cernunnos as an image is very stuck in modern pop culture. Like people love that image of like the horned person. Like
On the
shows up fucking
Gundestrup
everywhere.
cauldron,
Yeah.
it's only even dubiously Celtic.
Lying with
Yep,
woodland
Thracian,
gods
Thracian
living out in
art
the wilderness.
using Southern Persian silver,
What
depicting
do you think, love?
Celtic
Is that all
figures,
it
but
takes
it's
to be
definitely
Irish?
Thracian art.
Yep.
Yep. It is a super cool find. I do love that find dearly. But also, it is dubious in every respect.
Yep.
Also,
People
yeah,
love that it's found in a blog in Denmark.
Watcher. So, the woman here did just mention that she should become a witch, that she should live out here in the wilderness, which is not that far away from anywhere. And then that she should just become a witch, and that makes total sense. Also, the god she mentions is Marcus of the Wood.
Oh fuck, that sounds Welsh.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a P-Celtic name. Heavy thought.
That Latin US ending?
Yeah, but also like that's no what.
Truly just invented a random god. Also, he's just a guy, because that's also totally a name of a guy that would be existing in the 9th century, plausibly.
I think Maccus is a name that shows up in at least one Old English poem, and people debate whether it's like an Irish or a Scandinavian or a Hiberno-Norse name, but the one thing it definitely isn't is either Old English or Welsh.
Yeah, and we're in Gloucestershire, so guess what the 2 options are allowed to be.
Yep. Yeah, also the idea of her being a witch is pretty ahistorical, like, just for clarity. There's laws against doing magic.
Yeah.
There's not laws about being a person who habitually does magic.
Also, here is our god. Clean-shaven, wears no clothes.
Ah, I see it's Conan the Barbarian.
It is in fact
I'm
just
glad
Conan
he's
the
grown up.
Barbarian, but blonde. He got the bleach job?
Should I take that as a compliment on my
Clearly.
prowess or an insult to my name?
He also apparently doesn't get
Our
cold.
families would never approve the union. And if you're to have any
Ah, yes, those bare
reputation,
midriffs,
you
very
will
good for preserving body heat.
I get to stay.
Yep.
Yep.
I
Yep,
care
yep.
not about status, and if all we have together is some
Oh, okay, apparently he's supposed
so be it.
to be, one of those, like, continental Celtic gods that XYZ Roman source says is Mercury.
That's like
So-
50 gods.
Exactly. Pick your choice, but some sort of Gaulish deity.
Why is it always Gaulish?
It's always Gaulish.
Also, why is
They
it
couldn't use
Gaulish?
Mabon.
Yeah,
Like, Mabon's right here, and he's like a figure in the Mabinogi, and we're 95% sure the really weird Mapanos from on a bunch of inscriptions from from Britanno-Gallic Wales are about him. And he's great, you can use him for anything, because we know fucking nothing about him.
yeah, that's his name even starts with M. It's perfect.
Nailed it. We are the best.
Although again, given that we're not acknowledging that any of these people are in any way Brittonic speakers,
Oh, no.
the use of
They
anything
all-
Celtic is still mystifying.
Don't you know they also all have received pronunciation or Cockney accents? The only 2 allowable accents.
I'm gonna start crying. Oh good lord.
We'll come back here
Yeah, no-
later.
Don't you know if you're a pagan in early medieval England, you become Celtic by default.
Oh yeah. But how else will you know that they're English?
Yeah.
We'll come back to the Thieves' Warren later. It is a place that the main plot demands, so we will not raid it yet. Even though
This
it'd be
is a very-
super easy.
Dramatic and wild landscape.
Isn't it? So
Yeah.
many hills.
Guide me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, border of Wales. I don't know Gloucestershire very well.
And this feels like the exaggerated end of plausible. Not out of the
Yeah.
question, but definitely feels like they went for the Vikings TV show cinematic feel.
Yeah. Also, for this dude, yes, Mabon is imprisoned. I can't remember if there's anything about him being taken from his parents, but he's known as one of the 3 famous prisoners.
Also, another
I
bra.
love the Triad.
Yep.
Here we are.
Wow.
Yep, it's just a bra. Just vibing.
Those shouldn't be this far south, like at all, I don't think, right? Like, that's specifically like a mid to northern Scottish thing.
Yes, that is. I am mystified as to what that is doing here.
We
I
need
feel like
prehistoric.
This is Gloucestershire. It's a
Yep.
Roman fort. You can fill the place with Roman ruins. You don't need this.
We do have a Roman fort out in the Elfwood.
Did you say the Elfwood?
Yes, it has a place that is
Oh,
given a name,
boy.
and because it's Old English, they make it an ash instead of an A or an E.
I guess.
I
Oh,
know. It is.
where? Who is looking after all of these sheep and cows?
Also, the Forest of Denu is also where the Elfwood is.
Sorry, the forest of.
Denu.
Please tell me you didn't just say Danu.
DENU, so it's different.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
No, we have to wait till the Ireland DLC for the Children of Danu to be the druidic cult. That exists.
Druidic cult ruling
In the
Ireland in the
9th
9th century.
In the 9th century!
What is there a specific year? Do we know what year all of this is supposed to be happening?
The end of the game is in 877.
Right. Cool. Okay. This means that I can legitimately say that Gloucester has been very thoroughly Christianized for over 200 years.
Yes. We at the end of the Jörgvik arc, Halfdan Ragnarsson takes the throne of Northumbria, which we know he did in 876, according to like every English chronicle. So, you know, we actually have a really precise dating on what year it is.
Which means that I can roast this game in peace.
Yes.
Excellent. The first knife. Why is it 7? Why is it 7?
I don't know. I was hoping you would have an answer to that.
I don't have an answer to that because that's not. No, that's not a name that occurs in
They're
Britain.
also spelling it as a modern Irish word.
Yeah.
They
have
are
H
also
in the
using the
word.
modern Irish spelling. Yeah.
What do you think the odds are that this is just another stupid Roman bronze mask? Because every Roman artifact that anyone wants in this game is a stupid bronze mask.
How many bronze masks does one Roman possibly need?
I mean, they spread out over the England, which is actually the size of Reading, but you know.
Yep.
I was hoping to find one of the cursed artifacts. I'm sure there's one around here.
Oh, we've got a bit of. Is this some ruined mosaic? No. No.
Let's.
Ruined
There's a cat. Hang on.
No.
Hang on. I need to pet the cat. It is obligatory.
Oh, this is very important.
Yup.
Oh, hello.
Yes,
Hi.
the cats in this game are excellent.
Okay, I've
Fucking
suddenly
huge
forgiven
cat.
this game a little bit.
Oh, just a bit. Yep. We've got a random statue of Nike ?
So well attested.
I mean, I don't know how many other winged deity Roman figures we can have, but yeah, a winged Roman statue just in the middle of here, intact, because that's fine.
Yep.
Definitely wouldn't have
We don't.
melted that down. Hang on, that's made of bronze.
Do we go to Bath ever in this game?
Not sure actually. I don't.
That would be like the perfect place to have Roman ruins. You can find some curse tablets, maybe a ring that says no dance on if you want to get a little self-referential and do a little Tolkien reference.
There. Okay, so we do go to math, but just to kill a random Order of the Ancients member.
Not to like enjoy the baths
No.
or
No.
anything.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Very sad.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Let's see if we've actually already killed him. We may have already killed him. It's called. His name is the Bell. On here,
Oh boy.
because they all have a code name. I don't think we have
How do
killed.
you know?
We
who to
haven't killed him
kill?
yet. Huh? We find random clues lying around to piece together their identities, or
Oh,
in
cool.
alternatively, Alfred the Great just tells us. For
Nice.
9 of them, Alfred the Great just tells us.
Love that for him.
So yeah.
If Alfred the Great has any political enemies he wants you to get rid of, he can just be like, this one's a member of the Order of the Ancients.
And
Enjoy.
we'll go, yep, this makes perfect sense, let's go. Also, again, this site, which I would point out is in sight of Gloucester, has an intact bronze statue of Victoria just existing.
Sorry, we are in Gloucester proper. This is
We are
Gloucester,
just on.
the
We are.
city.
That town right there is Gloucester.
Huh. Interesting.
There's so much bronze that could be better used for like door hinges.
Exactly.
Yeah, literally. These are so many bricks that could
Oh,
be like
also,
stolen and used to build shit.
had an opal. You know, this apparently super valuable currency that is only useful for the black market trade network that exists everywhere. Just existing on this other statue.
Yep. That you would, because you put opals on statues, right?
Yeah, sure. And they're these big honking like fist-sized pieces of rock.
That's how you decorate statues in the Roman period.
Yep. And they'll remain unchanged for who knows how many years.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I just whiffed that badly. Awkward. Explosions. By the way, this is Bella's Knap.
Uh-huh. What is Bella Snap?
It is a long barrow from the what is it, Bronze Age?
Show me what love.
Okay.
So it is the only long barrow in this entire game.
At least they've got one, I guess.
Yeah, they make everything
you're,
else round barrows.
Why are you going in the long barrows? Why are you going in the barrows at all?
Because we're Norse and we don't give a shit about sacred
Yeah.
sites.
That's,
Actually,
dude, that's how you get dragons attacking you.
yeah, we don't give a shit. Actually, there is an account from an Irish Chronicle of Norse people in Dublin going and just fucking up a site that all the Irish people are like, that's never been done before.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that actually has a certain level of historical attestation.
But yeah, we are there. Bella's Knap actually does have a fake entrance on this side, and the real entrance is over there. But the extent of why we are doing it is because there is a piece of gear that we can use, and we are filthy stealers of everything, and we're just gonna rob this place blind. Also, I'm not sure there's actually a body in here.
Interesting.
I'm not sure there's actually a body, there's just a bunch of keys.
We have to bury these keys so deep no one will ever find them.
Oh, sorry.
What do these keys unlock? Uh-oh.
Sorry, there are bodies, there's a pile of skeletons. Laid out
Ooh.
in state in a pile.
Yep.
Also, they're releasing toxic fumes despite being skeletons.
Yeah, whoever said Indiana Ava Raiders of the Lost Long Barrow, that does kind of feel like what's
This
going
is
on.
that is the hang on a minute. Is that what I think that? Hang on. What? God,
What? That's
Oh,
the...
brilliant.
Why?
that's Elder Futhark.
Wait, okay, also, I thought I just saw an F in there. Why is there an F in there?
I don't.
Never mind. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I made it up.
I see. I am terrible at reading Elder Futhark, and I'm worse at reading it upside down.
Oh, it's upside down. Okay,
Yeah,
that makes more sense.
the whole thing. Oh, yeah, you're seeing this. You're looking at this rune of our diamond with two wings.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's upside down. Which is
Okay,
fine. You can write Elder Futhark in any orientation, and in fact, some runestones do the literal most annoying, where it's right side up, left to right, upside down, right to left, right side up, left to right, upside down, right to left.
Oh no. Oh no.
Literally the worst possible way someone could have conceived
Wait.
of to write words.
Wait, but also, why is there Elder Futhark on what is very clearly a room jar?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That is the extent of what I will say to that because I don't frickin' know.
Yep. I am getting the sense that we don't think runes have any kind of geographical or linguistic limit in this game.
Correct. They just
Okay.
don't. They're just existing. Also, the one thing they got wrong about Bella Snap is these megaliths. There are not actually megaliths surrounding Bella Snap, according to Johnny, one of our resident Bronze Age and Neolithic English sites expert. He works for Stonehenge.
Yep.
It's very rad.
Okay, yes. That is extremely rad.
Okay, thank you AC for the obligatory poggers in Ogham. And now, having, arbitrarily solved the puzzles and failed to find the person who is buried in Belas Nap, we can now unlock this 8th century Frankish chest?
Why is that in a long barrow?
I don't know!
I mean, very cool to have an 8th century Frankish chest. That's one of the only things I would expect to have runes on it, which is also why I wouldn't expect to see it in a... Oh no. I see it and I fear it.
Huh. That's
So
Yeah.
that's a take.
uh-huh.
This is before we've even got the Irish DLC.
Uh-huh. The Morrigan's Guard. Cold,
Oh,
even
fuck, that's
icy
not
to the
even
touch.
right.
This shield seems of another era or another world altogether. Made of a strange material, it emanates an even stranger aura. So this is an
Wait.
Isu artifact.
Right, gotcha.
This is our ancient aliens. This is an artifact from ancient aliens. Hence why it is
Yep.
glowing.
Yep. And it's an alien who shouldn't be in this geographical area.
Correct. Also,
No,
just
really shouldn't be.
the specific Morrigan, not just all the other people that were part of the group collective Morrigan. No, we need to make it the Morrigan, who is attested in how many? What's our earliest attestation of the Morrigan Watcher?
As an individual, like, she shows up in the Ton. She shows up a few times, some really early texts, but, like, she shows up in an early enough text that there are at least some scholars who think that she and the other Morgana are just, classical references to the Furies, because the very first few times the names show up, they're glossed with the names of the Furies. And it's like,
Of course they
that
are.
explains a lot.
Key point, in Ireland.
In Ireland.
Yeah,
She's
also,
in
yes, very
Ireland.
explicitly.
Oh yeah.
Not here.
That doesn't matter. I don't think we'll get to Lou this time, but I'm just gonna zoom in on here and just say the word Lou a bunch of times, and you can figure the rest
Right,
out.
in Hampshire. Oh no. Oh no.
Yep, you figured it out.
I love that Ireland exists in this universe, but Wales does not.
As I said, the Severn exists. If we do the river raids, you can see the Severn, and it's not the Severn. It looks
The
nothing.
Severn exists, but Wales does not.
Uh-huh.
I'm so
But
interested to see how they do Ireland, because Wales and Cornwall, and like the thing is, Wales, Cornwall, and Alba both are more fitting for what this game has been going with. Also, 9th century Ireland is a bit of a like this period in England is a clusterfuck because you have Alfred the Great doing his thing. But in Ireland, you have nobody centralizing anything, except you have like the really weird situation in Ulster where you have different rival dynasties all fighting each other very arbitrarily. Mostly what's going on is like a bunch of monastic arguments, and that's obviously not going to come up with the whole fucking druid cult.
Yep.
yeah,
Like,
Or it might come up and they might just say Armagh was secretly a druid cult. But if they will go that far, I will be impressed. I'll add that to the fucking bingo sheet. I'm gonna just make those
like,
streams.
yeah, I mean, and I feel like expecting them to use any kind of actual Irish history from the 9th century is possibly having your expectations a little too high based
Yeah.
on this.
a little too
My
high.
favorite thing is like the unique experience of
Pass the Bacchus lamp.
having a siege of a fucking like a round fort, like it's one of the Irish like stone forts, like the circular ones, and it's just like in the 9th century. I mean, those haven't been built for like 200 years. People are still using them, but they're like very, very. It's kind of like showing up to a party in like your granddad's car.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
Little bit.
Okay.
We're
Where
doing
are
another
we?
random side quest. We have entered Gloucester.
A swift death by a
There's
We
only
are
one.
in a town.
We are in Gloucester.
Whether by land or by sea, we never shall part.
He's writing love poetry.
Perhaps you might be able to aid my
Mhm,
plan.
that
Using-
very, very well
What ails
attested
you?
thing.
A witch told me
Oh.
once
Oh, yeah.
England.
No, sure. I mean,
my breath. But
if the thing that annoys me the most is that all their poetry uses 19th century rhyme schemes.
I could carry it for you.
if
What?
you indeed this kindness for Gil, then
Why?
you must be a kindred
Like,
spirit.
you know, you could have had a reference to, oh, what's her name?
I enjoy much of many things.
Wait, is Gil coming out as bisexual right now?
I have painted my
Not bi, just gay.
Let your romantic
Oh, okay.
art guide you.
If I find
I think.
Cool.
The correct choice here is a lovely gay relationship.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to
stranger.
parse
I
both the
shall call
stamen and the
you
petal
sunshine.
as a
Yeah.
euphemism.
Yeah, no, that's
Clouds of
fair.
my loneliness.
That absolutely is a euphemism.
Sweetness of honey.
Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah, I'm not arguing with gays in Gloucester.
Exactly, that's the only.
That's a good concept.
Exactly, that's the only reason I'm doing this world event is because they actually acknowledge the fact that this is not a society in which it would be easy to be gay, but also that gay people exist and could and did find happiness.
Yep. I mean, the thing that we aren't acknowledging here is that probably the easiest thing to do is to join a monastery. That
True.
thing that exists in Gloucester and has existed in Gloucester for about 200 years at this point.
True. And then you're just, if you're a nun, then you're... Actually, there's a lot of really adorable Frankish love letters between nuns.
Oh.
They are
Yeah, exactly.
They are unbelievably adorable.
Or like you've got the adorable nun girlfriends in I think book 4 of Bea's Ecclesiastical History. They do die, but that's because it's a book about plague.
Yeah.
Oh, like, I find that monastic stuff is always underused for, like, but also like, oh well, you can have like you can have homosexual relationships. You can show people who are ace, and there's that really cool paper talking about either like monk as a like sexuality functionally in like early medieval Europe.
Yep.
But then you also have the excellent humor of all the really, really like horny slash fic coming out of monks, both either about themselves and Jesus or themselves and Mary, and it's like that's just funny. That's just, that was funny to a modern audience, and it's historically accurate.
I mean, also, if you want something that exists at this point, Alcuin's letters to Arno have already happened.
True.
The ones with the like, oh, I want to kiss every single digit of your hands and feet.
Your lashes,
Yes.
Well, tragically, we're too early for what's his name?
Davidoff Gwillem. We are way too early for Davidoff Gwillem.
Best of luck to you both.
What, like 400 years? Wait, he's like 12th century, right? So like 300.
Oh no, I think he's 13th. I think he's
Oh,
13th
right.
century. Let me remind myself right now by googling that.
Yep. The other one I was
That's what
thinking.
a person who specializes in Welsh poetry, has to do.
Exactly. Don't worry. I had to just do
14th century.
I just had to do a Google too, because, if you're gonna do, like, random love poetry, you could and you don't care about any sort of historicity at all, you could also go for Gwerfel Mechern.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you want to again include the Welsh.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Since this is
Gwerfel Mechern, absolutely.
obviously Welsh, even though we're in Gloucestershire, obviously Welsh, they have the Mari Lwyd, so...
1,000 years too early.
Huzzah! So, what's a 15th century Welsh poet in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but if you want an old English love poem, actually, I know I said they don't really happen, but the husband's message is a pretty good one.
That is adorable. And also, the wife's lament is also kind of a love poem, even though it's tragic as hell.
Or like, if you wanted to do like some kind of Assassin's Creed does Twilight, Wolf and Eardwatcher.
True. There are so many good options, and instead we write like 19th century capital R romantic love poetry.
Yep. What?
Also, for all we rag on it, one thing they do well: these beehives are great. 10 out of 10.
I'm a big fan of there being beehives. I am, however, mystified. Why are these flowers so massive?
They are big. Apparently, this is just the most fertile.
Cool.
So we have just big boy flowers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Anyway, let's actually get started on like our main quest after we go up and climb on top of the church. Which does exist. It is actually a church.
Which no one's gonna mind us doing.
Nope.
In Gloucester.
Don't worry, we climbed Canterbury Cathedral earlier and they only minded a little bit.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah.
And
they're not allowed to kill you for plot reasons.
In Jorvik, we climbed both Yorkmunster and the arbitrary Stavkirke.
A staff character?
Yeah! Because they're saying that Stavkirke are clearly Norse pagan temples.
As opposed to being...
Churches.
You know.
11th to 13th century churches, yeah.
Yeah, why are we on this church?
This train has no brakes, you agree to come on. I have no sympathy here.
Yeah. I would love to actually go into one of these churches and see if they've got the architecture even remotely right.
We can do that. I might have to break
Oh.
I might have to break a window, but we can totally do that right now.
Now I'm like, do I want you to break a window? I mean, you're not gonna get in trouble for it, right?
No,
Considering they don't care
they'll
what you do to this building.
all the civilians will freak out a little bit and run away, but they'll do that anytime I do anything, so who cares? Alternatively, I can just walk in.
So I know that they have glass windows by this point, so that's fair.
Yeah, they have
The
extremely
correct
fancy
type of
stained.
arch on the door.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not seeing any suspiciously gothic-looking arches so far.
It's true, they at least don't have that. The chandelier is a bit... Chandelier's a thing.
Wait. There's a chandelier. Yeah, okay, that's dodgy. This is... Actually, the main thing is, like, where's all the paintings? Where's all the shit?
Exactly.
Why is this place in terrible repair? Also, to the person in the comments, it would be Old Welsh in this period.
Is that...
But there's not really enough Old Welsh for anybody to learn it because it's not...
Hang on a goddamn minute.
Wait, what?
Look at this guy's halo.
No!
And look at the writing above this person's head.
I mean, like... Okay, you know what's awful about this? Is if you wanted to do runes on a religious thing, you can do that. That's what the Ruthwell Cross is for. Except
Exactly.
that's in
Runes
Scotland,
exist
and
on runic
Scotland
stuff.
Doesn't exist in this game.
Gosforth Cross does has Norse mythological stuff too, and that's in Northumbria. Also, the Isle of Man. You could just do it on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, there's so many cool rune crosses on the Isle of Man. I have seen them.
But also, you don't put it on a saint's halo.
This is an altar, right?
This is an altar.
Is this? Also, why are they just keeping random shit on the altar?
Also, wait, this is the Gosforth Cross, but tiny. It isn't actually the Gosforth Cross, but this is the right style for the Gosforth Cross, but tiny.
Yeah. Wait, are they? Is this mass right now? Did we just come in the middle of mass?
I don't think so, because there's like 7 people here. And someone cleaning the floors.
I'm so
during mass.
mystified by the scaffolding. Why is there scaffolding?
For plot reasons later.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, this looks, I don't know, right, this might just be a resolution thing, and on either the asset or the stream. But above this head here, like, the caption looks suspiciously like it's supposed to evoke Ogham.
It's not got enough lines for me to go, that's Elder Futhark, certainly.
Right, that's clearly not Elder Futhark. It looks like it's supposed to be, and it's not actually Ogham. It looks like it's supposed to be Ogham.
They're definitely going with something there. I can't tell what it is. And it's like, I feel like it mustn't be the stream quality, because I can see that really nice, like everything with the plant right above it, like that.
Yeah.
Like the whole like upper design there. And the design above that, also way more detailed. It feels like they just...
Also
like
rad.
Part of the asset, just is a lot worse detail.
Yeah, I mean, they do have random snippets of runes here, that are like 2.5 runes wide on either side of the altar. So, bad asset design. But also, I do genuinely love this, like, bird and leaf design above them.
It's
like,
gorgeous.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, also, do you recognize this statue?
I'm... Oh no. What is he wearing?
This is a statue of Saint Kenhelm from about 1900.
Yeah. Okay, so that tracks. Yes, Kenelm. Yeah. Although, we're not in Evesham, but yes, no.
Also, this is the image of Saint Kenhelm from Matthew Paris.
Ooh.
Okay,
that's
so,
who that is.
so still a couple of 100 years too late.
At least it's medieval. do we take it at least it's actually medieval and only stripped out of a manuscript and
I mean,
plastered on every wall in England?
like the fad for like martyred boy king saints has not happened yet.
Yeah.
Kenelm is not that well like the earliest account of Kenelm's legend is 12th century. Guys. I'm not sure there should be a Kenelm cult here at all, but sure, whatever.
Oh, there's
Wait,
a Kenelm cult here.
What is that statue?
Correct.
What
Also,
is that?
because this game is obsessed with the inheritance of Rome, our Christian church, presumably dedicated to Saint Kenelm, has not one, but two semi-naked water-pouring ladies from Rome.
At this point, I've kind of run out of ways to express what I'm feeling. You guys know.
I am sorry, but I am also not sorry.
No, it's good. We share the suffering.
I love how like what you were saying earlier, Eleanor. But why does this all look kind of like banged up and damaged? In that, in order to show this is the past, they're like, here, this is a ruin. It's like, shouldn't this not be a ruin? Very like explicitly, because this got built like 20 years ago. But it's like, no, but it's the past, so it's
Wait,
a ruin.
what? We've bricked up a window?
I don't know. But they did in fact just randomly break up a window. Also, don't mind me.
Okay. We'll just sit on the giant Kenelm, why not? Wait, okay, also, the fact that they have a giant Kenelm sitting directly behind the altar feels weird.
It feels super weird.
That's not who should be nearest the altar.
Oh, sorry. 3 Roman statues.
A little bit of inexplicable stained glass windows that aren't in the windows.
And we just stole something. I'm not sure what we stole,
those
but...
are very period typical.
Oh, yeah,
Not
totally.
at all modern abstract stained glass windows. Legit, you see windows like those in cathedrals now, where like the windows got bombed out during the war.
Yeah. But this is what every stained glass window in England looks like in the 9th century. Didn't you know?
Who is this very tall man at the back of this chapel?
Another Roman statue. Another Roman water lady statue. You can see there's a broken jug and a bowl. So it's a Roman water lady.
Could you not paint her to look like Mary? That'd be fun.
You should. There, they should have.
Oh, that would have been so good. And that would also explain why they put all the fucking effort to bring this gigantic statue in here.
Yeah, it's like,
So
oh
I can only
Marian
imagine.
imagery. We love some Marian imagery.
Also, medieval script.
Oh, I'm so excited. Show me.
I'll...
That's the secretary hand!
Yes, it is!
that's like... You
I'll
like,
show you the random letter.
sexuality.
I'll show you the random letters that you can read. Like, we can't read this right now, but whenever we find one, I'll show you the random ass letters that everyone in England knows how to write.
Okay, I'm very excited for this. I mean,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is reminding me of... Have you guys ever seen a 14th century forged charter that's set in, like, the 8th century? And you're looking at all the loops and the Gothic script, and it's like, oh, babe, no.
Yeah, those are so much fun.
Every now and again, they try and do something that looks a bit like Insula Ministry, but their pens are different, and the way they hold their pens are different, so it doesn't look anything like it. And I'm like, this is adorable.
My favorite one is like when they're trying to forge a document, but they're not changing their orthography. So you see like this Irish document, it's like, this is 8th century, and you're looking at it, and you're like, well, you're using a lot of Middle Irish. And you still are using, like, you're not using the right articles, you're not using, you've lost an entire gender in this language. Like, it's very clear this is not 8th century, guys.
Okay, I'm liking the paintings.
I'm not liking how faded the paintings are.
Painting or two.
Right? I don't know why they're monochrome red and so faded, but I do like that they exist.
Why? By the way, you're shooting a lot of flaming arrows, and I'm noticing nothing being on fire.
Oh, don't worry. Wait till we get anywhere near anything that's actually on fire. We just have a power that lets us attach and explode a bomb to the end of our arrows and then blow stuff up.
So we're Green Arrow.
Yeah.
But in the 9th century.
Yes. But also we can use oil. We can use jars of oil as gunpowder explosives.
Uh-oh. Someone said fire.
Wounds matching those made by sex and weapons.
Fabulous.
Uh-huh. apparently someone just someone fucking died here, and we
Who
now
did
have
we
a quest.
just kill?
No, another player of this game, at this point, just died in their instance of the world, and they just materialized in our world to be avenged.
Oh, I see. Cool.
Uh-huh.
Um,
That is a thing
Also,
this game lets you do.
Actually, my favorite charter thing while I'm remembering it, where they're totally forging something, is where the forger has done a lot of homework, so they know all of the major like bishops and archbishops who were
Yeah.
there in the 8th
And they
century.
all
And
signed
they
it.
put them all there, and it's like, oh, I don't think anyone from Canterbury is coming to this particular attestation.
Nope. But they just do.
Wait,
What?
suddenly it's autumn. Okay, I
Yeah.
am once again asking why those blue flowers were there.
Don't you know that
It's
apparently
not the
violets
season.
bloom until October?
Okay.
I don't actually know if violets.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, the weather is very nice for it being southern.
Joyous.
But
Where's
that's,
actually
that's
where?
that's the least of my problem.
Okay, we need to find out. We need to actually go over and start our main quest instead of killing these two random guys. We could just kill them
Okay.
and then complete the quest, but we're actually going to start our main story instead of enjoying the nonsense more.
Okay.
I know, it's tragic. But shout out to this guy's, rough? Or... Right, I actually like this clothing overall. It's just that that's a very comical bit of fur.
Yes.
And yeah, you know, it's autumn, so you know our trees are all starting to lose their leaves, except the ones that aren't. This game has no idea how trees work. Right, giant ass ancient oak tree. Roots probably going like 7,000 feet underground. End of October, all the leaves are gone.
Yep.
Hasn't even started to think about it yet.
Yep. But again, this is the least of our problems.
The shrubbery hasn't even tried. Grass, still green. Flowers,
We need to get Roger the Shrubber from Monty Python in here.
exactly. Whatever they're using here, he needs some of it.
Yep.
Also, houses.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate
nice.
these houses.
They're
I like.
wooden, which
I
seems appropriate.
I appreciate that they're turf houses. I don't know why none of our Norse buildings have turf roofs. None of them do, but I'm glad somewhere in England does because turf roofs are incredibly well attested.
Yep.
Gazishan, I am joined by Watcher, aka Emmett, and by Eleanor, a PhD student. Oh no, I see the shiny. The little shiny there is a tattoo design.
Oh boy.
So we're going to slow
Well,
down
I'm
time, and then jump,
Very excited to
and
see
yoink
what
it.
will be.
I missed the yoink. Crap. So yeah, we have to chase this scrap of paper using nonsensical parkour.
Tattoo parkour.
I don't even know if we'll make it this time, because, yeah.
Who is this guy carrying a standard for no reason?
They just do that. Do you know?
Cool.
Early English, who they insist on calling Anglo-Saxon because bleh.
Yep.
Bleh.
Blah. Very good parkour.
Oh god, no. The
Oh.
parkour in this
Oh,
game
no.
is just the worst.
Oh no.
Theoretically, it's hold A to do thing, but then it doesn't actually ever do that.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Got it. I still got it even with how scuffed it is.
Excellent.
Okay, what nonsense are they inflicting on us? That's lame. Hulder's Mark. Yeah. Oh, supposedly an Old Norse name. You know, Hulder is actually... Well... technically it's Old Norse. The most famous manuscript called Huld is a 19th century Icelandic magical text.
That sounds about right, yeah?
It's where, like, the Vegvisur comes from.
Yep.
Which this game loves the Vague Sword, but yeah, its primary attestation is 19th century. It's mentioned earlier, but our big design is from Huld. That's the same linguistically, that's the same thing as Hulder in that tattoo name.
Yep. So,
We'll get to the Wicker Man in a moment.
and also the inexplicable Mari Luid, I assume.
Oh, we'll get to that very soon. But yeah, there is a Wicker Man, and there is a Mari Luid soon. But first, meet our Welsh character, question mark?
Big uh-oh.
This is our smith, by the way. The reason a person of color is our blacksmith right now in Ravensthorpe is because our blacksmith is absent.
Cool.
Meet Eivor.
It takes a rare woman to nail down our gunner.
Oh, that looks like willow herb. Huh.
How did you find a woman in these backwoods?
Okay, wait, I also know this character's name in advance and I'm mystified by it.
Yeah. Yeah, was just selling runes.
She offered me a trade, a rune
Bridget.
for a brooch I was making.
Yeah, Bridget.
I got the
Why is her name Bridget?
An exceptionally Irish name.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you a family, Bridget?
Valkyrie. That's a fun and cute name to give your loved one.
Yeah, they're Norse. The more badass you make them sound, the more you love them.
Unintelligible. Right, yeah, of course, Eivor can't speak Welsh because Wales doesn't exist.
Correct. Also, can read Ogham, can read Latin, can read Old English, can read Old Norse. Can read Ogham! Can't understand.
Yeah, contextually, it looks like the Ogham stones should all be archaic Irish too. So like, you can read archaic Irish wait, Eivor. What pronouns does Eivor use technically? Because I know Eivor is like it's the whole like weird thing where they're actually Odin.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Okay.
Eivor is actually Odin.
Okay. I have
Spoilers.
I have so many questions about this.
So the metaplot summary is that Ragnarok was a solar flare. It's the Toba eruption, but it's not an eruption. It's a solar flare that wiped out the progenitor alien superhumans that created humanity as a bunch of slaves. In order to get around this, by the way, also Adam and Eve are a rebellion by the humans against the progenitor alien superhumans.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Metaplot.
Okay, wait, I have to say some shit about Bridget right now.
Yep, let's do it. We can get back to the metaplot.
Why does she... Okay, where do I start? She's speaking Welsh. She apparently only speaks Welsh, not Old English. She grew up here, in Gloucestershire.
Yes, speaking Welsh.
And she only speaks Welsh.
Yep.
Cool. One of her parents is a local Ealdorman, which is an Old English term.
Yep.
The other one was, I assume, a pagan high priestess.
Correct.
In the 9th century.
Yes!
Because that's not the first thing that any given missionary or converting king goes for, 200 years ago.
Yeah,
the pagan priests are usually the first to go.
you would think. As far as design goes, I actually like her design, mostly.
Oh yeah, no, I like the outfit.
Right, I like the bead necklace, I like the double brooches, though that's... it's a Norse style, but the actual brooches are not Norse.
I am confused by the hair.
The hair is, modern.
Yep.
The lack of a head covering is, modern, but the arm rings are great.
Yeah.
Look at those arm rings.
Dang.
I wish I had that much swag.
Okay, wait, no, I have one more question about Bridget selling runes. How does she know how to write runes if she doesn't speak Old English or Old Norse?
Oh, that's a good point.
Where did she learn these, and why does she have to sell them to people who presumably can already read and make them themselves? But that is a very nice necklace.
You're asking me, I have no answers, only questions. Yeah, I actually love the whole outfit. The only thing I'm not sure on is the cloth gathering up under the brooches. But that's not... we don't actually have evidence for how they would have exactly worn them, so I'm fine with it. But other than that, coloring is good. Necklace is good. Arm rings are good. Hair is questionable, but we take it. And embroidery on the rim here. This brocade is awesome.
Very, very nice.
So, you know, clearly they know how to do research for this game.
When they wish to.
I think that is the big thing. It's really when the people designing this game choose that they should be putting the effort in. And you know, interestingly, here with our Welsh-speaking, our monolingual Welsh-speaking person living in England.
The daughter of a
named
high
Bridget.
status Ealdorman.
Yes.
Named
Whoa, hold on.
Bridget.
Is that one of the turnip? Is that a carved
Yeah.
turnip from
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
1700s? Well, actually,
Yeah.
not even 1700s. Like the late 1800s from Ireland.
Look at how many of them there are.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck
Oh
me.
no.
There are so many of them because this is Samhain.
Oh.
Yeah.
We are in
Okay, so for-
Samhain, and therefore...
So for everybody else's context, this is a thing. It happens in Ireland. I think it also happens in bits of Scotland. Very like a long time ago, like pre First World War. They are often like described as like the proto, like carved pumpkins. We have no evidence of this at all. This is just a thing people have decided, like that essentially non-academics have decided. I don't
You
think
love
anyone
to see
really
it.
studied it academically, just because it's like, can you write a grant report to be like, I want to see if these. Oh yeah, also Ireland, yeah, Newfoundland. Because I don't think you can get funding to go like, I want to look at these turnips and see if they have anything to do with pumpkins.
Yep.
Because that would not get like any. But they're obviously doing it here because they're like, oh, it's like Samhain's like Halloween, and it's like, it happens roughly at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they're doing that. So like they're obviously trying to evoke this image of a Halloween, but they're trying to make an authentic, like old Halloween. So there's a bunch of turnips.
Which is fun because there's no such thing.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, oof. What?
Yeah.
Can you, like I am very bad at the whole like agricultural side of this. Can you grow turnips here? I assume you can.
I
yeah?
believe you can.
You should be able to.
Whether
Turnips-
you would be, I don't know.
Turnips are, like, a tested and common food in Old Norse and Old English contexts, so I assume you can
okay.
grow them in Gloucestershire.
However, using them for Samhain, a festival that you don't have, is
Exactly.
Just feed them to your pig. You can use that to make your pig fatter. That's like a thing you could be doing more sensibly.
Yeah.
Wait, I have another question about Bridget, and this is something that I think I remember from the last time I watched like that particular scene in another playthrough, where she's talking about what happened to her mum and dad, and that they like went to Annwn,
Yes.
and that's the Welsh of the world,
Yep.
and just straightforwardly using that as the afterlife is very weird because the few instances we do have of somebody using that way, it usually means hell. So
Yep.
I assume she thinks her parents went to hell.
Yeah. I assume so.
Like,
It's,
either her parents went to hell, or they went on a raid across the sea with King Arthur and got stuck.
Also totally plausible in the context of this game.
Yeah. And next thing you know, it's going to turn out that Annwn is just Francia. They're stuck in France.
Also, we're chasing down another tattoo. But while I'm failing at that, because parkour in this game is the worst.
I love that we're hanging the turnips up.
Yeah, we just hang
All over
them
the place.
because we can't hang skulls because that's a faux pas.
Yep.
So we're just gonna hang the turnips that look like skulls.
Yep. Yep. Which we are carving for this very historically attested feast.
Yep. Involving a very historically attested. We'll get there.
Yep.
Ah, damn it! I missed it.
These are such
Oh,
fucking gigantic statues that have not been cannibalized for carved stone.
Yep.
Ugh, they're making me
much
run
time
so
in
many
this.
places. Yeah. Also, these Roman statues are in conditions. Come on, got it. Yeah, I even look cool doing it.
I like that thatched roof. Like it gets the like the fucking ridiculously chunky nature of thatch.
This is the one I wanted.
Yeah.
This is the tattoo I
boy.
wanted because it's so egregiously bad. You know what? This is worth going back all the way to home in order to equip it.
What was that called?
The Skrylingi scheme?
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Yeah! Yeah! Before we get to...
Wait, that's bad.
That's real bad!
That's real bad.
But before we get there, I want to show the runes that, that Bridget would have been selling, according to this game, because we've been picking them up all over the damn place. Because I've been not utilizing them at all, but, these are the runes that are being sold.
What I'm seeing is a difficulty indicator.
Uh,
Possibly I'm behind.
you are about 10 seconds behind. These are...
Dang.
What these are kind of a mix of bound runes and early modern magical charm runes put on gemstones and then sold as individuals. That thing that was totally done in the 9th century.
On gemstone.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're clearly on
What kind of
gemstones.
tools does she have to put that shit on gemstones?
Like that would be, like I know in general fucking with a carved gemstone is really hard to do it without it shattering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
fascinated
clearly
by
got the laser engraver for how precise these runes are.
It's very fun that we're in this universe where runes in early medieval England are like cool things that do magic for you and not just like some nerd's way of making a fun puzzle for you at the end of a poem.
True. Yeah.
Why
It
is
is.
the Skryling tattoo not found in the New World? Like I'm just thinking about like it's dumb that it's included at all. However, the fact that it's not
That it's in
over
Gloucestershire
there is weird.
and not in Vinland. Which,
Yeah.
by the way, Vinland is
Which-
in New. Just you probably don't know. Vinland is in New York, according to this game.
Oh
Interesting.
god!
That's very far away from normal.
That's very far away from any of the sites that are like Norse
The
people
okay,
go there.
that's lame. The front part is apparently not that bad. That's still fine. It's not good because I don't know what ink they're using to create a silver look. I'm not sure why they're being so lazy that it drips down and stains your skin.
Could you even get drips like that doing a tattoo?
Oh
Like,
wait,
I don't
sorry.
know how early,
These aren't actually tattooed. You can see it's actually painted on. The asset actually makes it
okay,
clear that it's
that's more
painted on.
acceptable.
But still dumb because nothing we do will ever disturb this face paint.
I'm still stuck on like how you got to Vinland this early in history.
We took a boat, obviously.
A good day to you.
Yeah.
Same-
Yeah, it's only, you're only 100 years too early.
More than that.
More
150.
than 100 years too early.
Yeah, because we're 130 years early.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but since St. Brendan went there, the route is well known and people have been going regularly.
Yeah, yeah. And I bet they've been going to the island where there are only birds, And
Or
the
the
where there are
island
only
that-
silent monks.
Or the island that sank into the sea and drowned 3 people.
Yeah.
Or the island where Judas has his day off.
Oh god, yeah. You mean the tiny rock in the sea where he crouches and cries? Oh dear.
I mean, it's better than the
It's
alternative.
still a day off.
Right? If we're assuming that every Christian text is canon, it's a day off from being mauled by a 3-headed Satan in the freezing wastes of the Ninth Circle of Hell, because Dante.
Yeah.
Oh god, that fucking...
I mean, while we're talking about like numbers of years and churches and pagan priestesses that are apparently in Gloucester, it's worth saying Gloucester's had a monastery
There's
since the
the elder
670s.
Yeah. We don't see
And
it in
that
this game.
monastery was a royal foundation, so it's like highest possible political levels of support. And yeah,
Yeah.
now we've got a pagan priestess apparently.
No, this guy is the. This is the alderman to be that we just met, and the guy wearing the antlers is the current Christian alderman.
But his heart is in the right place, and he'll be alderman after
Fabulous.
Tevdur, this is Eivor, my chieftain.
Also, yes, his name is Theodor.
The way Gunnar speaks, I expected.
Can they make their mind up about whether we're in Wales or not?
We are in Wales. It's just named Gloucestershire because Gloucestershire is clearly famously inside of Wales.
And there's a guy called Cunnon here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because again, I am 10 seconds behind or more.
Yep.
If friendship comes afterwards,
It's not nothing too important because we will catch up and talk about them.
Unseated
Excellent.
kings for
Yep.
puppet rulers.
So-called puppet kings keep your land
Also,
safe and
the so-called puppet king is Ceolwulf
I have
II.
no thanks.
How do the Welsh annals like Ceolwulf?
I don't think. I don't think they think he's a puppet king. That's for sure.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Oh dear.
So yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Ceolwulf II pushed significantly into the Welsh marches during his reign.
Welcome all pagans set upon God's own cloud.
Yeah. Yeah, wait, actually, yeah, come to think of it, yeah, because this is the 9th century. Powys is having a real bad time.
Yeah,
A real bad time.
yeah.
One of the last kings of Powys has gone on pilgrimage to Rome and not come back about 20 years before this.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Wait, was that like I ran away to Rome, or was this I died on the way to Rome?
Your lush landscape
I-
will be hard to
It's
match.
unclear. The sources don't say. I think he gets to Rome and he's an old man when he goes.
Okay.
But I think him going there could also be conceived of as running away from his problems, given the state of things in Powys at the time.
Yep. Almost certainly. It's a well-attested strategy.
That's interesting. They just describe essentially like Bridget marrying a smith as being a lower position, but smiths are kind of in like I don't know what's going on in England at the time, but smiths are pretty fucking important in Ireland contemporarily.
Then by
I mean,
my honor, I
yeah.
shall not rest until I return him to
Like
you.
they're
Yeah, I
definitely
mean-
not low class.
I, Tevdur,
Why? What
I
if
see
we
I am
really wanted to
outmatched.
bring paganism into
Though
this?
it's Dane joining
Wayland
in
Smith
praise
is
to Saint
right
Henry.
there.
God
Yep.
will weep.
Yep.
My lady love calls, Eivor.
Ivey. We're going hooning this evening.
Join us later.
By the way, also shoutouts, AC comments correctly. Theodor is the Welsh cognate to Tudor.
Yep. Yep.
And also, shoutouts to Theodor, saying God's own Glowecestrescire.
We also had a reference to an afterlife in there so apparently that you can drink cider and have sex in the afterlife is like thus far what we've gotten. Ben folk. Interesting.
Okay.
It is the first thing gone when I am at fires and magic.
Honestly, that use of like a wreath around the head made of plant material. My head is only going with like
Especially before the winter
with
frost.
the crown of thorns from that. I know that's not what they're going for, but that's all I'm reading from that. Like I guess they're trying to do like a laurel wreath, but it's not how that works.
No, it's totally a crown of thorns with Carnunos antlers stuck on.
Are there priests
Yep.
in your lands?
Yep. Like we accidentally stumbled onto syncretic Christianity.
And actually, that is the theme of this thing, given that the plot of this is just the Wicker Man. That is the
Yep.
theme. I think that's actually deliberate.
Okay.
I think that one's deliberate. But I'm not
Like,
super sure.
Doing something with syncretic Christianity, especially in this period, would be so cool. But I'm just fascinated with how they're choosing to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they chose for the yeah. Oh, and Peter correctly comments, "This isn't Wales. Don't you remember Shropshire? It's only Welsh if it's covered in dragons. Literally everywhere.
Yeah. And if we had any dragons, they would have come after us after we into some barrows.
True. We have all read our Tolkien and our Beowulf.
Yep.
We know this is a fact.
And we will thank
Yep.
him for all the gifts he brings. Not 4 sidles of wood and clay.
Yeah. Theodor is apparently extremely Christian and is not a fan of this whole Samhain thing. In other words, he's the only sane character of this entire damn arc.
I mean, okay, the other thing that is weird and funny about this is that, like, something that kind of happens in the 8th century is that your average Old English speaker starts finding British Christianity to be, like, heretical. Like, just coming up to... Actually, yeah, that's late 7th century. Coming up to the Synod of Whitby and afterwards, suddenly British Christianity is, like, heretical and schismatic. So you could have multiple Christianities going on, but no. We're not doing that.
No, there is a Christianity, and there is a Norse paganism, and there is the truth, which is actually a mix of Carnunos plus old early English paganism, and there is whatever the hell Kunan does.
I think calling it early English paganism is generous.
The game pretends that there is an early English paganism. Oh, and also...
I just wanted... Sorry, go on.
No, what were you saying?
We've just quoted a late Old English / early Middle English couplet about Ken Elm. It's called the Ken Elm couplet.
Yep.
In a horrible translation.
Yes. Absolutely mauled it. Also, our statue of St. Kenelm is the exact same statue of St. Kenelm that we saw in the church.
All of our Christianity is 19th century. All of our ideas of what paganism is are also important.
Are also 19th century. Isn't it great?
Yeah.
The most recent source they have read for this is or certainly for Norse paganism, the most recent source they have read is Jan de Vries, and occasionally Gildas.
The Nazi guy.
The Nazi guy!
The absolute Nazi guy.
Oh boy, I was so mad about it.
Yeah.
But, you know, our adopted brother, who is technically our Jarl in Ravensthorpe, Sigurd, is Tyr reincarnated.
Does he have both hands?
No, because in order to awaken him, our Frisian Gnostic Fulke lopped an arm off.
There's so many words happening in this sentence that are so much. Why are these statues of Ken Elm in such bad repair?
I don't know, because they're old?
Like, they're old. But that's like the number one way to get your saint to give you, like, bad dreams or kill someone in the night. Like,
yeah, there is so much bad juju going on in this whole scene.
Like, no, guys, you have to take care of your saint shrines, or people will, like, the saint will show up in your dreams and whip you. I'm not even joking.
I love saints to lives.
I love the way they've placed this saint statue, but they got the saint statue beside a gigantic ancient oak tree that I'm just looking at and I'm going like, I have confidence that is somehow going to be designed as a sacred tree, because it just looks like a very unique looking asset, and I'm like, that looks like village effort.
No,
exactly.
So this is their generic sacred tree asset. We've got one in Ravensthorpe too. There's one elsewhere in Gloucester, and we've seen like 7 of them all around. But you're right, that is our sacred tree. And so, you know, this site for St. Kenelm is also clearly, obviously... Oh, shit. I'm gonna get mauled by these boars. Which, you know, fair play. Boars suck. Hey, I actually got this weak point. Yeah, so they are absolutely going for this site to St. Kenhelm is also obviously obviously is and was and continues to be a pagan important site, TM.
Yep.
And it's marked, you know, it's marked by that because they have a sacred tree. That thing that is attested in England. Definitely not just Martin of Tours. What?
I'm still confused as to why we have this big Kenelm cult. We're not in Winchcombe. We're not in... And it's outside. Why is it outside? Where are your relics? Where's your reliquaries?
Yeah.
I mean, I assume we're stealing those.
Potentially. That may have been the tungsten that we stole.
Tungsten reliquary.
Yes. But yes, there is 0 out of 10 not enough Saints lives in this video game.
Yep.
God, now James... I love James's retellings of Saints lives because he's so good at it and they're so dumb.
Yep. Yep.
It is good I was here to protect you.
Oh yeah, we didn't finish explaining the meta plot. In order to survive the Toba eruption that is actually a solar flare, a bunch of these ancient aliens called Isu created the ability to import their consciousness into humans after an arbitrary amount of time.
Give me my moment's prayer.
And so throughout history,
Only this.
these sages, as they're called, because that's an unproblematic word,
For tonight's
have been manifesting and
In the woods in need of
occasionally realize who they are.
one without me.
Saint Brendan
Yes, your word.
was one,
I will say you
is probably a sage to the Isu goddess Juno, who is also called...
That's a take.
I owe you a drink.
Oh yeah, also, the memory of these Isu is every mythology ever.
Okay, that makes this. I understand what the meta plot is now. I can't say it makes sense, but I understand what it is.
Oh no, it doesn't make any sense. And so coming up, we'll have the great fun time of Juno's name is also, in Old Norse, Hyrrokin. As in the Jotun that helps burn Baldur's ship at his funeral.
Oh dear God. Fabulous.
That's
Compare-
a weird cognitive, like a weird, weird connection to have made between Juno and her.
Yeah, but I'll save my rant for that for the, whenever we get to the Jotunheim mythological arc that is in this video game.
Yep. I think we've had a couple of questions, including about a document where Pope Gregory the Great suggests that priests turn pagan sites into Christian sites. Those, I think, are usually temples.
Oh,
You would
shit,
also
that's a firefly.
potentially turn
That's a
sacred. You
chase
would
the
also
firefly.
potentially turn sacred trees into Christian sites, but that's like it's harder to do, and you wouldn't do it with a saint's shrine because you want the money from pilgrims to be coming in to like buildings with monks in, ideally.
Yeah.
You essentially need to put a saint shrine. It's like placing any like modern tourist attraction. You don't put it in the
Yeah.
middle of fuck off nowhere. You put it somewhere where people will come and spend money on adjacent
Yeah.
places, like
Correct.
the local inn,
See,
and so forth.
see, literally
Yeah.
the entirety of the entire Camino de Santiago de Compostela.
Yeah. I think somebody also asked a question about saints' lives, but I'm not clear on what the question was.
Let's see if we can scroll up and find it.
The Gazician historian.
Do. Oh, just asked Saints Lives question mark?
Yeah, so I'm not clear what the question is.
Why don't you give an introduction to what a Saints Live actually is then?
How long do you have? I mean,
Yes, we've got another 2.5 hours here, so.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll just get straight in and say the genre of the saint's life, which is a type of text, starts off with people writing down martyrdom stories about early Christian martyrs, and those are passion stories where it's typically just all about the death. And then later on, you get this second genre developing of the saint's life or vita, which is about saints who like haven't died horrible, bloody, painful deaths, but have lived fairly ascetic, monastic, like very, very harsh, holy lives. And so now, whenever a saint's cult develops, at this point, people will write a life of the saint, and that is what I study. Usually quite a bit after the saint has died, and Ken Arm's life in particular is attested way later than this. So I'm not convinced that anyone is actually adoring and worshipping Ken Elm in the 9th century.
Yeah. I am also
like-
unpersuaded.
Like,
11th
because
century?
the ink-
Maybe. 12th century?
Yeah,
Definitely.
11th century is when you get the big fad for like early medieval English boy kings who are murdered by their sisters or stepsisters or stepmothers. There's a whole bunch of them in the manuscript that I study.
Amazing.
But 9th century doesn't care. Like, there was a whole lecture this year in my department about why are there no early English martyrs until you hit, like, around the 11th century. But, yeah, pretty much a saint's biography.
Yep. I
And
apparently
a lot of,
I apparently have
miracles
missed a
included in
weapons
here.
change. Hang on. I
Yes.
missed one. So, who, Rat, I think you put in a weapons change? What are we doing? What pain did you give me?
I can't believe I forgot to say that, yes, you do get a lot of miracles in saints' lives, especially posthumous miracles. Some of them are mostly miracles that happen after the saint has died.
Yeah, I mean, one of our main, like, early English ones is, of course, Alfred. His Life of St. Edmund is our, everything.
Yep. Yeah.
And
you've
it's
got,
a huge
Abbo
frickin'
Clary.
deal.
Yeah.
With such
But
fun
Alfred's
things
all
as,
about the lives of saints.
after being turned into a pincushion, which we have seen where it got turned into a pincushion in East Anglia because they didn't touch it. Even though Elfrich says it's a random spot in the middle of the woods, it's actually the center of his hall and his throne in East Anglia, and no one's touched it. So it still is full of arrows.
Yep.
Main hand knife. Okay, hang on. We've got inventory changes. But such miracles include not rotting, a wolf guarding his head after he gets decapitated, also the head screaming for help.
Yep.
And turning people insane when they look on him.
Yep. There's I love stories about saints who get beheaded because you get stuff like Saint Sidwell or Sativola, who I study, who like her body picks up her head and walks with it into Exeter.
Beautiful. Amazing.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, and there's a couple of beheaded female saints who do this, and I love this like motif of you beheaded me and then I just pick up the head and I start walking and I show up to where I want my church to be. Yep.
So, guys, which one do you think is the worst axe for me? I've got the Sepulchre axe, which is this bronze monstrosity with a wolf's head on it. We've got Allah's Bardiche, as in that King Allah, apparently uses a Bardiche.
Oh boy.
We've got a Battle Sparth, which exists. That looks like a guillotine blade.
Sorry, that King Allah, the original King Allah.
That King Allah.
Of Pope Gregory Pun fame?
As in the one that was blood-eagled by Ivar Ragnarsson.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
Different Allah.
Yes.
Different Allah.
Different
Okay,
Allah.
Because I was going to say, if it's the Allah who's apparently ruling Deira in the pagan period, then that's an ancient axe.
I mean, we do have ancient axes, and random crap. We've got a Spartan shield.
Why do we have this?
It's from Sparta.
To save money.
It's from Sparta.
Yep.
I think we're going to go with Lagertha's axe, which is also, we figured it out last time, is a Bronze Age Persian axe style.
Good. That should be here.
Cool. Yes, that definitely sounds like a thing I would expect.
Also, as in Ragnar Lothbrok's wife, according to Saxo Grammaticus, Lagertha. Vikings TV show reference?
We all listen to Saxo Grammaticus.
No, we all listen to the History Channel.
Apparently so.
Alright, we're doing the Bardiche.
I really wish that we could fit Adam of Bremen into this game somehow. I want to hear the batshit from Adam of Bremen stuff.
We can talk about Adam of Bremen. I wonder if we can. We can't, but we can. There's no... Because Sweden doesn't exist in this game, we can't fit in Adam of Bremen.
Yeah, and we can't talk about him saying that Greenland is called Greenland because the people there are green. Because, like, no, has anybody even colonized Greenland yet?
I forgot about that!
Yeah.
Eivor, there you are.
But we can talk about him anyway, because we can just warp over to Norway whenever we want, and then talk about Adam of Bremen.
Nice. Nice, very nice.
But yeah, so... I mean, my favorite thing to do to people is to show the Vikings TV show Gamla Uppsala, which is clearly Adam of Bremen's Gamla Uppsala, and then show them Gamla Uppsala.
Yep.
Favorite thing.
I need a drink.
I choose
I
that...
keep forgetting that we're... Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I keep forgetting that we're in a Wicker Man plotline.
We haven't even started the Wicker Man plotline yet. We're still pretending that this is normal and fine.
Yep.
It brings Spider up so often that I'm like getting worried it's a Chekhov's gun. Like, they've mentioned it so often, but I'm like, is this poisoned? What's happening? Why does this come up so often?
No, they just really fucking like cider.
And if you dress as one,
No one here is high status enough to drink mead, I guess.
Why is this monolingual person... Oh, other roomie visitors. Hold on. Okay. What? Oh, wow. So they're including dressing up as something... They're including trick-or-treating. That's just trick-or-treating.
Yes. And guess what we're dressing up as?
Oh, I'm scared.
Good.
Oh, sorry, we're dressed as Altair, so we're still Altair! We'll have to switch our gear. We'll have to switch our gear to not be Altair.
Someone was asking if the wife is actually speaking Welsh, and I think she is speaking actual Welsh, although I can't really understand it.
What I find really interesting is this monolingual person
Yeah.
is is speaking to somebody she knows can't understand
I'll
her.
keep this covering.
And
Yeah.
that is and really, like, first of all, that's not something you would do. Like, if, when I'm standing around a bunch of French Canadians, I don't just start speaking like my unintelligible English, like, or not even French Canadians, they don't understand me. Like, if I was standing around with a bunch of people in the Guildhall and they only spoke Irish, I wouldn't just start speaking English, even though no one else could understand me.
Like, I have to
Unless I
assume
was being a dick.
Does she just hate you?
I don't know, but also Gunnar can speak Welsh, apparently. He perfectly understands everything she says, even though he has no reason to know Welsh.
She should be turning to him in that case when she's talking.
Yeah.
Someone was asking a question about the Mari Luid.
Speaking of which, have you guys caught up yet?
I don't know if I'm caught up. I'm seeing someone wearing a horse skull.
Yes.
I don't think you normally wear the horse skull. I think you have it on a stick. But...
Yeah.
It's also a very tiny horse skull.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's us. There used to be a bug in this game where you would be stuck wearing this for the rest of the game.
That's the best thing I've ever heard. It's what they deserve. Yeah, the Mari Luid as a tradition is first attested in 1800. Just take a second to process that. The first time anybody wrote this shit down was in 1800, and the best historical stuff I can find suggests that this tradition doesn't arise till like the 16th, 17th century, when there's a big fad for hobby horses, which are horses' heads on sticks, which is what the Mari Luid is supposed to be. So, what this is doing here, I do not know, but especially why it is in Gloucestershire and not South Wales, as somebody has pointed out. That is
and also not a Christmas.
And also not a Christmas! How could I forget? It's a Christmas tradition!
Yes, it is!
Christmas skull horse rap battle!
Yes, it is! And in this game...
And you do it for sweets!
By sweets, apparently it means moldy cheese, because that's what we got for doing it.
The eye holes in this mask are terrible.
Are you kidding me? Fabulous.
Oh my
we literally say
God.
trick or treat? Oh, we literally say trick or treat?
I am not.
And it was
Just about.
The horse is referred to as a trickster spirit, which is interesting because that's not a thing.
But also, are we having the rap battle? Are we doing the rap
No,
battle?
no,
Okay.
we do a rhyming couplet.
Okay.
One whole rhyming couplet.
This is so interesting, and like there's so many, there are choices being made here that and every single choice along this that has led to this point is just particular, like, just so fascinating. Like the choice to make it Halloween, the choice to include trick or treating, the choice to include a like much later Christmas celebration. Like, yeah, it's just compounded oddity.
It's like, yeah, the thing is, every single one of these choices is wildly ahistorical. And then you stack them on top of each other and you just get batshit insane.
Lads getting into their cups, scaring the
But also, yeah, the Mari Luid is like, you can see them reaching for like some kind of Welsh paganism, except that they're not accepting that it's Welsh. Like, even leaving aside the question of whether the Mari Luid would ever have been a pagan tradition. It's also not the type of paganism that you want it to be. Except that you do, because you want Gloucester to be Wales, but you don't want to admit that it's Wales, and you're calling everybody Anglo-Saxon all the time.
Yes. They are very clear that everyone in this game is Anglo-Saxon. God forbid you read the blog post that came out before this game started development.
And moreover, what was my next point going to be? I'm sure it was going to be a very good roast of something. Oh yeah, and also, in order to be convincingly pagan for your not Celtic people, you need to import an Irish festival.
Yes.
And put a Welsh Christmas tradition at it.
Yes. Also, our cakes are exclusively moldy cheese.
My cakes.
Is this a glitch? You ask for cakes, you get cheese.
Apparently.
Someone is asking about wassailing, and I have to admit that I don't know anything about that. But yes, that is much better attested than the Mari fucking Luid.
Not, and also still not attested for early English.
Yeah, it is not.
That's an early modern thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not even sure they know the Picts are Celtic. In answer to
No. They know the Picts are.
They don't know that the Picts are speaking a P Celtic language.
But take one look at them. Nope. I need factions.
Moldy cheese again.
Where are they? Picts. Take one look at this Pict and tell me that they don't know that they're Celtic.
I'm bearing in mind I'm still behind you, so
I know. I'm willing to sit and wait for this.
Okay, cool. Modron? Why is Modron here?
We'll meet her in a moment. We haven't actually met her yet.
Okay, so we Kanunos cult, but Modron is here. Somebody called Modron is here.
Yes.
Right, now I can finally see what I suspect is about to be a Pict. Here we go. I can see... I can see somebody picking factions. Yep. I'm seeing whatever you were seeing like 15 seconds ago.
Don't worry, I'm happy to wait.
Sweet Christ. They live in snowy Scotland and their midriffs are bare and they wear horns for reasons. And they don't have proper shoes. They live in the bit of Scotland where the Romans wrote back home like, can you send me thicker socks, please? And they are not wearing socks. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm done with Picts. I imagine I will now see the Pict for the next 15 seconds.
Correct. You are subjected to it. See, how can you tell me that they don't know what Celtic people look like?
Like everything. Everything about this.
Literally the entire thing.
Yeah. Wait, did I just see a reference to the Pict having been Christianized? So they know that.
Yes.
And they're still doing this.
Yes. Also, yeah, Modron, why don't you talk about her?
Modron. Well, the thing is, there's not much to say other than that in attested medieval Welsh literature, Modron is the parent of Mabon. That is it. That is all that we know.
Exciting. Why don't you tell us who Mabon is?
Mabon is a figure who is... Well, Emmett can tell you more about the attestation of Maponos in inscriptions, but Mabon is a figure who also crops up in medieval Welsh literature as one of the 3 famous prisoners, and there's a story called Cilwch Olwen in which King Arthur and his men free Mabon from his prison for reasons. But mostly the thing I'm confused about is the fact that they have the name Modron, which is often assumed to be the name of a goddess, but they've gone for Kanunos as their cult figure.
Yeah, because Modron is a high priestess.
I'm like, why do we have a high priestess?
Modron is our... It's not built like
that. They keep mentioning the high priestesses because this, by choosing to say high priestesses, it's like this is implying that there is in fact a hierarchy and a structure. This is like the local priestess. Like no, this is the biggest priest, which implies there's at least one other.
Yes.
Wow, that's a shield.
Yeah. I assume you saw the guy with the giant kite shield?
I saw the guy with the giant kite shield, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of those guys. Don't mind the fact that we're 200 years-ish off of kite shields.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, yes, the person in the comments is for that and did tell them to free Mabon. That is why they did that.
Again, reasons. He's bad at his choice.
Yeah,
yeah. I love the fact that they're obviously engaging with parts of Welsh literature. Like they're engaging with like Welsh material. They have this reference to this figure from Welsh literature, and yet they're making all these other choices. Like it's that combination of like they obviously have the resources and they have the material, and they're opting to not use it.
Yes.
It's the thing. I mean, it's the classic thing where it's like we will have the Welsh figures, but we don't want Wales. So Wales doesn't exist, but we do want the Mari Lwyd, but Wales doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, appropriately pagan thing. The stone with the antlers and blood.
Swirls.
Yeah, right.
It's not blood, it's random orange swirls.
Oh, swirls, yeah, those are like Bronze Age.
Fun.
Yeah, yeah they are. So we put strapped a deer skull on a Bronze Age megalith that is arbitrarily busted up and irregular.
Yep. Very fun.
I need your eyes, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I also, Emmett, you were saying like high priest implies that there's a hierarchy, and I just want to say again how incredibly implausible it is that there's like an established pagan religion here with high priestesses and, you know, temples and shit and shrines, because even if those somehow survived into the Viking Age, the minute Vikings show up, the first thing that happens is people try and get rid of all their pagan shit because they panic and they're like, "Oh, God hates us. Oh no."
Exactly. Alcuin is being very aggressive right now about how much God hates everyone.
Alcuin is going, "Can you guys please stop telling stories about Ingeld and like Beowulf and that lot because that's not helping."
We can hood more.
Also, please stop sacking monasteries. We have other people to do that for us now.
Yeah, literally. And while you're at it, stop killing each other.
Oh, Bridget just said Christ and Tor as a frustration. You'll hear it in a bit. The last thing she says before we start the fight is clearly Welsh for Jesus Christ.
Okay, so she's the daughter of a high priestess, but she's Christian.
She's Christian.
Yeah.
Ow.
I'm really enjoying reading the dialogue. I've been taking notes on the dialogue, trying to essentially figure out what they're going to be saying about paganism. Like, because this whole thing obviously is saying something about paganism. And thus far, it's really vague. Like, they're like, despite them kind of like doubling into all this nonsense, like, not even reconstructed paganism, just like random things they've thrown together.
Yeah. It's like
they're simultaneously saying stuff but saying nothing at all, because like they're not making any actual statements. There's like, here's all the stuff. It's like window dressing without content. Oh, here's our piece. Wait, don't fight. Think of the children around. I'm sorry. This is like early. Like, this is early medieval. You're probably having sex in the same room as your kids because you have a one-room house.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Careful with the old man. He's had many
Yeah. There's so much. Yeah.
Like a lot of how she's talking is obviously very much drawing on like Mother Goddess things. Like she's like, look, think of the children. I can't stand that Bridget is monolingual. Like every time that comes up,
it drives me nuts.
Oh, how to think about like the blood of your mother. That's like, okay, like drown themselves on Samhain. Why would you drown yourself on Samhain?
Drown yourself in beer on Samhain.
Oh, okay, get hammered. Sure, alright.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's like just any large festival.
That's every large festival. That's like the state of being.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Modron's daughter is named Gwyneth.
Okay, yeah, so again with the Welsh names, but we're all Anglo-Saxon.
Give me strength.
Oh, also, yeah, it feels like the extent of the source they use for this is like a Wiccan website from somewhere.
Well, also apparently a Wiccan website that was down with the Wicker Man.
True. That is. Our two sources are a Wiccan website and Christopher Lee.
Yeah. Also, I'm seeing a question about an abbey in Gloucester, and yes, so there's a monastery in Gloucester from the 670s onwards that eventually becomes Gloucester Cathedral.
Oh, so that's the church that we raided. Obviously.
Wait, did we just raid the monastery?
That's got to be the only place. I mean, actually no, because monasteries are places that you raid with a capital R. In this game.
Yeah.
Like, let's take a look at our world map here. These big red axes that you will see in like 20 seconds are monasteries that we can steal all of the random crap from.
Jesus. I mean,
those are the only places we can raid. Capital R raid. Like, only monasteries.
Yeah. Are there any people there?
Yeah.
In the monasteries? Are there monks? Okay, cool.
You get desynchronized if you kill too many of them. You get a game over.
What?
That's an interesting choice.
That's the weirdest choice I've ever heard. That's the
like,
one person you can't kill.
No, you can't kill any civilians. So they put random soldiers everywhere, so that you have something to do.
And you have a distinction between civilians and non-civilians, again, in the 9th century.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, now I'm seeing the map.
Yeah, so, how to phrase this? Obviously, discourages murder hoboing. Good.
Yeah.
That is good, because otherwise there would be players who, because they are Vikings, will kill every single damn person in England.
Yeah.
That's bad. We don't want that. But at the same time, they end up turning monasteries into military storehouses. And so they're only in name monasteries.
Yeah, it's a definite problem.
So, yeah, they lose on all counts.
And also, I'm not over how weird it is that there is a cult of St. Kenelm here, because this isn't the place that has his relics.
Yep.
This isn't... Like, even assuming there's a Kenelm cult at the whole of this time, this is not where Kenelm's relics are.
Uh-huh. Hang on, I want to take a look at this longhouse here, because this longhouse, I realize, is doing something weird, in that the walls of this are not... I don't think are right, because they're a very crappy-looking wattle and daub. It's literally like interwoven sticks with a white plaster put on over it for the walls of this place that are not thatch. Mantle. Also, this mantle. This mantle is...
I'm very excited to see the mantle eventually.
I'm not sure what to make of it. Yeah, you may want to try refreshing the stream to reduce lag.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
BRB.
So,
Oh, here we go. Nice.
I'm not sure what... Like, these are clearly dragons.
Yes. That does seem to be what those are.
But, right, I don't remember if there are dragons on... certainly this style of mantle. My instinct is doubtful. But also, this is the wrong aesthetic style for, like, stave church door portals, which do this.
Yeah. It's... I mean, also, because you put dragons on shit where you want people to be scared, right?
I mean, kind of, except stave churches. Stave churches Stave churches put, like, the entire saga of the Volsungs on one of them, just because.
Fabulous. Truly fabulous.
I love stave churches so much.
Yeah, man, again, I'm like, if you want some dragons, you could just put this in Wales.
You could have.
This is around the Historia Brittonum at this point exists, so we know that the Welsh have their dragon legends already.
Oh yeah, Nennius does exist.
Yep.
Haha!
Technically, Emrys, who people later know as Merlin, exists.
True.
Has existed.
True.
Or is textually attested. But that would be acknowledging that Wales exists, and that would mean we couldn't have King Arthur in Kent. That's the real reason we can't have Wales in this game, right? Because then King Arthur would have to be there.
Yeah. Also, Persian rugs.
What? How?
There's also a lot of Persian rugs.
Lot of rugs!
What connections do you guys have in Gloucestershire to, I don't know, Byzantium? Is that where we're supposed to be getting this? Are you guys...
These rugs aren't even made yet. That one looks... The red one there looks like it's an Ottoman rug.
Is the stuff that this guy is saying, is he gonna get burned in a wicker, man?
Yes, he is. Congratulations, most obvious spoiler on the planet. As I told you!
That's so interesting. Because, like, that's obviously, like, doing a person as the god kind of thing, but
yeah.
I don't know of a single instance of that in Northern Europe. Like, the one I know of, because I hang out with Sacerdotes so much, is, like, I know it happens in, like, Central America. It's a really common thing in how the Mexica did things, but I have no instance of that in my head.
Hint, Christopher Lee.
Emmett, you know why the whole, like, you pick one to be the representation of God and then you kill them thing. You know where that's from, right? That's Robert Graves. The White Goddess is responsible for this again. That's who these people are reading.
God, and that explains why Keranos is here. Because he really... And that also explains the Mother Goddess. That's why we have that specific Mother Goddess name, because he uses that name several times in his book. Oh, fuck.
Once again, Robert Graves is driving cultists everywhere out of their mind.
Yep, do we want to introduce who Robert Graves is for the non-cultists in the audience?
God,
I feel like I'm gonna have to remind myself of basic facts about who he is from Wikipedia, because I just know him as that guy I hate. Jesus, he's later than I thought. Yeah, born in 1895. Poet, novelist, creator of nonsense.
Good title.
He writes this book called The White Goddess, about... It's kind of a fever dream. It seems like it's his idea of what a pagan religion about a goddess should be, with some real-world stuff mangled horribly and thrown in for flavor.
There's a lot of poetry. Like, it's essentially a prosometric book, but like a book of his own like idea of how religion should work, which is interesting.
And also deeply misogynist.
Yes.
Forgot about that bit. Like, half of this is just his damage from his long-term mistress who does not appreciate the shit that he does and says.
Yeah, like, and he has... I don't know if I can actually even say that thing what he does on Twitch, because I don't want to get you banned.
Yeah, I would appreciate not getting banned.
Interesting... I don't want to get you banned. He does this very interesting thing. Like, he has a very weird relationship with, like, contemporary other occultists at the time. And, like, he tries to kill the person who runs away with his mistress by doing a sexual act to make a hurricane strike the boat they're on off a pier in Florida.
I didn't actually know this, but it tracks. It completely tracks. Someone in the comments is saying his translations to classical stuff are also bad, which also tracks. He says some real bullshit about Taliesin. What else does he do?
Ruins the field of Celtic studies for solidly 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, the fun thing about Robert Graves is while he's alive, he's always complaining, like, why won't the Celtic studies people talk to me? And it's because he keeps sending them these batshit ideas about tree zodiacs, and they go, this is batshit. And then he's like, well, why won't they take my calls?
That's right. He's the Ogham person. He's the one that says that each letter of the Ogham alphabet represents a specific tree, and you can use it for divination. And the answer to that is like, no.
No,
like,
that's not even a little bit historically.
Holy!
5 of the Ogham letters do have a word, like they are a word for tree in the same way that the letter B is the word for the insect, right?
Yeah.
But the other ones are like cave. One is a fence. Like it's like they're not all to do with wood.
But also it is just pure nonsense. But unfortunately, he's very, very, very influential anywhere that isn't academia.
I love it. I hate it.
He's really influential in academia when you're having like interdisciplinary stuff and people go to the first thing they find and don't like necessarily look deeper.
In conclusion, don't ever listen to a word Robert Graves says, and Robert Graves is definitely responsible for what we are seeing in this game.
Yes. Our sources are Caesar, Gildas, Robert Graves, and the Wicker Man.
I'm not even sure, like, I feel like it's giving them too much credit to say that they've read Gildas, because Gildas knows that whales exist.
No, they read Gildas for the Picts. They control F Gildas for the Picts.
Yeah.
I didn't say they read the whole thing, they just used Control F.
Yeah, also, Megas on Twitch, yes, I think this is also a Golden Bough thing, and also if you see anyone cite Fraser uncritically in this year of our Lord, run.
Yes. By the way, speaking of Wickerman nonsense, we get to decide on which side of the plot of the Wickerman we are, or whether being sacrificed in the Wickerman as King of the Harvest is noble, a waste, or neutral.
Oh boy.
We get to decide what's...
sacrificing one person in a Wickerman?
Yeah. They're just sacrificing... They're just sacrificing Kunon. Because this is the plot of the Wickerman.
So he's absolutely going to die of smoke inhalation before he actually burns to death, right?
No.
Oh, for sure. Also, like, structurally, Wickermen don't work. It's not an intense academic discussion, but I've grabbed engineers before and been like, would this be structurally secure? And the answer was like, no, the human body is really not structurally secure to make a model out of. Out of wicker? Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, Peter, we do not speak of the Nicolas Cage one. We are thinking of the Christopher Lee one that is actually any good.
Where the horns held high. What's also really interesting is those are really shitty antlers. Like those
are twigs. Those are.
Yeah. Oh, are they wood? Okay, that would explain it.
I think so.
Those would be very young deer antlers.
Yeah,
not like proper stag antlers.
Next time we see Kunon, we'll check to see if those are antlers or not.
Because like antlers are like a weapon for those things, like deer. Like they're huge. Like I have one in my bedroom that's like essentially the length of my arm. Like they're not like decorative.
Yeah. Yep. But in this game they are exclusively decorative, or you wear twigs.
Yep. Did I just see the name Gwillem?
Yeah, our warrior.
deny
Like,
it.
quick note about the Welsh
And I
name
for
Gwillem.
that
That is William.
sorry.
Yep.
That is like a post-Norman name.
Yep.
Yes.
Soft words from the heartless heathen.
Also, we are extremely drunk, and I hate every time we get drunk in this game. Right, it's a thing that happened all the time in the Middle Ages, but they do such a bad job of making being drunk at all fun, at all enjoyable.
Nice is that?
Like, the extent of what drunk lets you do is whether you have a one-night stand with, Tevder.
Wait, is this the Christian? Oh, right, because we're right. I was sitting here being like, isn't Ivor? Like in my head, I'm just like, Ivor is still Odin. And I'm like, oh, right, yeah. Okay, right, we're AFAB right now.
Our clans will unite.
So is this the bit where you choose whether or not to have a that with Tevder?
Yes, I chose not to do that because Jesus.
My first
Yeah.
element.
Yep.
I accept.
Alright, see you, Niram.
Make a note.
This is the Christian guy who's been whinging this whole time, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I was sitting here being like, this doesn't seem to be following that previous characterization.
To the oath.
Yeah. Oh, also, yeah, Gwillem is supposedly a pagan who converted to Christianity 3 years ago and is now a monk. He's ungodly buff for being a monk.
Nice. Must
Yeah,
be doing a lot of
that guy's fucking-
menial. Oh, Jesus! I see
Yeah,
what
his
you mean.
biceps are like the size of my head.
Look at how buff this guy is.
Yep.
Also, he got us drinks suspiciously off-screen.
Yes.
We asked for more drinks, and he left screen to bring them to us.
Can I just say, I like that we put our stools up on the table, like when a cafe is closing.
Oh, yeah. Also, stools. We just have, like, professionally made three-legged stools.
Yep.
Definitely not just benches. Oh, God, I can't see a single damn thing.
Are we now extremely drunk?
Yes, this is how they do drunkenness in this game, is just making you unable to move quickly, unable to see clearly, and otherwise as irritated as possible.
I love that they just made up some dangerous boars to tell kids about flaming boars, and I'm just thinking, like, there's a lot of magic boars out of Wales you could have used.
Or,
like the giant fucking, like the thorn one, the toxic thorn one, that I can think of how it's spelled, but I also don't want to try and say that because my Middle Welsh is really out of date.
Wait, remind me.
The one from Col Canolan, like the entire story is about getting.
Oh, Torch Truith! Yeah,
there we
you
go.
could absolutely. Torch Truith is attested in this period. He shows up in Historia Brittonum. You could absolutely talk about Torch Truith.
Where are you?
yep. Okay, we now have a cutscene about how drunk we are. Everyone enjoy that.
It's interesting that they're specifically framing getting really wasted at the pagan festival, even though getting really wasted just like, are you at a large social gathering?
Yeah.
Also, we had the glitched chicken that slid slowly into the foreground. This game is so broken. The drinking contest that we had earlier. Tevdir was supposed to be facing us. Tevdir was supposed to be facing us that entire time.
Oh, I was wondering why it looked really weird.
He glitched and turned around.
This is the thing is, this entire quest feels like a really great article to write about the way in which it is constructing paganism.
Yes.
And the thing is, what I really love it isn't even like a medieval English person's idea of what paganism is like.
Uh-huh.
And it's not even what you would expect a standard modern person to like imagine a pagan ritual as like. It just is. It feels so out there. Oh, why are our hands covered in blood? Interesting.
Are you here?
That's why our hands are covered in blood.
Oh, fun.
Also, yeah, Emmett, if you write that article, I want in.
So do I.
Oh, for sure.
Collective group fun.
Yep. Oh boy.
This is a
Oh no.
fucking big carpet too.
Yep.
Oh, so that's why
carpet.
that's why Kenelm is here, because Tevdur is from Wincombe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Despite being named Tevdur.
Teudur, and also, yeah, he apparently,
From-
I guess he all those two massive Kenelm statues in.
Yeah. Also, yeah, wolf skin rug. Could you stop being drunk, Eivor? I'm trying to do analysis here.
Is Teudur in any way like a priest, a monk, a canon, any kind of?
He's a priest. Seems to be that he's supposed to be a priest because it says, "Though my heart lies with the cloth here in Wincombe."
Yeah.
So I think he's supposed to be a former monk, and or a current priest.
Yeah. Quite confused about how they yanked him out to be the Elderman then.
Yeah, they don't have any problem with making priests aldermen in this game, despite that not being super common. It happened, but it's not super common.
Yeah, I mean, because in general, you want your Ealdorman to be able to do like military leadership if necessary, which is not what your priests and monks are supposed to do.
Yeah, unless if you are William the Conqueror's brother.
Yep. I mean, actually, also, if we want to talk about the Picts for a second, the Picts have the thing with like Nectan, son of Derile, who is, I think, a little earlier than this, like century before or so, who gets thrown into a monastery so he's no longer eligible to be king, and then yanked back out of the monastery.
Yeah, that happened all the time in
France. It doesn't happen very often.
That happened all the time in Francia. Like the entire Carolingian modus operandi was just throw people in the monasteries until you need them.
Yep.
Mighty footprints. Someone was hiding back here.
Why was that in front of the door?
Don't worry about it. They're in front of like every other door, and yes, they are just big rocks. Just we gotta very carefully store our big rocks.
Yep. Uh-oh, are we about to be framed for murder?
Yes, we are in fact being framed for kidnapping and or murder.
I'm still so confused by this whole soldier concept, because like either you are like an aristocrat and you are a hanger-on of a king, or you're like some random dude who just has to pick up a pitchfork and hope for the best, right? When your Vikings show up.
Yeah, yeah.
What is this professional soldiering class that we are imagining?
Don't know, but there are a lot of them.
This is like
a really heavily reinforced door. Like that is that door is like oak and iron and frosted iron.
Hey, Kunon!
Hardly your innocence mean.
An eye for an eye. Interesting. Aren't you a pagan?
No, Tevder's Christian. Tevder's Christian. No, sorry, Kunon is Christian.
Kunon Christian?
Kunon is Christian.
Oh.
He's just doing syncretic Christianity in a really weird way.
Correct.
Well, the thing is, like, syncretic Christianity works really well and it's really interesting, but like up to the extent of involving human sacrifice.
Yeah, no, not so much.
Is a lot.
It's a lot.
Like, I think there are instances of Christian human sacrifice, like the founding of Iona, which is like slightly before, I think. Yeah. Wait.
Hang on. Iona the monastery. That's significantly earlier.
It's like 6th century, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 6th century.
So like what year? This is 8. So like 200 years ago.
No, 300 years ago if it's 6th century.
Oh, 6th century. Right. I hate the fact that century and like the number doesn't line up.
I have a very funny story about this, but I'll save it for when we're not busy.
Nah, we're not busy. I'm just doing a fight.
And then what were you saying about Iona? And then I'll sell my phone.
Oh, yeah. You have an instance of when Iona is being settled. There's essentially everybody's like standing around, and one of the monks goes, "So like, how do we do this, Columba?" And Columba goes like, I don't really know. I've never founded a monastery before, and just points and goes, "You," and he's like, we're gonna bury you alive, and that's gonna sanctify the ground, so that will banish all the demons out of here." And it always stands out as like this one really like odd, sudden like it's like exploded like Vex the use of human sacrifice in this saint's life that we're just not going to talk about. And it's interesting that it's used to banish all these demons, and it's like it's fascinating, but like other than things like that, I can't. This use of human sacrifice in syncretic Christianity just feels pretty out of place. And also definitely something that we would have had historical like record of, because this is something people would have been losing their shit about for a while. Like, can you imagine if a chronicler got a hold of this?
Oh,
like it would be both academia would lose its shit because that would be fascinating, but also like everybody at the time period would be losing their minds because this would be like bad.
Yeah. So this is my argument anytime someone wants to talk about like surviving pagan, like pagan in name as well as in spirit practices, where it's like, you know, with high priestesses and stuff. It's like, imagine whoever hates this particular group of people in this time period. Do you think they're gonna miss that chance to like go, oh, they're pagan, oh, they're terrible? No.
God no. By the way,
No, it's the perfect smear campaign. So if the people who like hate Gloucestershire for whatever reason are not talking about nested pagans in Gloucestershire, you can take it as read that there probably weren't many.
Yeah. Oh, just quick shout outs to Matthew Paris for having being so popular that his wall hanging is hanging in Tevder's house.
Again, why are we reading Matthew Paris? Like, we know, okay, so we know our later medieval, like high and late medieval, but we can't read sources from the 9th century.
Oh no, we're not reading Matthew Paris. We're just citing we're just stealing his artwork.
Oh, fabulous! Yeah, art theft.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, my story about century misunderstandings is the time that I walked into Sainsbury's of all places, and I was in their DVD section and found a DVD of a movie about King Arthur that was set in 437 AD.
No?
And I can only assume that somebody looked at the date 537 AD, which is the usual one for the Battle of Camlan, and went, oh, this is the 5th century, and then said that to someone who actually knew when the 5th century was. And they went, okay, sounds weird, but I won't question it, and put Arthur like 100 years earlier than the annals have him.
Joyous.
I started giggling for about half an hour after that.
I am a big fan of that.
Yeah. I mean, because we've all done it, right? We've all been like,
everyone has done it.
That's 700s, right? But not usually to the point that you make a film about it.
Yeah, usually you think you would double check that at some point.
You might, you know, just
right. If they ever reference Camlan or anything else, that they would check, like a Google search.
Yeah. Yeah, like literally Wikipedia. I don't normally recommend Wikipedia for this kind of thing, but it does occasionally have basic facts that you need.
I actually almost tentatively recommend Norse Wikipedia because clearly a grad student wrote all of it.
Yeah, like Wikipedia in Welsh is usually more reliable than Wikipedia about Welsh stuff in English.
No, it's not. I awoke in Tefter's wrecked home. Blood,
yeah.
But no body. Kunan's men are
Modron's here again.
Yep, we are talking to Modron to identify what herbs drugged us with.
Mother, can I see?
Oh, fabulous.
I'm sure this is fine.
So
also, hang on, wait.
That, like,
do you recognize
the brooch she's wearing. That's a Norse ring or early English ring brooch.
There is a druid who uses this.
And yet, with how far they've leaned into the other Irish aesthetic, like that's basically the Sudden Who find.
Yeah.
She's also wearing a lot of blue, which I just kind of caught on to.
She's wearing a lot of blue.
They're coming for you. If they know
wait till we.
Nice embroidery.
It's super nice. Wait till we see her later. Haha.
Oh boy.
Oh god. I'm reflexively thinking about what we're gonna see.
Oh, what you are reflexively thinking of is the correct image, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh. But it's interesting that we went to the pagan high priestess to identify herbs.
Well, yeah,
right?
she's a witch. Like, she clearly just does herbalism.
Also, Dash Fox, this is not Wales. This is Gloucestershire. It's just functionally Wales, except everyone is called an Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, the Irish DLC is the end of next month.
Yes.
So exciting times.
Yep. And now we are going to find Halloween the Druid.
Wait, what? There's a druid?
Wait.
There's a druid!
There's a druid with a suspiciously English-sounding name? Oh no.
Hey, it's got Welsh orthography. It has a W and a Y in it.
Actually, W doesn't come into Welsh orthography for another several hundred years.
Exactly. They have no idea what Welsh orthography looks like, and so it's...
Even Y shouldn't be a popular part of Welsh orthography at this point in time. You should be looking at an I or an E.
Yep. We are facing the wrong direction. God damn it.
We don't even know if the word druids in Wales at this point. Like,
well, I mean, no, ever. Well, or not ever, but like in the post-Roman period.
Yeah, like there's it's not even an academic argument. It's just kind of like settled, and like at most you have people looking at the words, the cognate word from in Welsh for druid, and it's just like this is just a word for like it's like just like it is used in Irish. It's like this is a word for smart person.
Yeah.
Because again, it just means wise person. It's the same as wizard.
I mean, yeah, because also I have to emphasize, like, the Welsh are, even people who hate the Welsh at this point don't accuse them of not being Christian. If there were druids around, I promise you, Bede would have been all over
Oh
that shit.
God,
Like,
yes.
oh, look at the Welsh, they've got druids, we hate them.
Are you kidding me? Bede is squeezing every scrap of reason he can find to say everyone else is terrible for, like, the entirety of his book.
Yeah.
And even he can't bother to write down anything about why they're terrible, just says they call it Easter because Eostra.
Yep. Yep.
And there is the
And then-
entirety of our knowledge of Astara.
Yep. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, I see people being like, oh yeah, Easter is like the not euhemerized, what's the word? The, like, borrowed festival, and I'm like, no, we already knew when we put, like, Easter had a date before the word Easter came into the equation.
Yeah.
It might actually be based on the date of it is key to a Jewish calendar.
Yeah,
Jewish
like,
calendar.
if anybody wants to
For a while.
if anybody wants to complain about Christianity appropriating festivals, I think it should probably be Jewish people.
Yes. Anyway, but yeah, I am writing over to this artifact specifically because I'm pretty sure this is a, yep, here it is.
We've just gone past a shitload of hairs.
Yep,
Right?
yep,
That's
yep.
And again, this is a tiny petty complaint, but what the hell are they all doing out where there's human beings?
Don't know.
Like, it's this. I don't know. Maybe it's just that in the modern day they're so rare to see that I'm like, why are there so many of them here?
Spooky pagan forest. Got some antlers. It's inexplicably now incredibly dark, even though there's not a lot of leaf.
Oh,
leaves
we've
on
got
these
skulls. We've got skulls, and we've got wicker. Perfect.
We've got skulls in Wicker now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let me go up with the bird, and then now we can enter photo mode to get above it. Well, we're the wrong way around. Damn it. Fly around the tree, please. Bird. Bird. Please. The bird does not like the tree. And so I'm having a hard time getting a...
Is this a bird that you own or a bird that you are?
Yes. No, we have a pet. We have a pet raven who rescued us from wolves when we were a kid.
Right.
Named Sunan. Named Sunan, not Hunan or Munan. Sunan, which is just the site, because it lets us see gooder.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Damn!
Yeah,
It doesn't look like we're going to be able to easily get the visual on this. But it's a glowing red skull with engravings on it.
Yes.
I can't even
How
think,
normal.
like I'm sitting here, I'm trying to think, because they're obviously just using the skulls because they're spooky and spooky pagan, as we said before. But I'm trying to think of like uses of skulls in this part of the world. And like the best you have is headhunting, but skulls don't work for headhunting. As I've talked about before, you have to have a face to make it worth anything. Like, is there anything going on with skulls in like early England? Like aside from like
Nah.
skulls.
Holy
Like, not
shit,
that I
no.
know of, and even then, it's quite rare to suggest that you have a saint's skull. That's like the king of like shiny relics getting
Yeah.
an actual skull. Like the most you're gonna get is a tooth or a finger bone.
Hell, even Lindisfarne didn't say that they had Cuthbert's skull. They just had like the rest of his skeleton.
Yeah, actually, can I tell my favorite saint story of all time?
Absolutely.
Which
I'm just
is
going to...
Hugh of Link. Sorry.
Actually, let me do this first, because the way
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
deal with this is you shoot with an arrow once and it explodes.
What? Why do you even need to shoot it?
Because Eivor calls it troll magic, and it has literally no other impact on anything in the
Cool.
stuff.
Fun. Cursed symbol destroyed.
Cursed symbol destroyed.
Yep.
So yeah,
So
now you can
Hugh-
tell your saint story.
Bishop Hugh of Lincoln, who is also himself regarded as a saint, once went to visit a saint's relics. I can't remember which saint it is, but the saint has like an arm and a full set of like hand bones. Or maybe it's actually a flesh arm. Hugh decides he wants to get a relic for Lincoln, but he can't like get away with just asking for one. So he pretends to kiss the dead hand and bites a finger off.
Oh.
To take back.
Perfect.
I'm proud of him.
It's my favorite story.
This actually brings up. This is what I cannot stand in like video games and tabletop games where you're set in like a medieval, vague medieval past. The theft of saints' relics never comes up, even though that is like fucking it's like going
It's
like
the
it is
most
the
fun
most
thing.
exactly. It's super fun, and it's also like the most like like when you have a bunch of like fuckers sitting around a table, and you're like, we have to steal this. It's like what are we stealing today? It's like we're stealing we're stealing a whole skeleton. Hold on, Adam, can you go back to that? I'll take a picture of it.
Oh, I've been sitting on it for like 15 seconds. You'll get to see it plenty.
Again, why is it here?
Sorry.
Why is it here?
Sorry, this is not King Arthur. This is Brendan of Clonfert writing.
He said that he
What? Wait.
In Gloucester?
My loyalty to him tears
This
me
this
one
whole stream is just
direction.
gonna be me screaming in Gloucester in the 9th century over and over
Why
again.
have these voices spoken to me? The Gospels sing within
The
me.
Nephilim?
I sense conflict. I sense disagreement.
Oh, we're.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing.
I see. We're in City of Bones now.
I will
No.
one day weigh my soul, attempt penance, attempt to repent for the missteps.
Oh, I
also
got
don't
too
know how to
far
use
away.
The word hath. I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, what? Did you hath has actual grammatical context? It isn't just old timey.
No. Amazing. But yeah, no, like one of my favorite relic theft stories is how some Breton monks decide to steal the relics of, I think it's Saint Maglourius from the Channel Islands from Sark. And they show up and they steal them, and the people of Sark set out in boats to get them back, like with pitchforks. But then a storm happens, and the people of Sark have to turn back, and that's like God's will that the Bretons should have Maglourius.
Incredible.
Yep.
I am a big fan.
Actually, you could really use a Viking band to do some relic theft. That would be a really great use of them.
Absolutely.
Like, oh, they stole the reliquary? Of course they stole the reliquary. It's fancy. And then,
Just
you know, and then
finally
it turns out
frame
you were
them.
hired. Yeah.
I think this OM is gibberish, which is fascinating because that'd be the first time in this game it isn't, because I've done the first 3 letters on the left-hand thing and it's just BREN, and I'm like 95% sure if we're gonna get Brendan out of this line.
It's a miracle.
Which is
Incredible.
weird because like normally the OM is like literally not even structured like OM's supposed to be. Like it's just like random and all over the place. This is fascinating if this is actual like.
You're glitching in and out of the boat. Or is my screen just terrible?
I'm glitching a little bit, but what I'm trying to do is trying to line it up in exactly the right spot. That, despite being clearly in the right spot, the game is not detecting it as such.
Oh, I see.
Until they line up like that. There we go. Finally got it. Maybe. Kind of. Nope.
If the game will acknowledge that you have done this.
That I did the thing. And once I have done the thing, it will do stuff, I guess. Hello?
Yep. Hello? Yeah.
Right, it zoomed in on me, which means I know I'm in the right location. And now it's just fiddling the camera until it clicks. But it's not clicking despite it me being lined up. I give up. I don't even care. It's a skill point. I don't care.
Yep. Emma, that story, you saying that all the other OM in this game is gibberish is reminding me of the incident from Merlin. I mean, all the paleography in Merlin is weird, but they have one manuscript that has a bunch of stuff in like one of the Georgian alphabets, but it's total gibberish. It's like, then why bother putting it in Georgian?
Uh-huh. Because the Georgian alphabet is gorgeous as hell.
I mean, yeah, no, agreed, but then why not put actual words in there? Like, if you were just gonna do gibberish, you don't need to change the writing system. I don't know.
Uh-huh. And now we are meeting a guy...
You have Ragnar's
Braun.
How
Braun.
can you know it was his?
You have me there,
Right.
friend. I cannot be
Yeah.
So again, we are just straightforwardly Welsh shit.
Help me into
Yes.
my house. You can judge for yourself.
The legendary Horde of Ragnar Lothbrok.
Yes! Also, he is wearing... I actually like his outfit. His outfit is fancy as all hell.
Oh yeah.
Like, right, look at these
the hell
cross-embroidered running brocade designs. And a spike baseball bat.
Yep. What an icon. Like, What an iconic outfit.
I'm curious to
And
see
his
this
own little
horn.
crown of leaves.
Hid it somewhere.
No, he doesn't have leaves.
So,
Oh,
forgive me.
okay,
I
that
can't
must
recall
No, it's just
my
a
bad.
that was a lighting glitch.
My bad.
Help me search.
Oh, okay. Bonus paganism.
Even the lighting in this game insists that it is pagan.
We have to break into this guy's.
Yes.
It's not this guy's house.
Old house.
It must
Yeah.
It's not this guy's house.
Oh,
If it's
okay.
not totally bloody obvious, it's not this guy's house.
Yeah, I am now understanding this.
Well done, friend.
That is a fancy door.
It is. What is this locket?
Oh, it's more big rocks.
Ah, yes, this locket. I question. I question what the rings are on it. The rest of the locket looks fine, just like it has rubber bands on it.
Ah,
Yes.
look at that.
That
That's
is
no
because
horn.
it's also clearly not designed with those in
Let
mind.
me have a look.
Yeah. By the way, every random house in every like vague writing that you can read in Norway and England is this manuscript page.
Shh, let's see. So,
That kind of
oh,
manuscript page
is
front
that the
cover of
Book of
Nathan.
Kells?
I think it's Book of Kells.
That looks like the Book of Kells. So
It's-
everywhere
it's certainly
you have
ins-
to produce the Book of Kells.
Exactly. It's certainly like 8th century insular. Whether or not it's actually Book of Kells or just another richly illuminated high status 8th century manuscript,
Yeah.
I don't know. But
It's either the Book of Kells or the Lindisfarne.
exactly.
I guess.
Thief! You filthy Dane, get
Wait,
out
actually,
of
let
my
me Google
house.
Lindisfarne Gospels because I
This
swear I've
man
seen this
told me this
page.
house was his.
Yeah, looking at it, it looks really familiar.
How important
Yeah.
And tragically, I did the Ohm, and the first one looks like it's like BRNAIN, and then after that it just becomes gibberish, like MAQSNNLFGI.
Turn my biblical
Damn it.
Help me kill this villain.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't show you the page that I think it is, but
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
absolutely ripped straight out of the
Bronner is a
Lindisfarne
liar.
Gospels.
It's Lindisfarne? Okay.
He deserves
Well,
what
you
he
know,
gets.
they joined me in the glorious tradition of ripping things from the Lindisfarne Gospels.
Yeah. Very nice.
Because, chat, if you don't know, my starting soon screen is a carpet page from the Lindisfarne Gospels.
So much for him.
You've helped me, Dane. I will not send you before the magistrate for robbery. I trust you are grateful.
That spiked baseball bat did not
I
do Braun a
regret
lot of
only
good.
that I did not
No.
give the battle song
No.
Brekna's horn.
Well then, after that exciting deviation, well, let's probably like go do more main quest. Because in this game, the main quest stops and waits for you while you raid random crap from
Yep.
all over the place. There's plenty of it.
So we still have to find this druid who apparently exists.
Yes, we're going there. That's where we're going now. Except unless if this gold dot I'm going to, and if that's equipment, we're going to go stop by there. Otherwise, we're going to go talk to a druid.
See, I like this because even just reading this quest stuff on the side, we know that this druid lives in a cottage
Yep.
and
On
it's
a
near a
lake.
lake. And see, like, and the lake thing, I'm like, okay, well, if you're going with like any kind of like that, if you're choosing to make druids priests, which is a choice that is not necessarily
That must be the home.
there's no historical evidence that druids were priests, even the ones in Gaul. But like, oh, druid's cottage. Wow, that's a really fucking elaborate cottage.
Oh,
Stretch your wings.
wow. Yeah, that's kind of yeah.
Also
That's
painted
not
bright
a
red.
cottage. Ooh.
You know when you read about someone in the like 18th or 19th century and they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go and stay in my little cottage," and it's some like massive landowner, and what they mean by a cottage is like a several-story house. That's what
Yeah.
this feels like.
Yeah. That's totally what this is. Hey, I made it over the palisade on the first try.
Is that a fishing trout?
Yes, except there's no way for the fish to get in.
Interesting. tungsten.
Nice.
So it's just a palisade circle in the water. Okay.
It's guarding someone's tungsten.
Oh my god, I forgot about the tungsten.
Doesn't
You
tungsten
always
not rust? Why did you put it in the chest? Why don't you just like drop it in the water as like
More
ingots?
importantly, how did you get it?
How did you get tungsten?
How much time travel is there in this game?
Yes.
Time to do some climbing.
Whoa! Wait, why is there a high cross in here?
Wait.
Because this is a grave. This is his
High
wife.
crosses for...
This is his wife's, I think, grave. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry. This is his. It says my beast, so this might be actually his cat.
Oh.
I'm not sure. It's either his wife or his cat.
I love that this is a question we have to ask. Is his wife or his cat?
If
If this is his cat, that's an elaborate fucking cross.
There are not inscriptions on the sides of the cross. There is, however, a 3-letter inscription above the saint figure on it.
Oh boy.
Oh, also, the same figure still has Elder Futhark. Woohoo!
I mean, it would be fitting for the Isle of Man, but not here. Like,
Yep.
if you're gonna have
Also
a big,
not
like,
Elder! It would be younger Futhark on the Isle of Man, and it would be a weird variant form.
Yep.
Oh, fucking, there's so much. This is just so...
Oh, it's on the halo again.
Yeah, it is.
Fabulous.
That's such a, like, not doing the sides of a high cross is weird, because normally a high cross is like, you riddle it everywhere, because high crosses are like storytelling devices.
Yeah. Again,
And the
this is...
bad part is we can't always tell what the fucking story, like, some of them are. Some of them we can look at them like, okay, wait, this looks like this is the story of the crucifixion, but also the story of the birth of Christ. And then you get other ones where you look at it and you're like, yeah, it's got like a chariot on it, we don't know what this one is.
Yeah, this is the same principle as the Roosevelt Cross, where there's the whole article's been written about how you are supposed to read it and in what order you are supposed to read it.
I'm
Yep.
summoning a spirit of the woods.
Yes.
Well, good news, you're in the woods, so...
I really have to give my lecture on druids at one point, because like this is just, ooh.
Yeah, also the assumption that you're summoning spirits is... It's a very late medieval Christian perception of what paganism is.
Days ago, a passing cloud foretold your arrival with...
I'm just gonna let this one
Also, I
play.
like that this druid is not able to identify you as just a fucker wearing a very tiny horse skull.
A baby horse skull.
He does know it's a disguise,
I know you cannot say.
but not that we do
The
anything
realm of
else.
Fae? God damn it, that's like 1,000 years wrong.
And he's just wearing leaves.
Yes, he is just wearing leaves.
Men of straw must
Until then, I await you, giving thanks in the glen.
So we have to go locate all of the Wicker Men that are around here, the little ones, not the big ones, and light them on fire. Because that's how that works.
Oh no.
said that the Wicker Men must announce me with fire. Perhaps I should set them ablaze.
It's gonna scare the fucking shit out of those sheep.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, summoning spirits as a magical practice is attested in Wales in, like, the 18th century.
Yeah, obviously
like,
Christian
if you wanted
influence.
to do, yeah, like if you wanted to do like some nice, like if you wanted to have someone doing some really like what like dodgy magic stuff in early medieval anywhere, just think it's necromancy, because the early church does not like necromancy, but it's a thing they recognize can exist because you have the witch of, damn it, in the Old Testament you have somebody explicitly doing
Yeah, the one
necromancy.
that what's his face goes to visit, and I've completely forgotten her name. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up.
It starts with an N because my brain is associating it with like
Witch of Endor.
Yes, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I love that the Wikipedia page for the Witch of Endor is with Witch King of Angmar.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Sadly, the cats won't let me pet them.
Is there a sign, a symbol on that door? Is that
Yes,
like,
there is.
There...
Yep.
Okay, but if anyone's noticing, that symbol, and it showed up, it's on the Morrigan shield too, that will be like developed as a symbol I think until like the 1300s.
Also,
And
not in Wales.
This
oh yeah,
symbol
also it's like in
carved
Irish
into
manuscripts,
shields and headstones.
like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's yeah, it's a very specific thing. It's referencing the Trinity, probably
Yeah.
probably referencing the
Yeah.
Trinity.
Well-known druid thing. The
Gather
Trinity.
the strands magic
Perfect
bestow to ward off the spirits of evil and woe. Tied so tight the circle is sealed, encloses within the strength of the shield. That very Celtic sounding poetry.
Yeah, if it was Irish poetry, that would have a lot more confusing rhyme because
Oh yeah.
Also if it was
I
Norse,
hate
also if it was
medieval
Welsh,
Irish.
also if it was English.
yeah,
Actually, you know what else is weird about this? There are actually
This
there's
dagger is
Welsh
placed
poetry.
upside
There's a tiny bit
down.
of Welsh poetry that's dated to like I think the 9th century in Old Welsh, and it's talking about a guy and his like foreign mercenary. So quite conceivably a Viking.
Yeah.
The I and my Frank versus. I was
Awesome.
like, yeah, you could totally have done something with this.
And the
wait, isn't that the specific dagger used in Wicca?
Yep.
Oh no.
Upturned blade, release the past. Circle round, be the circle. Circle roundabout, be the circle cast. Within the circle at morning dew, death to the old, begin anew. It's just an upside down dagger.
Yeah, that's a very specific religious symbol from Wicca, and
Yeah.
Order of the Golden Dawn.
interesting.
Yeah.
Also,
it's
That's a proper knife though. That's one of the anthropomorphic handles.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, actually, is from like significantly earlier than this. That's like
Yeah.
Bronze Age. But
That,
sure.
I mean, that was a bronze knife, so that, yes. Yes. Also, totally
A hangman's noose. A knife.
an attested
Fire
thing, and
smells of poison.
yeah.
Three ways to kill someone.
9th century Gloucestershire.
That's,
lords unlowly die a threefold death. A hangman's noose stifles the breath. A knife turns quick to mud. Drink from the well, you'll cough up blood. So, effigy sacrifice as a curse.
Okay, now
Sure.
it feels like they've just been hanging out in the Boscastle Museum of Witchcraft.
Yep.
Which, for those who don't know, was founded by a guy who was best friends with the founder of modern Wicca and Aleister Crowley.
Oof.
Oh, did you know
Oof.
that Crowley and
Yeah.
fucking Yates were in the same cult at one point?
That doesn't surprise
wait,
me
yeah, I
at
think
all.
I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Dear God. What a cult that must have been to be in.
My god, that must have been hilarious. Right? It's
Yeah.
terrible, but it's also hilarious. Also, last one.
Mouths are open, like they've been
These-
screaming secrets.
Are those just skulls?
Their mouths are open.
Oh my god, that's a lot of skulls.
Their mouths are open. Do you see a lower jaw on this shelf?
Oh no.
I'm fascinated.
Like, the horrifying thing is, what this most reminds me of is, like, representations of voodoo in the Monkey Island series.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
like that's what.
Which-
As soon as you had that representative sacrifice, I was like, ooh, this feels
Yeah.
like this. I don't like where this is going.
Yeah.
Tell me, my friend of the
Souls.
unbreakable bond. Tell me, O friend of the journey beyond. Speak to me, for speak you must. Speak to me, though your tongue be dust. This poetry is just bad.
The meter is terrible. Any early medieval English, Irish, would be ashamed.
Right, this is, not only is this not early medieval poetry by any metric, it's not alliterative Old English meters, it's not any of the Old Norse meters, it's not
Endymion,
Welsh,
it's not Outlie.
yup, it's 19th century rhyming couplets, and it's bad at it!
It's this much off being William McGonagall.
I can't
It's
get
rom-
past how many skulls that is. Like, you have to rob a lot of fucking graves.
This is why we didn't find many bodies in the barrow. This guy got there
Yeah,
first.
There's just like a manpower. Like, so often when I'll be consuming pop culture, all like my brain will settle on is like, this is a lot of effort. This is a lot of work.
Oh, he's dancing now.
All right.
Can you call that dancing?
Or something.
Wing. He's got animal bones on him. He's got all these leaves on his back as a cloak, or it's feathers. Who knows? Like,
This guy feels like an ornamental hermit from the 18th century.
We have the power. They are no, they are spruce twigs, mostly.
oh, that smells so weird.
It would smell good for the first day. Smell good for exactly 1 day, and then it would smell foul every day afterwards.
I'm interested we didn't see any sickles thus far. Like, to be honest, like I'm actually interested that we've seen that like ceremonial dagger from Wicca, but not a sickle.
Yeah.
No mistletoe either.
True.
Oh, good
True.
point. Didn't even think of that.
Well,
Sir, why
give
are
it.
you wearing shoes?
Give
You live in
it
a
time.
forest. You actually need shoes.
Yeah.
We will see. I'm pretty sure we'll see both of those things later.
That's my question about the Picts as well. Where are the shoes?
About your demeanor and your physical manifestation now gives me pause.
Oh, good. His two brain cells rub together.
I'm a spirit as another.
The game bugged.
You must know the depths of the world's mysteries before I will help.
The game bugged and our horse skull vanished.
Proper use of charm.
Excellent.
It's the opposite of the original bug where the horse skull stays on forever.
Which is
The proper use of charms? I don't know, just making things happen that you want to?
Yeah, like are we talking about medical charms? About like anti-elf charms?
A charm that weds souls? Wait, like a wedding?
Yeah.
No, I don't think
can't
that's
think of any of those.
Must be trinkets around his house.
I agree, but we have to locate. We apparently missed one, so we need to go over here and try and locate one. Apparently. Oh yeah.
I'm really interested to see what. Oh, this is probably. It must be with the grave for the wife, right?
Yeah.
Oh, did we read it out of order or something?
I just missed one. Yeah, I went here too soon, and so I couldn't look at the double ladle yet. The rise of moon, the side of sun, 1 is 2 and 2 is 1. Day breaks, they mend the cloth. Evenings falls, they share the broth.
Oh, they've got love spoons. They fucking
have-
got Welsh love spoons.
Yeah, they do.
Gloucester in the 9th century.
Huzzah! At least it's, a thing from any time period.
Yeah.
They devoted time to make an asset of that. I wonder how often those show up in the game.
I mean,
That's interesting.
I think that's the only time. I think that's a unique
that's
asset.
one spoon with a double head. That's not what a Welsh love spoon is.
Nice.
Have you
Oh.
found yourself?
I love this. This is just
If you are a
fascinating
spirit
every time.
It's like I don't even know where to
Which is
begin
the
with this.
charm that weds souls?
So what are Welsh love spoons?
The charm of the
I mean,
spoon.
so I'm not an expert on them because
Such
they're
that a
not
wedded pair
attested
can sup
in this
off together.
period.
Of course, they are very much 19th
I
century
think
again.
They are,
are made
yeah, they are
of
decorative
earth,
carved
of
wooden
water,
spoons. I'm
and
trying to find a
wind.
Wikipedia page
Which
that can
charm
give me the
clogs earth,
basic rundown.
dries the water, and stills the wind?
God.
Yeah.
Men and Earth are made of earth, water, and wind. Okay, don't know where that's from.
Threefold
I mean,
death
Earth, Wind,
stops
and Fire
last
would be a band.
returns a body to
Exactly.
earth and renders
Uh,
water into poison.
Earliest known love spoon from Wales is from the
Threefold
17th
death is the
century.
charm.
Okay.
Oof.
Which
Yeah.
charm
Earliest dated
protects
love spoon
from
worldwide
evil
is from
spirits?
Germany and it's also from the 17th century.
Nice. You love
They're
to
also
see
not
early
double-headed.
modern magic. You love to see early modern magic.
Sure
It's
not
it's just a really
Only
fancy
one of
spoon.
light need not fear it.
Yeah, like they're not even magical. Like it's something a sailor would carve when they're like, I'm on a boat for like 8 months waiting to get home.
It's just a way to prove that you are really putting effort into the relationship.
So he just said Mabon be praised.
No, just the answer to a question.
Interesting. Okay.
Her pouch
So
made
this-
its way to
I
Glowecestrescire
okay.
in the hands of a strange man.
Okay, Modron's a person,
Aye.
Mabon's a
A
god.
mix to help him
Cool,
sleep. I
cool.
filled this very pouch.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
over a dandelion wine, he spoke fondly of his home, Coothladrin.
Kuthladra.
I'm so
Oof,
understanding
that
what-
pronunciation though.
I thank you, Harry.
Oof.
But this spirit has others to visit this harvest moon.
God,
Oh,
this
with
kid.
the wind
This
and
harvest
leaves,
moon.
good friend of the hills.
There's
Keith Chladron. Sorry, Keith Chladron. The
Yes.
hidden place of robbers.
Strange
Yeah,
man.
you know that place we saw earlier called the
Oh.
Thieves' Warren?
And again, we are speaking Welsh.
Yes.
I
Yes, we are speaking Welsh. Don't worry about it.
Dear God.
Don't worry about it.
Keith Chladron. Strange name. Yeah, it is a strange name for Gloucestershire.
Mm-hmm. Also, a strange name for just it. The way they pronounced it is unintelligible, so that's exciting.
I have it muted because otherwise I get lag.
They
but
said
I
it was
assume that it
Kuthladron.
is- Oh, I'm really gonna kill something now.
Oh,
You
yeah!
you put a Welsh name in your game and you can't even be bothered to check how to pronounce it? It's Keith Latron.
Yep.
God.
By the way, we have
So
a
now
bunch of
we're off
skill
to-
points, so we're going to go into the Zodiac and level up quick.
New quest, the Stolen King.
I have so many thoughts about that depiction of a druid and druidic ritual, but like I don't know how to articulate it beyond
Yeah.
like.
I recommend Endless Screaming. We currently have 28 people that seem to be entertained by the fact that we are just endless screaming. So we
Yeah,
can
I
keep
like-
doing it.
I was ready to try and be to attempt to be reasonable and fair about this game, but it's just kind of turning into the endless roast. Except it's not even a roast, it's just screaming.
Yeah, hang on, no, get it. No, oh no, they're all running away. Please, come back. I want to love you. Let me love you.
No!
Let me love you. Pet.
Cat.
Pet? Cat. Okay, that restored my sanity enough to point out that this scene. Eleanor, you gotta decide. This is Fly Ygritte? Are we gonna eat the Fly Ygritte?
We better not! Oh god. We are, aren't we?
I've been avoiding them. If you want to see what they choose to do with Fly Ygritte, I will gladly show you.
I don't really.
Awesome,
I will
let's
like
get...
to say, like, the number of flowers we are getting in here at mushroom season is weird.
Yeah.
Why do we have flowers and mushroom, like, massive amounts of flowers and mushrooms in early November?
Yep.
This weather is very, very nice for early November. I'm confused.
Hang on, wait a minute. Wait a minute! Oh, they did the thing! So in this game, they have split up the seasons so that south of a certain line, I thought it was supposed to be south of the Thames, is summer. In East Anglia and equivalent, it's spring. In Mercia, it's autumn. And in Northumbria, it's winter.
It's Game of Thrones, but more!
But they make Gloucestershire summer and set the plot of it at Samhain.
Oh god.
They did the thing!
I honestly, I enjoy this so much as it's like, this is engaging parts of my brain that normally don't get turned on because it's like, it's having to think of, all I'm doing is thinking about, okay, how did they get to this point? Because they obviously put effort in, and they obviously were drawing on sources because they're referencing, like, Love Spoon. It's like, okay. But at the same time, they're placing it totally in the wrong era, and they're, like, they talk about how you use love spoons to, like, you use a double-headed love spoon to eat soup at the same time with your partner, and it's like, that's not, love spoons are ornamental. They're not
You hang them on
a
the wall.
functional thing.
Oh, also,
Yeah.
shout out to that particular love spoon, in which it is physically impossible to both use the different ladle heads at the same time because they're too close together, and your faces will bonk into each other.
I assume you are sitting directly next to each other and you're each, like, sipping out of the side of an opposite spoon. Dear god.
By the way, just shout outs to Brendan again, because they couldn't think of enough side quests to put in this game, and so or in this region, and so they put 2 standing stones.
Fabulous.
Oh, and for context, Eleanor, Brendan erected all the standing stones?
No, discovered them. These are Neolithic, imitations of Isu sites.
Right.
That somehow have Isu power, because the Nephilim are the ancient aliens.
Cool. You know, Nephilim being ancient aliens makes a lot more sense in Ireland than it does here, because that's where you get all your weird angel stuff and the Book of Enoch being super popular. Like, that could be a cool concept in Ireland, although I doubt the DLC will do anything with it.
I am, like, they won't. Like, I am honestly excited to make. I'm seriously gonna look into how to make like bingo sheets for everybody who attends those streams. Because I'm just gonna like fill it with shit I think is gonna show up in this
Yep.
awful Druid DLC.
I'm so
Oh,
excited.
maybe
Also,
I'm over
yes,
it.
yes, people in the comments, Gloucester is under the power of Mercia at this point.
Oh. You know, since you won't be here when we actually get to Excalibur, I'll just spoil Excalibur.
Go on!
So Excalibur is Arthur's sword. Great. It's also an Isu artifact that was Tyr's sword? Question mark, maybe? And also all the artifacts in the Welsh Triads are Lilstone tablets that will unlock the locked sword Excalibur, which is, by the way, inside Lou's grave in an Isu barracks underneath Stonehenge.
I'm just gonna start crying.
What's so weird is there's a cognate in the Irish stories not to Excalibur, but to Arthur's other, like the Welsh sword.
Caliphil.
Right?
Which is just Excalibur.
Caliphil is Excalibur. It becomes Caliburnus and then Excalibur.
Oh, right, because it's the Latin to French or something, right?
Yeah. Welsh to Latin to French by Geoffrey Wilmot and then Chrétien.
It's like there is an Irish equivalent of that, but it's not like Luke never has it. It's Fergus's sword. It's the very obvious penis analogy sword.
How many of those are there in Irish?
Shockingly, very few, because they hate swords. They don't use swords
That's right.
that often.
That's right. The penis analogy is spears.
Exactly. It's fascinating.
I heard that there's another weapon change. What weapon change is that? The Duckles? Was that your unequipped things, fists only, be a man, or was there a different one? And if anyone doesn't know, by the way, what we're doing here is you can spend 1,200 channel points in order to change any one piece of gear, or tattoo, or change my weapons, until the next person does it. And so if you want to make me go double flail all the time...
Oh god.
You can. I would ask that you don't for the sake of all of our sanities, but you can, and I will be the Ninja Turtles.
I feel as if I've ridden my horse through a door to another world.
It wouldn't be less historical than whatever's going on right now. I also want to observe, like, they've got items from the Welsh Triads in, Kent? East Anglia?
Oh, all over England.
Let's
look. The dish of Riganib. The knife of Llafredd Farhoch. Dirnach the Giant. Bran Galad.
Yep.
Gwendolen of Seru.
Yep.
Clindo Evan. Morgan Winfor. And the White Hilt of Rhydder Chael.
Good.
Are the ones we have right now.
So all this Welsh shit is all over England.
Yep.
And Modron was just like, oh, Cape Lladron is the Welsh name for the Thieves' Warren. But we're still not acknowledging that Wales exists and we're not in it.
Correct.
I mean, or to be clear, several Welsh-speaking kingdoms exist and we're not in any of them.
Correct.
We're not in Gwynedd, we're not in Powys, we're not in Deheubarth, we're not, I don't know, I'm supposed to keep saying this, we're not in Ceredigion, Gwent Morgannwg. We are in Gloucestershire.
We are in Gloucestershire.
Yep.
God's own Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
By the way, shoutouts to their Old English pronunciation for being the worst Old English pronunciation they could have gone with. Because they call it Glowecester.
There's a shrine nearby. If you've
Not Glowecestra. And not Gloucester. Right, you could go Glowecestra and be okay. You could go Glowecestra and be okay. You could go Gloucester and be okay. But they go Glowecester.
No. Running out of words for this, but...
Oh, by the way, this is going to go long because we have a lot of it left, and the most bullshit is nowhere close to happening yet.
Okay.
We are only at like 50% bullshit right now.
Fabulous.
That's fascinating, really. Okay. I thought that, I was sitting here being like, the druid's gonna be the peak of this. We're gonna see that guy burn himself to death, and I'll be like, oh well, yeah, don't do that. That's
No, we are at 50%.
The name Canonos hasn't even come up yet.
It did in the one Zealot.
Oh yeah, sorry, my
Oh,
bad.
yeah.
Yep.
But it will
But
come up
no-
again. It will come up again soon.
Yep. Hello, random sheep.
We're in
Where are the
Gloucestershire. They
tropical
have
sheep?
sheep. No, buddy.
Yep.
Don't worry about it.
You mentioned
It's-
it the last time, Eleanor, about who's looking after all these fucking farm animals, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's been stuck in my head since then. Like, there
I mean-
are a lot of sheep.
Actually,
it's not,
this
it's
is-
not that weird.
Exactly. If this is summer, there actually probably are, for the most part, just up wandering on the highlands. Because that was done in
Yeah.
early England as much as it was in Iceland and Norway.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
you just
you go
could.
to Wales in the summer now, you will
They're just
randomly
sheep
walk
around.
across the road. But also, yeah, whoever's talking about this landscape not looking very like Gloucestershire, I agree.
Why?
It's super like wild and
Yeah.
like
No, sorry, this was to something else. Your
Sorry.
stream is like a bit behind again.
oh my bad.
It was just
I see
the.
what you mean now.
Oh, look at all the, again, horns, paganism.
Yeah.
Skulls,
Oh, it's so fascinating.
skulls with horns on.
We've got variation. It's a bighorn sheep.
Are those here?
No?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that is a Rocky Mountain bighorn skull.
I mean, would you expect them to have checked what type of horns are on their skulls at this point?
No,
No.
I am looking at those stag skulls. I'm like, those are very unimpressive antlers on those stag skulls.
They are. I think those are supposed to be like just like red deer. Where can I find it? I'm trying to remember where I can find it. Oh, I can't do it here. I wanted to just remind everyone that there are legendary beasts throughout the game world that are like special fights that give you marginal bonuses if you win them. The first one was in Norway and was called the Elk of White Peaks.
Uh-huh.
Guess what animal they used for an Elk of White Peaks?
Oh no.
Be cautious
The
around here.
bear.
Not an elk.
They used an American elk.
Oh
Not good.
no.
They didn't use the word that is referred to by elk in every Scandinavian language, which is a moose.
They had the opportunity to have a moose in and they didn't?
No, they did have a moose in Vinland.
Okay. Which again, they still shouldn't be in.
Correct. By the way, our bandits. We are in a
Very
bandits
fucking
camp.
well organized.
If
I'm
the
gonna
red color would fade, it would be great. Unfortunately, as long as we're hidden, they will be very, very, very. Yeah,
These are really
Screw-
well organized. Like, this is a very fortified encampment for the 9th century.
Yep.
this is a proper like, probably adapted Iron Age settlement or fort that has been upgraded with a palisade.
Towers,
This is
those
like we need
towers alone.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Also a roundhouse.
Full of palisade. This is like we needed some bad guys who aren't the Vikings, so we grew some at home.
Oh, hang on. I need to show you back into the codex to show you what the bandits look like in the factions. I'll let it catch up. It should only take a moment.
Here we go.
Huh. I mean, it's very like what a monastic author would think a bandit looks like.
Yeah.
Are you sure on that? Because that's a human skull strapped onto his helmet.
Okay, actually, I had not spotted the human skull, and that's something.
Oh, like Irish monastic authors, yeah. Irish monastic authors talk about like bandits as like they call them the sons of death, and they're like in bed with Satan, and they have like marks of Cain on their head.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
The
again,
Irish monastics hate them.
Apparently, we're reading Irish stuff. Selectively, very selectively.
No, we are reading Irish stuff and taking the least plausible parts of it and taking it as fact. And we're reading
Yep.
Gildas and taking the least Control Left Gildas, and we're taking it as fact.
Yep.
I feel
And
like there
we're
must have
reading
been a
Robert
single. I feel like there must be a single source they're using that's like drawing all this material together. Because obviously they didn't read the like primary material, but I bet they read something. It's like like a secondary source that was drawing on this, that drew on Robert Graves. Like I feel like there's I always wish I had the time to sit down and try and figure out exactly what book somebody was working out of by like looking at all the weird errors. Just like how you can track manuscripts based on weird errors.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same methodology pretty much works. Like, remember, we found the source that all the Japanese games use.
We did.
What is it?
There's a essentially there is a like turn of the ninth. Wait, like
Turn of the 20th
a book
century.
from, like turn of the 20th century. There we go. Book that that says essentially they talked about Skatha and says Skatha and Skaldi are the same person, and then this one that's like that commonality is essentially the Woman's Guide to Myth and Folklore. That comparison only shows up there and is really common in Japanese material. And then that's also the source they get a bunch of other material from. And we can use that one big, very unique error to be like, oh, and that's where all these other like tangential errors come from.
Okay, I also just saw a reference to the Daughters of Nimue.
Yeah, I literally paused because I saw it. I was just like, I missed this on my first playthrough. I need a moment.
Sorry, let me just... Again, I have to Wikipedia stuff because it doesn't appear in the period that I study. What's the first manuscript? She appears in, the early 13th century. Okay. So we're just, about 400 years too early for Nimue to exist.
Well, yeah. You act like that has ever stopped us. Right, 400 years is doing good for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be 1,000 years. We've done that.
Exactly. You know, there's few enough of these guys. Screw it, we're going loud.
Oh, nice.
They have so much like, look at all those bags of grain. These are very well-off bandits.
Yeah, they are.
You could probably choose to stop being bandits.
When did they have time to build all of this? Who did they get to build this for them?
I don't know, but why is this slinger using, one, a sling made out of rope and not leather, and two, not using these shields that are sitting right next to it?
Really
to her. To her. Also, these are Norse shields. Also, this one is wrong because it has an iron rim instead of a leather one.
Yep.
No! Don't come near me!
So, that's what we are dealing with. Wow. Hang on. Oh. I see. I didn't actually kill that person. But I actually knocked them unconscious. Unlike the Picts. When I was fist fighting the Picts last week, I truly was murdering them by punching them in the armpit.
Did you have, like, tiny knives hidden in all of your knuckles?
I do have a tiny knife, actually.
Oh, that's a Norman shield. That should not be here right now.
Yeah.
Least of our problems.
I also just used my tiny knife on the guy because I have a tiny knife attached to my wrist. Because this is an Assassin's Creed game, and the assassin's signature weapon is apparently a knife strapped to your wrist.
Yep.
That we don't have to cut off any of our fingers for anymore.
Yeah, because we're wearing it backwards. We wore it backwards because they made it out of gold, and why would we not be doing that? Alternative strategy to assassinate, stick an axe in their face.
Sam, I can say there actually was some attempts at like in-person investigation. Johnny talked about it before, but I don't know how successful it was because they tried to they were pushing their luck from the stories I heard.
Oh wait, this story. I remember this story.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah. The Stonehenge story. The
one where it's like, can we just show up at night? And it's like, no, you can't.
Oh, did that person just spit dust at you? Sorry.
No, pocket sand. It just did a pocket sand.
Okay. I assume that's an explosive barrel beside us?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least, following standard video game convention. But, But no, like they clearly did research and they've clearly been to some of these places. But
Ow.
like, yeah, and they had like a lot of them. There's like, I mean, it's an Ubisoft game. They have more money than sin, right?
Oh yeah.
It's a that they often use in inexplicably explained ways, but God, it's just there's so much. Is
Oh, we can
Goliath
throw
like a
weapons.
unit type?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
it
was
is.
going to be like, is this a specific person named Goliath? Because if so,
No.
we should probably talk about that.
Yeah.
No. Every big brute is either called a Yudricht or a Goliath in this entire game.
What Yidri? I assume is Old Norse.
Yeah, for Lord. Kind of. Drichted
Oh,
is
okay.
the Lord.
Yes. This I recognize from Old English.
But Yudricht is like, it's... I can't figure out what they're doing with the grammar because it's phonetically wrong. Or
Yep.
like they're using the past participial prefix attached to a noun.
Yeah, that is wild. Dricht. Like, what is Dricht supposed to be doing in this word?
It is just Lord, but yeah, what it's sure exists.
Like, book of knowledge.
Random or arbitrary magic abilities are contained in books that we can read.
I like the we are Odin,
That's
but we can do
interesting.
Vengeance of Thor.
Oh, we also have Tyr's Kick, which is just I stab someone and then I kick them.
Oh, we've just had what looks like an Irish name.
Where?
Well, I saw a name that had a VH in it, so I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, that's probably.
Oh.
I can't think of another place where that shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We definitely have at least one because in the store we can buy the Ariad Bear.
Yep.
What?
In
Oh,
the
right.
in the Ubisoft store we can buy the spear.
Yeah, we can. It's the other name for the Lewin that gets used once, but it's very popular in
There it is.
anime because because it shows up in the like all of the fucking Fire Emblem games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
this is
does.
a spear that's supposed to be the size of a telephone pole for context. Like this is the Fate Time spear that I talk about, or the space wait.
Yeah.
The reality distorting always kills
Space time
somebody
spear,
sadly
yeah.
if you can't hit them. Yeah, space
You
time
know-
spear. There we go.
You know what spear is super underused? The spear that I think Bedware has it in Kilocak where
Yeah.
like you fire off the spear head and it flies away and kills someone and comes back.
Oh shit, it's right.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like
You're
that
alive.
we talked about that in Middle Ages at one point when we were looking at the line and be like, how does this work?
Yeah.
What's this actually describing?
Yeah. I mean, also, we never see it. We just hear Kai talk about it. So for all we know, he made that up, and there's no such spear.
Incredible.
Poor choice and scapegoat.
Oh, uh-oh.
We thought that if we kept the lad alive, we could squeeze
What, monk?
Conan for more coin to keep this
So yeah, our monk from 3 years who
Assassin
converted.
monk, except not an assassin.
He's not a monk. He's just a bandit who was pretending he was a monk.
Oh, that's why he's built. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Conan is meeting his end in the
Because like the
Wicker Man at
stereotype
the
of
end
monks in
the
this
Samhain
period is definitely not
celebrations.
strong. It's mostly
Look,
fat.
we wasn't gonna kill the lad.
Yeah.
We come to like having him around.
I mean, I assume you have monks who ask
Tell her we've
for
taken
menial
care of
labor.
you.
Oh, 1,000%. Like you can't cut like if your job is like cut timber
I've done
for
nothing.
12 hours a day when you're not in like when you're not singing the monastic hours.
Tell the
Like if you do
Yeah.
that for a year, you're gonna be wrecked very quickly.
Oh, and
You
Chad is
practice by lifting. You practice
Chad
by
is letting
deadlifting
us
the
know
credit
that the
card
BA that BH could be Cornish or Scottish as well as Irish.
Had drinks together.
Not Cornish. Cornish is DH.
Is
I
it
think.
okay?
But
Speak
yes, yeah,
again
it could
and
also
I'll
be
take your
Scottish.
tongue.
After will need to see.
Although again, it
Oh,
would
yeah.
be modern orthography.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at that point, actually, and like at this point in time, there isn't actually Scottish.
Thank you for your
It's
aid
just
then. And try
late
not
ninth
to get
century.
held for ransom.
I mean,
a
like
third time
there's
after
old
you
Irish
flee.
in Scotland at
Thank
this
you,
point
stranger.
because you're currently having the Dalrida, like
Good heart.
systematically having sex with important people and the Picts to the point there's no more Picts.
Yep. That's a pretty good description.
Well, you know, we
Yeah,
went
it's
for
the
the
best way I can think of like there like tactical marriages, but marriages aren't necessarily how we would describe a marriage. So I would just like defaulting it to like a more exact definition.
Oh, we're changing weapons?
We are changing weapons to spear and flail,
I feared the worst.
Oh, okay.
Save your strength, Tefter. It's a long
which
ride.
means I upgrade my Carolingian pike for the sake of having something for my sanity.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
He's been like a father to me.
I'll ask
Not that
I was
the
mulish when
Carolingian pike is actually all that
we
unusually reasonable, but it's at least, you
the
know,
laws of many
uh,
gods.
actually a tested winged spear, which is Frankish and is 9th century.
We are
I don't know
all
why we have it,
be
but
alive in his glory.
it's at least...
Scribe has changed you, Tefter.
Changed me.
Did
Yeah.
that guy just say a heresy? That sounds like that was a heresy.
He did in
Yeah,
fact
he
just
did
say a heresy.
Oh, somebody in the comments has mentioned Strathclyde. Thank you. Total erasure of Altcleed.
Yep.
But yeah, also it does kind of seem from the very little I've seen as if this game has an agenda of like religious pluralism, which is cool.
But not
Except
really.
for the bit where like one group is killing the other and like defiling their holy places.
Yeah,
So it's
also...
like the Christian view not on paganism not good, but whatever's going on here also not ideal.
Also, the game is very explicit that Christianity is a fake religion created by fake people that is doing a deception, and that the Order of the
Yeah.
Ancients, who is all about order, obviously, and trying to reenact the Isu hierarchy, are leveraging Christianity to deceive people, and that they actually believe in the Isu, who are the early English pagan gods, and the Aesir, and the Vanir, and the Greek gods. So, you know,
Truly
super,
fabulous.
like, early medieval super paganism, because all paganism is the same thing, is the correct, that they say, yeah, that's right, also that's reality. They aren't gods, we shouldn't be
Yeah.
worshipping them, they aren't gods, we shouldn't be worshipping them, but that's reality. They are perceiving reality correctly by recognizing those deities as being real.
Fun. Interesting choices being made here.
Isn't it such a choice?
Yeah, it's certainly a choice. Oh, we've got a question about the old in the chat.
Oh,
and-
also, the Gnostic, like, names for
The Gnostic who
Yaldabaoth.
fights you with a giant cross.
Yeah,
and
the-
most obvious symbolism in the world.
Good God.
But it doesn't do anything, right? They have the symbolism and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But, right, the different names for the Demiurge and Yaldabaoth and Satan, or Satanael, are also the Isu? So, Christianity is fake for fake people, but Gnosticism is correct.
Choices have very much been made here. Yeah, also someone in the chat is asking about where would Adhenoglad be around, and the answer is no. It's thoroughly gone. People are writing about people from Adhenoglad coming down to Wales at around this time in things like Historia Brittonum. So it's being written about, but the era is gone.
Cunon did this. I know not why, only that he gave them coin to dispose of Tefter.
Also, by the way, the super friendly guy wearing the crown of thorns and also Kerninos antlers was the guy who hired the bandits to capture Tevdir.
God-fearing Christians
Yep.
arguing the nature of
Subtlety!
but he softened.
Yeah.
Men do great evil
Like,
to
I
men
always
on
find it
their
interesting
power,
that they obviously are casting this guy in the positive light. He says, like, well, you know, Christians, pagans, God loves everybody, if God has, like, one face or, like, many faces. And that's
He made the lad's body
very much heresy. Like, that's
giga heresy.
Like going against the Council of Nicaea.
dealt with Cunon.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. But it's obviously being like, this person's the right, because that's, like, a very... It would be a modern, like, very accepting modern take, but it's absolutely not okay in this time. This is a time period where specifically that statement would make a lot of people very anxious. Because of a lot of, like, heresies that had been going on previously.
I mean, because also, like, this is a time period where we can't handle people raising slightly different times of year. So I don't think you're gonna get far with you. With Taldur's,
with the blood of gods and armies.
thing.
I free another single
Hey,
coward.
hey.
But then also apparently we have like pagan
resolute
ritual,
then.
like human sacrifice going on in Gloucester in this game. So
Yeah.
Apparently nobody's worried about reprisals from the church.
No, literally no one is worried about that.
Then may you ride as Rhiannon. Interesting.
Oh god.
Right?
What
Yeah.
May-
Sorry.
May you ride as Rhiannon with obvious some kind of like space distortion when your boyfriend won't yell at you.
I mean,
May you ride as Rhiannon so no one can catch up with you.
yes, we're trying to go very fast back to Gloucester to confront Kunon about what the heck is going on.
But
So
also may you, like...
actually,
if you ride as
reasonable blessing, albeit completely ahistorical and unattested.
Yeah. Although I assume if you ride as Rhiannon at some point... on the whole...
You broke up there a bit. On my end, you broke up.
Oh, sorry. If you ride as Rhiannon, I assume at some point you have to become the self.
Oh, yes, obviously. But I had to pause because my blade has the power of gods or the blood of gods and armies imbued in it. It's such a wild thing for a Norse person to say.
Yeah, like the blood of gods? You're going out there
I
killing
mean-
your own gods?
I mean, in this case, happens to be correct because Eivor is Odin, but also...
Yeah.
Well, that lasted long. I need to get into find Kunon before I am spotted, and I am immediately spotted. Also, apologies, chat, for any lag. The lag is on my end. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, chaps, as stated, Strathclyde is on its way out, but it's gonna come back as Strathclyde Cumbria, but not for a while.
Oh, this guy's just an Arbalaster. Okay. Sorry, I just want to shout out to the Arbalaster, who apparently...
What the...
I didn't bother to take a look at him in detail, but apparently he went to the, Leather Byzantium, because, oh my god, he has Byzantine armor but leather.
Also a very elaborate crossbow mechanism for this time
Yeah.
period.
Yeah, I mean, completely
I mean,
unattested
it's a
crossbow.
crossbow. It's a crossbow. So it's already pretty elaborate for this time period.
Ow.
Like what was standing out to me is that they had a specifically shaped metal place for the bolt to rest, and I can't even think of like later medieval crossbow design where you have like a metal inlay where you rest the bolt.
Yeah. No.
I mean, definitely not. Ah, damn it, this guy's actually difficult.
I don't know what benefit. Like I'm thinking about it more. I don't know what benefit that would give you, like to the design. It would make it heavier. Make it heavier at the front, which is probably not what you want.
I desperately want to know what these semi-attested Pictish crossbows in the chat are.
Oh,
I've never
yeah,
heard of this.
It's let me go find it. It's on one of the Pictish stones. It's either
I
somebody drawing
knew
a bow
it.
with their foot.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
It would be a Pictish stone.
It's one of those great Pictish stone things where you look at it and you're like, this could be several things, all of which are interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, like the use of bows up in Pickland would be neat because again, you have like Ireland is that whole thing where they stop using bows for like.
It's like I just
800
throw
years.
arrows at people.
Yeah, you have all the Irish sagas. It's like I'm gonna throw a dart. It's like what's a dart specifically? It's like it's like a short spear with some guiding things on the end. It's like okay, it's a big arrow. Thank you. All right.
Exactly. It's an arrow, but big.
I would be interested in an architectural historian talking about the way towns are laid out in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
Because every time we've gone through it, it's like because there's such an emphasis on the gatehouse, and that's kind of obvious. It's a big visual design. Like it's the first thing you see when you're approaching somewhere. But like this idea of placing. There's so much about the way this is laid out in that, like, obviously you're trying to show these people as, like, the successors to Rome, but, like, failed
shit.
successors? Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, like, shit, they're not very good. But at the same time, you have all these little wattle and daub houses, and then you have all this mason marble just sitting here. And it's like, this would have been torn to fucking shreds. And all these would be beautiful houses that are not wattle and daub.
Like the key thing about the existing ruins is that the reason you typically don't have those is because they get taken to build monasteries and abbeys and churches. Admittedly, not normal churches, but like cathedrals. Or at least that is my experience.
Definitely.
Like, that's the key thing that is missing here is stone churches that are using the stones from the ruins.
We're also missing all the not stone churches, but yeah.
Yeah, I like the not stone churches too.
That itself would tie into their whole like successors of Rome, but not being very good at it. Like if you showed a bunch of, like if you wanted to give that as a symbol, showing a bunch of churches, and if you then didn't show these people were remasoning these stones, and just tried to like essentially build a church out of repurposed Roman temple or Roman structure blocks, that would be a great way to show like your message symbolically. It's a dumb message and it's not true, and they would be remasoning all those stones themselves. But like, there's something they could have done with that, and it would have followed their like the message they were trying to send.
Aspie Sam actually asked a super good question. Wouldn't this be a boor at this point? Which, yes, it would be, and it actually kind of, sort of, technically is. You can see the Roman walls around the edges of the town, because Gloucester was a Roman site. The thing is, the walls are still mostly in ruins. In this period, this would be about when they're repairing those walls.
Yeah, like, the walls are important. People like walls.
Yeah. They would be under reasonably significant royal pressure to fix the walls, I would imagine.
Also,
yeah.
This is one of the border regions with Wales, right? Shouldn't this be, like, definitely somewhere you would want fortifications?
Yep.
I mean, also, like, you guys remember in Ass's Life of Alfred, he talks about how much Alfred is always complaining about trying to get people to fix their fucking walls.
Exactly. Winchester will have pristine walls, by the way. Winchester's walls are pristine in this game.
So Winchester gets her walls for Gloucester.
Correct.
Enjoying Bridget continue to be unintelligible.
And for context, Eleanor, Eivor can understand all languages because
and apparently
of
read Ogre.
Weird. Yeah, and it's because of weird bloodline, ancient alien kind of vaguely uncomfortable
what
stuff like that.
I mean, what it probably actually is that the Animus is translating for us, and Eivor can't actually understand them. But it's more fun to pretend that she can.
Right, and for whatever reason, Welsh is the one language they have chosen to not do this with.
That's
wait,
not a
do we
great
do it with
look.
Pictish?
They never speak
no,
Pictish.
Do the Picts have language in this
No,
game?
they speak English.
Ah, okay.
So the Picts,
Sure.
who are depicted as a completely different group from the English, speak English. But these people in Gloucester who are not depicted as Welsh are speaking Welsh.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Cool.
These carpets would be so fucking expensive, and there's so many of them.
Why are you putting them outside? Jeez, that's not, like...
Come on, let's go find him.
Carpets are for keeping floors warm indoors, right? That's the basic use of a carpet.
They don't like the festival. But Mama says they come in.
Bridget, why are you... Okay, phew. Bridget was standing on a table for a while, and then needed to zoop out of there.
I would know more about you, Gwyneth. You're certainly an odd little bird.
Mother says there'll be no one like me in the whole of creation. From the dawn of dust to the end of sorrows.
That's a very Christian framing.
Yep.
Dawn of Dust to End of Sorrows?
You run about on your own.
Yep.
She spends the holiday blessing hermits and old rocks.
That's a super Christian framing for Mordron not being Christian.
Father Gwyneth. Where
Yep.
is he?
Blessing hermits and old rocks. Okay, so that's obviously a reference to the
There,
Druid,
kind of
I
does.
guess, standing stone.
With the horned king of the
Nope.
forest. Genunos.
Union of my mother with the horned king of the forest. It is Robert Graves.
Oh god, it really.
Also, you know
Not
who...
that's the name Canonos again.
You know who is actually Chernonos in this situation? No points for guessing it.
The dude with the antlers on?
The dude with the antlers on!
Oh, you're
Dead things for Mama's spells.
It would have been funny if it was somebody else. If they had juked me, I would have been like, that's kind of impressive. Collecting dead things from Mama's spells. Okay, again, sure, like spooky pagan stuff or using animal parts, even though 95% of the time it's like, I wrote things on this stick that I'm gonna hit you with.
Again, this is way more similar to, like, literally a 20th century conception of paganism. This is the stuff
Yeah.
you find in the Boscastle Witchcraft Museum. It's like mice in jars.
Yeah. Oh.
By the way, somewhere around here should be... It should be pretty well built at this point. Where is it? There's the oak tree. It's not on like the edge of town. There should actually be... The Wicker Man should be built at this point.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh. But I am being blind and I don't remember where it is.
Pardon me for a second. I think my pizza.
Ooh, good call.
Oh no, no, somebody's opened the door. Good, I don't have to.
Oh, no, but it's not built yet. Okay, they're still working on it. It's still just these two giant sticks. It'll be built tomorrow.
I can't believe we're building a Wicker Man.
I can't believe they're building a Wicker Man in a day. That's a lot. Like,
That's
again,
a lot.
My brain just thinks of the labor involved, and I'm like, that's like it's a lot of work.
That's a lot. Anyway, we need to go find sufficient number of people wearing badger heads.
What?
Yeah.
Badger?
The festival organizers all wear badger heads.
Have you seen Alderman Coonan?
Oh, that
On
Jesus
there,
God.
badger heads are not big.
It's past them.
Oh, they're stitched leather badger heads. They're just
Oh,
masks.
okay, cool, all right.
So they're just furries. Okay, cool.
Yes, yes, yes.
He will have to wait until the morning. Locked himself
Look at
in.
them.
Oh, God.
Only Geva
Look at
has
it.
the key.
Would Gava
Yep.
let me in?
He's been instructed not to.
Yep.
Not that I can see her following
Locked
a task
himself
so simple.
in. Interesting.
Girl
Into
would
the
get her own
church.
head if it weren't attached.
Thank you for your help. I will speak with Coonan tomorrow.
What accent do these people have? As I have myself muted to not confuse myself.
Good question. It kind of bleeds between several different things. Usually English. It's usually extremely English, but it's not always English.
Been eaten away at Kuno.
And we are
Interesting. I was.
Ray and Droy.
wearing the Matty Lewis skull.
Should go and comfort him. All he's got to keep him company are his thoughts and that daft girl Geba.
Yeah, mostly English. Mostly like received pronunciation English.
Yep.
Oh, damn it, you know what's not in this game to really inflict misery? Or not in this region to really inflict misery? A flighting.
I'm very. Oh man.
You know all the problems we've been bitching about with this poetry? That
Yeah.
but worse.
Oh no. An actual rap battle.
Yeah.
Terrible 19th century poetry.
Yeah. St. Kenelm's Church. I think that's the one we're supposed to go to.
Again, there's not a St. Kenelm's Church in Gloucester at this period.
Yeah,
far
yeah.
as I know.
That I assume St. Kenelm's Church is actually Gloucester Cathedral, and they're just
Yeah, which is not. It's not dedicated to Kenelm.
correct. But they
And
just
it's
wanted
also
it to be
a
Kenelm.
monastery.
Coonan.
It's not just a parish church. It's a monastery. There's a whole community of monks there.
He's gonna be
It's-
in the
it's-
Wicker Man.
I'm so mystified.
Very helpful. Is this the right church? I feel like this is the right church. There are enough guards standing outside of it that this might be the right church.
Yep.
Nitrina, by the way, the Picts do not have the correct Scottish accent for the region. Just so you know.
Right. Gotta keep my eyes peeled for that crate delivery. Oh no. I shouldn't have had that tea.
There's more high crosses here.
Oh yeah,
These people had a lot of money to spend on.
these people
Like
have
a lot of money.
but they can't clear the damn ivy off their church.
Like the thing with all these
Because you
crosses
have to
is
show it old.
when you
That's
see
because it's in the
crosses,
past.
when you see crosses like this, it's like, oh, this is a king's grave, you know? You're like, oh, this is somebody with serious money. Is Gloucester just an unbelievably rich town?
No, because everywhere in England has them.
Even assembling high crosses, like I went to a talk about the creation of high crosses, and attaching the swoopy bits of the circle is apparently the biggest pain in the ass in the world. So like even if you just consider the carving and all the time that goes into that, it's really expensive. But there's a huge skill level for that. Did you catch something and throw it back?
Yeah, I can do that. I can just catch arrows out of the sky and chuck them back at him.
That's
Or bombs in
really
this
good
case.
hand-eye coordination.
Really, just bombs in this case. Not even anything sensible. Because they have like spike traps and bombs and all sorts of nonsense in this game.
This
That's
fire
another
is very
Roman
not
shield.
spreading.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also that.
Your killer has been slain.
Also, we avenged the other player, I guess. We get no
Nice.
benefit for... We got 20 silver for murdering 2 guys. Aren't you proud of us?
I mean, my brain hears 20 pieces of silver, and I'm like, okay.
Like, add 10 and you've got a...
Exactly, right? It was almost a symbolically significant number, and then it wasn't.
Pretty sure I'm seeing some windows that I do not trust. On
Correct.
this church, architecturally.
Correct. And just think, this was the church that we thought overall was pretty good, except for the Roman statues and the 20th century statue, and the other statues, and Matthew Paris's illustration, and
the stained glass.
The-
Don't forget the stained glass.
yes, and the stained glass.
It's inside. I must find a way to get.
I like that they say Kenhelm, like not Kunahelm
There
and
you
not
are,
Kenelm.
snake-tongued.
Yeah.
Kenhelm.
Yes.
Have you
Oh, he
The
took off the
weirdest possible option.
festivities?
He took off the antlers.
Teftir is safe. I know
Interesting.
of your plan to sacrifice him in your stead.
You think I mean to escape the flames? I go to the Wicker Man gladly.
I don't know what accent Kunon is actually.
In the hands of the Christian
Yep.
zealot.
Then
He's
what?
got a weird
I can
accent.
Leave your people without a leader and an angry church ready with holy fire.
They won't be without a leader.
Wait, a horned throne?
On the Horned Throne.
Are you telling me that Modron lied?
We've turned you
Oh.
in circles like a dog, haven't we? Moldrin was the
I mean, that would be a
architect
lot
of
of dead
Teftir's
deer, but I mean, they've just been using body
Old
parts.
to take control of
Yeah.
the churches to
Loudly.
share for herself. It would be a hard grasp to hold, surrounded by Christians on all sides.
There
Oh,
was no
good
other
God.
way.
Okay, so the woman, the spooky woman, pagan woman's evil. Alright.
Yeah,
Modron
yeah.
evil?
Oh, also actually prophetic.
Created together.
Everything.
Fascinating.
You.
Oh, also, yeah, he is Gwyneth's father.
Win it.
A man
Yeah.
Oh.
must get
Eivor, why did you use a hard D there?
feather his nest.
Called her Gwyneth.
Wait, but also I thought her name was Gwynedd. Gwynedd
Yeah.
is a place.
Yeah, her name is Gwyneth.
We can't even keep our not Welsh names straight.
I know. I never should have trusted Gwilliam and his merry band of fuckwits to kill one man.
You and the
So,
witch. This was
yeah.
to make me dance your merry tune, so you could build a legacy.
God, this arc is just...
I always
It's The Wicker Man. It's just Christopher Lee's movie, but worse.
in a fertility
It doesn't have Christopher Lee in it, for one thing.
Exactly. Right, if you're gonna rip off the 1970s movie,
fertility ritual.
Glowecestrescire.
yeah,
And we're still using the term witch, just to
Yep.
be, you know.
This
Yes.
is where you failed, Kunan. Teftir is a changed
Oh,
man.
also, you know,
He straddles the same line as
we're
you.
hearkening to the ambiguity of the Wicker Man
Of a mule.
by saying that Tevdir has changed
Not just I.
so that he can embrace Christ and Cherninos alike.
He embraces Christ and
Yep,
Cherninos
because that's
alike.
realistic for this time period.
It's not even realistic for the dang movie.
Tevder's
Yep.
reformation just needed a kidnapping and a dedicated Dane. Eivor, Moldrin will
Also,
have taken
Britain.
Tevder
What
to the
Britons?
forest.
We haven't seen any
If you
Britons
make
in this
haste,
game.
you might be able to
We
save
saw
them.
them. We saw them in Shropshire when we killed Rodri.
Otherwise, I'd eat you myself. Go now.
Yeah, fabulous. I mean, but also, like,
Unless you plan on killing
are these
me
Britons
first.
the wrong kind of Christian, or are they pagan?
They're Christian.
Cool, cool.
You
Well,
Tevdir
like-
shouldn't have a
already
problem with
dead
them.
man. I will not make your people suffer for your actions.
Thank you, Eivor. Your mercy.
So, we did not. I chose to not kill him so that he can burn to death later.
Cool, cool, fun.
Because we're good people. So anyway,
Yeah.
we are now going to Modron's Forest Temple.
Oh, fucking. Alright.
Oh, okay, so we've got a full-on pagan temple. I just.
No,
know
no,
how
you-
in Ice Age.
Yeah?
Sorry, go on.
You guys
how in
aren't prepared
Ice
for this temple. Just that was my only note.
I am not prepared. You know how when they make the movie Ice Age, they ask paleontologists like, "What can we have in this movie?" And the paleontologists are like, "Anything but dinosaurs." And then in the third movie, they put dinosaurs in anyway.
Correct.
That's what having an actual literal pagan temple in 9th century Gloucestershire feels like. Like if you ask me the absolute one pagan thing you could not possibly have in 9th century Gloucestershire, I would say like an actual temple.
Yep.
Yeah, you can have a lot of synchronism. You can have like folk belief. There's like
you can have like pagan practices that aren't incompatible with Christian baptism, but like an actual literal temple with priesthood in it is like the one thing you cannot have.
Yeah, because the last thing you want is to be like, here's a specific place where we gather to do something that the authorities do not like. It's like, no. You just put it like you don't do that. Don't all gather in one place in a specific structured location that you can be killed in.
Again, all of the Aedalial textual sources tell us that like pagan temples and pagan priests are the first target of any conversion attempt, especially if it's coming from the top down.
Yep.
Because it's just like, first of all, it's an easy simple. Go burn that thing down. Secondly, it's structured, and structured things are way more easy to get rid of than like chaotic things.
Yep. It's just choices have definitely been made here.
Yep. We are now in the Elfwood. Ash LF wood.
But it's not even an actual ash. It's just an A and an E next to each other.
Is it? Did they do that? Yeah, they totally did that, didn't they? Yep, they did that.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, right here, we're going to go in a moment, as soon as we finish the story arc and before we wrap up. There's like 2 in a row here that are fun. But this is a Temple to Ceres. That's also in Assassin's Bureau.
Wait, what? Okay.
Because the meta plot shall proceed apace.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, there's a book of knowledge
there.
That's
concerned by the quest name The Gutted Lamb.
You should be. It's definitely not symbolic at all. What?
Yep.
What? No, definitely did it do a Christian symbolism. Nah.
Yep.
Anyway, first things first though, saving someone's life is significantly less important than drawing out the anxiety of what is to come by going and fighting equipment first.
Good.
So I'm going to make you wait a bit longer. Okay, that's right in there. I don't know where the key is. Where is the key?
So we've got our big old fucking spooky trees. We've got some standing stones, so they're like hitting all the points I expect to see in a air quotes pagan temple.
Yep.
This by the way, open air for inexplicable reasons.
Yep. No, we haven't even gone into the temple yet. This is just like the location where the temple will happen to be eventually.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, we're not there yet. By the way, Madman, the Madman just like lights things on fire. Because that is a unit type that exists in this game. Because nothing's like casual ableism. Ow. God damn it.
We could have just called that like arsonist. It would have been fine.
Yep, but no, casual ableism in my video game.
I mean, I heard stuff about the Grendel plot that
yeah.
Like that was already a thing happening in this game.
Oh yeah, this game is very much a fan of insensitive treatment of neurodivergency.
Did we see anybody else with a physical disability aside from not Tyr?
No. Not that I know of.
I guess, well, Alfred the Great has his whatever Alfred the Great had.
But that's like never brought up in this game, despite Alfred the Great definitely being sick his entire life.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So.
Yep.
Anyway, where is it? I just saw the bloody thing.
You have attested stuff like you have like St. Athelfrith, who's well known for having a tumor that she has for years and years and years. Like, there's definitely stuff you could represent.
Yeah, there's plenty of room for it. They just are choosing not to.
Yeah. I have about 5 minutes left, and then I am actually going to have to go because this is running slightly later.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
I'm
fair.
gonna miss.
No,
I'm gonna miss the real fun stuff with like Modron and Kunanos and the temple,
we are doing that. We are doing it right now. We have time to make it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Excellent.
next thing on the
Fabulous.
list. We're going to miss the Assassin's Bureau and one of the Lady in the Lake, but those are just side quests.
I mean, the fact that the Lady of the Lake even exists in here is driving me slightly insane, but
She's French, isn't she?
she's incredibly French. She's
Yeah.
so incredibly French. And she's also doesn't show up in the Arthurian tradition until the 13th century.
Yay! But we are going in right now. So...
Here we go. Oh boy. This...
Ochre caves? Okay.
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
oh boy. So is this temple in a cave complex?
Yep.
I mean, archaeologists would love that, 'cause that would probably be pretty well preserved.
Yep.
There's a lot of cobwebs, even though this is probably a place which people should be walking through a lot.
Yep.
The place is entirely poison, and you have to be a parkour expert to not get poisoned by it. Alternatively, this game could just have me jump into the poison.
Yep.
This is
Position
awkward.
historian, I don't have any sanity left at this point, but that's
It's
fine.
true.
I didn't have tons to start with.
Need to
You think?
Let's try that again. A little bit less choking on the poison clouds. Okay, here we go. We are almost here. We've got like one more room to go through of just random guards in this random complex that we're going to sprint through. Ochre
Yeah.
caves. Oh yeah, these caves are ochre. These caves are all ochre. Why are we harvesting ochre from these caves? Eh.
Why do these caves have palisades in them?
Presumably
this
to
is a
stop
temple.
people from our pagan temple.
So I think we've got a request for a double flail.
Double flail. Yep. We're gonna
This is
switch
a
out our
fucking
spear
inaccessible temple.
for
Like, yeah,
another
you
flail.
wouldn't put your pagan shit here because no one could come
Underneath
to
a waterfall, and pay attention to the layout of this temple. Besides it being obviously a boss arena, this is really important.
it. I mean, the waterfall is making me feel like I'm in a Super Mario game.
Also, Modron.
A Mario Kart level. Oh boy.
From beast.
Oh, bad poetry again. Love it.
She had the shirt on, which is more than I was expecting.
Oh, what's on her face? What's on her head? What's... Oh dear God.
What's on the floor?
The floor is the Isu symbol
She could
of the world
absolutely
tree.
stab him before you
Yggdrasil.
get there.
Oh yeah, she just wants to talk.
No matter. Let me enlighten you with the fury of the gods.
So
It would be such a giant pain in the fucking ass to erect these stones down here.
Oh,
How did you get them down here? Did you have to carve out the rest of this? Like, is this actually just like a negative space carving?
don't know, but there is
'Cause how did
exactly
you get those down the...
there is exactly one monument in England that is laid out even kind of like this.
Yeah, the thing Johnny was talking about. I remember that
Exactly.
now.
What about second Stonehenge?
Second underground Stonehenge.
I mean, second Stonehenge, is that not just Avebury?
Right, it's a completely reconstructed Stonehenge. All the way around the walls, we have the complete trilithons.
Shit.
Also, just
Wow.
let me stop running away, damn it. I know you're poisoned. Yeah, I'll eat the... Yeah. Let me get close enough to take a look at you. Ow, ow. So, Modron has gone full Crazyville.
Yep.
Random swirls, check. Random bits of fabric put together in no reason, check. An impossible
leg.
skull. Like, a skull of no known animal, check.
Blue, is that
Feet?
blue leather?
I think it's
On her
blue,
head?
just... I think it's woven. I think it is woven.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely woven material. Face paint to ruin everyone's day? Check.
Word, more word.
Glitching by sliding down without attaching to anything? Check.
Yep.
God.
There's so much with us.
So yeah, this is our pagan temple. This is our pagan
Yep.
forest temple.
This is
Relative to what you were expecting, how bad are we looking at?
Oh, it's
I was
so much
expecting
worse.
it to be open. Yeah, exactly. It's worse. I wasn't expecting it to be open air because it's Forest Temple, right? I was like, okay, I'm ready to go in somewhere. There's gonna be a stone circle. It's gonna look like something out of D&D. But this is very elaborate and obviously filled with images they want us to see and associate. Like the big tree symbol in the middle. Like,
It's
that's
Yggdrasil.
not-
It's the Order of the Ancients medallions. The Order of the Ancients medallions all have that symbol.
Oh, okay.
Will she freaking
What
stop
symbol?
running away?
Wait, so this is the Templars.
Wait. She is actually sliding by her horns on her hat.
Oh.
No, I mean, that's almost funny enough to justify the whole... Also, how is she not freezing down here? This is a cave that
know.
has a waterfall in it. It is surely so cold.
Also, what's this spear? Is that a scarab? This guy, no. Wait, this guy has a mustache and a pharaonic beard. What the hell is going on?
Oh my god. Wait, yeah, like, that's not anything I would expect to see here ever.
What the hell is going on?
so weird. Like,
That's not Maya. That's not Mesoamerican.
it does look Egyptian. It looks like Egyptian / Near Eastern.
Yeah. What?
I mean, I guess it came here with the carpet.
I mean, those aren't, like, it's got
That's very
lapis,
true.
it's lapis engraved wings, like, either wings of Isis or scarab wings. What?
There's so much here.
What's a good... I have no words. Does the other side of the spear tell us anything? No. No, that also just looks like vaguely wave pattern, like Mediterranean or Near Eastern.
Yep.
Is it a reused asset from
Origins? I don't think so, because why does
Or
this guy have a
Odyssey.
mustache? It's partially a reused asset, maybe? Those are snake. Oh, these are cobras. This is totally Egypt. This has got to be a reused asset from Origins. Because these are just... There's 4 cobras around it.
Sweet Christ.
So on that note, just one
The
final
secret-
blow.
The secret Brythonic paganism that's actually Gaulish was actually Egyptian.
That worships a Thracian, maybe not Celtic deity that also isn't of nature.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely a Celtic god, but also probably a merchant wealth god, not a tree person.
Yeah.
That's attested primarily on a cauldron made in Thrace and found in Denmark.
Yep.
None
And
of
the
this is
druid is-
Glowecestrescire.
And the druid is doing like early modern magic that is
And
probably
and
not
dancing.
voodoo, but probably inspired by voodoo.
and technically dancing.
And technically dancing as well. There's so much here.
So yeah, clearly they are just using every mishmash of anything that vaguely resembles paganism here for their Wickerman plot. But oh my god, I was expecting this to be the worst historically worst arc of the game. I was not expecting it to be the worst by this much.
Emmett, remember when you suggested that, like, this game was being made by a bunch of Egyptologists who just all really need food money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
More
Clearly
evidence for it.
that
I
is
love
what's
it.
happening.
Ah. Well then, so that is, but I don't think we're going to top that, so I think this is a great point to say goodbye to you, Eleanor. Because you said you
Okay.
gotta get going.
Yeah, enjoy any more Kanonos that happens, and if people get burned in the Wicker Man, hope that's fun.
Oh yeah, he will get burned to the Wicker Man, and it will be exactly like the movie ends.
Yeah, enjoy your knockoff Christopher Lee movie.
Thank you, and thank you so much for coming on. This was incredible.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I've had a really, really good time. Thank you to everyone at for being very, very fun.
We have had the best worst time together.
This has been great. My sanity, it's like, I can't think of a better way to end my sanity completely.
Awesome.
And with that in mind, I will bid you all farewell.
Yeah, Eleanor. Oh, God.
Yep.
I love this temple.
We've got 19th century Norse reconstructed paganism world tree symbols in second Stonehenge with Modron using an Egyptian trident spear scarab thing. What?
Like there really is a paper in how specifically this arc constructs paganism, and then how it presents that paganism to the audience.
Ooh, that's a kill. Oh, it's not a kill. Damn it! I thought that was just a kill from how far. From how far she dropped, I thought that was a kill. Whoa! What the staff light's on fire? What? Huh?
This has got to be. I wonder how much of this actual place and this model is actually reused in Egypt. The more I look at those horns, the more I'm thinking of like ibis horns or something. I wonder if this is like very like a model that at least the skeletal, like the wireframe, was reused and almost entirely. I've not played Origin, so I have no idea, but that's what my brain is telling me right now.
Do you doubt the power of your gods to sway the mind
What?
of a man?
Hang on. Wait. She just asked why we would destroy Glowecestra's peace and harmony that totally exists for the sake of our name and some trade routes. And also, I would entirely make that trade.
Yeah, also peace and harmony along the Welsh border marches in this century? No. Like, again, this feels like they're trying to do the whole Eivor is a glory hound thing, but, like, it doesn't work, because it's like, you're doing this for trade routes, like, trade routes are important.
Also,
talking to peace, there is no peace.
Also, if it weren't for them trying to pin the whole thing on us, we would have just happily watched Gunnar get married and then left. They did this to themselves, in the most literal sense of the term, by trying to scapegoat us for Tevdir's kidnapping and murder. But we're the Glory Hounds! We are the Glory Hounds!
There's, like, also, like, as we pointed out time and again, every time they point out that Eivor's a glory hound, it's like, if Eivor is a glory hound, they're pretty fucking shit at it. They're not very good. If they are, like, if they're supposed to be one. They're doing a very bad job of it. But, like, the way this quest is written, and the way this quest teaches, like, imparts information on its audience.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the writing came second to wanting to have this. They had the vague idea, and then everything else kind of came out of that vague idea. Like, they had ideas and, like, images they wanted to portray to us.
Yeah.
Because obviously the writing doesn't make any sense. Like, the writing of this story is, like, as you pointed out, like, this doesn't work. Like, there's, like, a huge logical error in how this turns out.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, there's so many big images. Like, they obviously wanted a fucking druid. All I'm thinking is, like, they wanted a druid.
They wanted a druid.
I'm worried that this is setting up the Celtic Irish thing. Because I just saw all that and I'm like, oh, don't do this to me.
Yeah, I feel like they
mostly be monks killing each other.
No, I feel like this isn't setting up the. I feel like this story arc will have nothing to do with the Ireland DLC, and like they designed this story arc before they realized they wanted an Ireland DLC about druids, and so like crap, we need a druid, and then made this, and then decided to do the Ireland DLC in which they could have all the druids they want, even though no.
That would make sense if it went like that. I can see that order. Because obviously the way they're constructed in the Druids in Ireland is very different than what we're seeing here. Because the Druids are in charge there.
It's not straightforwardly clear that that's actually going to be the case.
Oh yeah? Oh, I've just been assuming. Yeah. I heard like a cult in Ireland, and I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, right. But
like
there is the cult in Ireland that is all Druids. Like, oops, all Druids. But then there's also going to be a political subplot, it sounds like, that will not feature the cult.
That's gonna have to be something, but okay, my money on that will be the O'Neill and the Oluz, and the conflict there.
Do you think
it will be something about Armagh?
Let me check to see what they've said.
I can remember people sending me like excerpts of it and me looking at it and being like, okay, I'm gonna have opinions, and then going, I have to go reread the history book on 9th century Ireland because mostly only know the monastic history.
Yep. Let's see. Settlement decoration. As to the Wrath of the Druids, players will be heading to Ireland to unravel the mysteries of an ancient and mysterious druidic cult while tracking them down and discovering their members. The new story content will focus on Gaelic myths and folklore, so you'll be finding your way through haunted landscapes and haunted forests and dazzling landscapes while working to gain the influence of Gaelic kings.
Interesting. The use of Gaelic this early on is interesting, but also
you say interesting. I say batshit insane.
Yeah, like the big thing is to always know that like the Irish essentially didn't consider themselves a group of people until like the 18th century. Up until that point, they're like, no, fuck off. And not even like they didn't even consider themselves like the 5 kingdoms or the 4 kingdoms. They thought it was like each regional power, like each essentially like a neighborhood of Ireland was a different cultural group.
Yeah,
which is possibly one of the reasons they continually had errors, like a really hard time pulling off uprisings because nobody trusted anybody else.
Yep. Anyway, I am paused here for so long because Odin just appeared and he's going to tell us about a bad decision.
Isn't that all he does?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's in character for him.
She was fighting to protect her people.
Eivor, she tried to murder several people, including you. Stop it.
Sullied the honor of herself and her people.
So, Emmett, are we going to kill her or not? We actually get to choose.
I mean, from a historical perspective, I would want to leave her alive to guarantee increase the chance that there's a historical record of this going on, because a lot of historians would love it.
Understandable.
But at the same time, she's absolutely a problem for everything going on locally, and would be a problem for you going on.
No,
the smart thing.
We made the historically interesting decision.
Totally fair.
Because
that's what I would always do.
Because we are historians, and are you kidding me? If we could get a legitimate account of non-Christian belief.
Fucking little bit. Like, if we found evidence of a Kernos cult in 9th century Gloucestershire, that would fuck up so much of Celtic studies.
Yeah.
Like, it would be a huge problem.
Yeah.
God's blood.
The archaeologists would get really upset because it would be like, why was there no archaeological evidence leading to this?
Yeah.
Then you have my thanks.
It would almost be more believable if a bunch of people. Fuck, when's the first? I can't remember when's the first time you get Lucian's dialogues. Not dialogues. Lucian's like all the things that talk about like Gaulish tradition. But even then, they wouldn't even have the name Kernos until like the 18th century, or like the 19th century when they drag that pillar out of the ground and find the name written down.
Yeah.
Oh.
So on that delightful note, we actually go back to Gloucestershire to finish the arc, but we have a few more things to do. For the last quest, the burning of the Wicker Man. Because that's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, so
there's a second way to get in here?
There's a way out of here. This is so you don't have to go back through the poison bullshit.
Okay, we're going with the idea that sacrifice is sustenance, which is pretty rare, but sure.
Again, this is literally derived straight from the movie. This is actually straight from the movie. Don't try to find a cognate in here with anything reasonable.
Those were also some fucking massive bird skulls we just walked past.
Yeah, they exist. Oh, also, shoutouts to 21st century wind chimes. Right, these aren't... However hard it tries, these are not old wind chimes.
They've got wood and bone. That makes it old.
Those aren't even... Those aren't bone.
Oh, are they metal? Oh, they are.
Yeah, and they're little, like, sleigh bells. And little embossed, like, super finely wrought, like, well, stainless and silver.
There are so many fucking turnips.
So many goddamn turnips. Like, ruin the turnip harvest for years for the sake of all these turnips.
Yeah, like this is a lot of food that people could have been eating, and I know this, like they even mentioned this is like the last warm part, the standard harvest festival line. They said it's this like the last warm part of the year before things get shitty. And it's like,
Yep.
why are you using all the food to make ornaments?
Yeah.
You should be feeding these to your pigs, and like
Exactly.
Actually, this could let you keep your pigs through winter without having to kill some of them.
Very easily. Are you kidding me? It'll let you keep the people alive without having to eat any of the pigs. Also, yes, lazy old Englishizing. Elf, as in A-E, instead of Ash. I know they have Ash in this frickin' like, font that they're using for this game, and they choose not to use it.
I was about to ask. I was going to be like, did they just not have the budget to buy a font that had the Ash in the font, the style?
No, they use it. They use it in some of the Norwegian words.
One of my favorite things, which is I'll
God.
talk about that in a few weeks when NDA left, about the fun of like, do we have enough money to buy a script that will accommodate your weird foreign accents? It's like, it's a father, but okay. Oh, look at all these
Wow.
kite shields.
Look at all of these kite shields. Revel in this scale mail hauberk.
Like,
Zuh.
my head associates kite shields with the Normans, like, very
Yeah.
strongly, obviously. But, like, they first show up here from the Normans, don't they?
No. They are in use. They actually... The answer is, it's complicated. They're probably imported from the Normans, but by the mid-11th century, everyone is using them. So they're pre-Norman conquest
mostly,
in England, all over the place.
They're mostly
but
for horses, right? Like, horse riding, aren't they? Because they cover your upper body and your leg in profile.
So yes, but that didn't stop infantry from using them, because as soon as they arrived here, probably in the mid-10th century, maybe or late 10th century, somewhere in there, there isn't really a cavalry culture going on in early England. You ride 2 battles, you get off your horses, you fight.
Oh, right.
And so they use kite shields anyway, they just replace the round shields. Also, these helmets are the ones that are ludicrously Norman. Look at how conical these helms are.
Yeah.
And look at how poorly cared for these helms are. And these swords. Shout out to these one-handed swords that we cannot use.
This is just a lot of money. Like, this is like if somebody
This is a lot of money.
$100 bills on the ground.
This is a frankly comical amount of money. Oh wait, I didn't actually grab the thing I needed to. I came in here to grab something and then got distracted.
Also, that's like, is that a bear skull or like a lion skull on those things?
I think bear.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
fairly sure bear.
I kept looking at it, being like, that looks just enough like a leonine skull that I was like,
yeah, it does. But I'm fairly sure that they want it to be a bear skull, even though that also still doesn't make any damn sense. Anyway, let's go find our Assassin's Bureau. Which is in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Are the Assassin's bureaus normally related to Ceres? Or is
No.
this like a one-off thing?
This is a one-off thing. Those are 2 bears.
Why? Again, just thinking about the placement of things. Why would you have a temple not immediately connected to an urban center? Like,
Yeah.
if we have this temple here, like, this looks like an old-growth forest that probably
This is
shouldn't have
old.
sprung up.
How? There's not enough space between these bloody trees to get these statues in.
Also, those are very Greek statues.
Also, they're very Greek and very, they're either Heracles or Ares. But...
Have a look.
Subtle.
But they have pants. It's acceptable. Oh, wow. That just is the assassin symbol.
You know, there are hidden places that people aren't actually supposed to get to be super aware of where they are. Yeah. Why doesn't it actually told us that this is a temple to Ceres yet? It just isn't saying it. Okay, exciting. This is a temple to... There it is. Temple of Ceres Bureau.
God, this is so much like, oh, this is gonna make so many good high quality buildings when people notice this is here and just start ripping it apart.
Isn't it gonna be great?
Yeah. God, they have a surviving catacombs even, or like not catacombs, but surviving
But
underground.
kind of a
section.
catacombs-y thing, yeah.
I'm excited to see all of the academic work that's going to come out of this game, because like every time I stop in and watch, it's always just like this. There is so much in this game that is not only like discussable, like worthy of discussion, but probably really ought to be discussed in how it frames the past.
Yeah.
And some of it's really just like a one-off line thing, like, oh look, with it, like it's interesting that they made this choice to make Welsh the one language that Eivor just gets as incomprehensible. But there's all like the whole way in which the ways in which paganism is depicted. Like you can even say something probably interesting about like the upgrade materials. So, like tungsten is obviously being used because modernly we know tungsten is like good.
But not for what they're using it for. Right? Tungsten is not good at the thing that we are actually trying to use tungsten for in this context. Because it's actually, right, it has a ludicrous melting point, but it's actually not all that hard.
Isn't it? It doesn't rust or something, right? That's why you use it to make alloys to make things last longer or something?
Yeah, it doesn't corrode ever, and it also, has a melting point of over like 1,000 degrees Celsius or something. Dumb. Something comically dumb.
Oh, she also doesn't know Algonquin. Okay, that's
true. Also doesn't
yeah. That makes it. That does actually make it better. But I mean,
not by a lot, but yes.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
See, like, I can fully accept that Eivor does not know Algonquin.
Yeah.
But, like,
Ouch! Damn you!
being able to read the Ohm Stones means you're reading Archaic Irish. And you're reading hyper-abbreviated Archaic Irish. Oh, look at that very fancy symbol.
It's super stylish. It's the most... This is the most, National Treasure aesthetic they could have possibly gone for. Just the most National Treasure.
I have seen Vinland Saga. I find Vinland Saga a fascinating depiction. Like, I think Vinland Saga manages to get the tone and pacing. I don't know of a Norse saga, but it definitely gets like an out of the Irish, like, annals of the kings, like historical sagas, down pretty well.
Yeah.
The fact that the Welsh are triremes, no, stop. But like that was the only thing in, at least when I was watching it, that stood out to me as like a definite no.
The new Church of Rome has found sturdy footing in the past. There are purportedly same worshippers. Executions of Belgae pagans are a routine occurrence. Three church fathers, Vitus Secundus Agapitus, must die in a public spectacle for executions of the Belgae in Britannia.
Bel?
Huh?
Wait, when is this supposed to be happening?
This is an old assassin contract. This is from Roman times. Despite being from the Lindisfarne Gospels, this is supposed to be like a 2nd century contract.
Okay.
That's why it has a V instead of a U for status. But also, yeah, Theodosius is being oppressive. Surprise Pikachu face. But also, the The Belgae are in...
They're in fucking Gaul. I thought so. I was about to say, like, I'm 95% sure they're Gaulish.
Yeah.
And they are. They're like, they are in, like, the Netherlands.
Yeah. Yeah, Caesar talks about them all the damn time.
They also, like, are definitely, like...
Also, shoutouts to your creative namings of church fathers of Vitus, which I think is just like, what, strength? Secunda.
Number 2.
Number 2. Exactly. It's the female form of the second. So, a female church father named the second one. This is some prose edit shit of High Justice High and Third.
Are they in Britain? Interesting. I didn't see that in my... I essentially grabbed one of my reference books.
Does it?
It was like Gaul. I was like, okay.
Okay.
How far into Britain are they, though? Because, like, we are...
I don't think Gloucestershire.
You're referencing Londinium. The hidden ones. Oh, are they referencing the...
Yeah.
My brain was like, is that supposed to be the Celts and the, like, unseen people?
No,
This
is Metaplot, but this is... The Temple of Ceres one is not the Brotherhood of the Hidden Ones. It is the Sisterhood of the Hidden Ones.
Okay. Interesting.
Which opens the door to such a more interesting plot around the assassins than what we actually have in this damn Assassin's Creed game. Because
Yeah, like,
imagine
if
if the Sisterhood had said no in 410. When the Brotherhood evacuates, what if the Sisterhood doesn't and just becomes an enclave group that has now been operating for 400 years?
Yeah, and then you could explore the whole thing where it's like, what happens when, like, essentially what happens when a group kind of, like, develops without contact for a while? Because that's always really interesting. That's essentially, like, that's why, like, Irish Christianity is so funky. Because it gets there and people stop paying attention to it, and they start paying more attention to it. They're like, whoa, what the fuck happened here? You left us alone for, like, 800 years, so we kind of did our own thing.
And this whole plot line is supposed to be about, or the whole trilogy of these games is supposed to be about exploring the Creed and its origins and development. And it's like they were considering making the far more interesting story than they did, and chose not to. They could have done something cool. I would love, like, I wouldn't even care about the fact that it's metaplot if we were actually having an interesting discussion around the ideology and splinter groups within the ideology. And anything other than just whatever Basm is doing.
You cannot get, like, after you have a certain number of people, like, humans naturally, like, form factions, because that's how people think, because people find it easier to think in smaller groups. So, like, if you have an assassins organization, you of course will get factions. Because a faction is just like me and my friends, and then me and my friends have a little different opinion because we've been hanging out a lot. And who is this?
Someone singing Scales. She's just singing Scales.
Very elaborate.
We're just gonna examine this quick. No reason.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And there's a note. We cannot read there. Let me read the note. 3 piggies today, 5 piggies tomorrow. So many lost little piggies, juicy and fat, I'll feast for days. Holy shit, lady.
Okay, she's eating people. Okay.
She's in fact eating people. She's drowning them and then eating them.
And this is probably why she's not well, because the brain thing that happens if you eat too many people.
Also, she's gassing them. She's poisoning them with gas.
Yeah, don't poison things you're gonna eat.
And turns out she's a murderer.
Have you anything to say?
She's just gonna keep singing. It's fine. Ow.
What fucking knife was that?
Yeah. She's got a knife. Come on. Come on. Charge me. Nope, can't see your knife yet. There we go, now I can see your knife. Oh! It's a falx. It's a one-handed falx.
Okay, cool. I saw that and I was like, that looks like a curved knife. That looks really weird.
Yeah, it's that Thracian 2nd century weapon.
Entirely appropriate geographically.
Hello? Eivor, are you gonna do anything? Ah, there we go. World event completed, Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, as Eleanor said, the Lady of the Lake won't exist for another several hundred years after this. It is specifically French, because she exists only as part of the Lancelot canon, right?
Yeah.
Because Lancelot essentially needs the fairy godmother role, which is interesting because, like, Lancelot reads a lot like your standard Irish changeling narrative, but it's very French. It's all French.
Yeah. Oh, also, we picked up a thing that we can sell to merchants of a bag filled with teeth and toes.
Why would anybody buy this? Why would... I hope it doesn't sell for anything. I hope you try and sell to somebody and they're like, I'll give you, like, a nickel.
I'll give you a nickel.
Exactly.
I'll give you a nickel for you to take it out back and throw it away. Because I don't want it in my shop. But no, that's the thing. Oh, hang on. Is this an offering altar? It is an offering altar because they could think of no stories that could take place in Gloucestershire other than their main one of whatever bullshit this is, and so they just filled it with a waste of time. A cairn, 2 standing stones, and an offering. Out of like 10 world events, 4 of them are useless useless do a bullshit, get a skill point.
I have returned.
So, let us ride up here to our now suspiciously complete Wicker Man. By the way, chat, there is exactly one attestation in the historical record of the Wicker Man. It is by Julius Caesar in De Bello Gallico, where he says that there is a Wicker Man that they sacrifice people to in England.
People and animals, and they do it all at the same time. Like, the description is like a stuffed full, which is the big thing, which is one of the reasons why structurally it's like this would not work. Have any idea how strong, like, a very annoyed cow is? Really strong.
This is our Wicker Man.
I love that they've actually had to give it external supports.
Yep.
Because it's like, yeah, that thing would not hold itself up. Because, just look at, like, the human body, right, is pretty well structurally designed for the way it's designed. Because we have bone and then muscle and like, we have a lot of things holding shit together. Right?
Yeah, don't
without
give them...
that, it's just gonna fall apart at the shoulders and the knees.
Don't give them too much credit here, because this isn't their design. This just isn't...
right, this is from the movie?
This is literally a recreation of the Wicker Man from the 1973 movie.
I'm really curious, like, if this is... Like, if this whole story was... If this whole quest was them wanting to do a Wicker Man reference, or if they wanted to do a paganism reference and knew that Wicker Men were a thing and used the movie for the source on the Wicker Man. Like, because it's one of those two things.
I think it's the first one.
Both of them are very interesting.
I think it's the first one.
I hope it's the first one, because I would forgive a lot more. If it was just a very elaborate movie reference that got out of hand, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, fine.
Yeah, and also, you know, in the festival, the people wearing badger heads is also a movie reference. People wearing animal masks is all over the place in that movie. So, right, I'm fairly sure this is deliberately meant to be just an extended reference to the movie. Cat.
Okay, that will make more sense.
Cat, let me pet you. I will take off my
These
cloak
cats
so
are
I
fucking huge.
These cats are all enormous and I love them. I love them all. They are gargantuan cats, but they are adorable. Cat. No, I can't pet you again? Damn.
Gunnar,
Okay.
it's good to see a face I trust. Even your frightful muck. I thought this could be our shared saga. It's time to leave. We have spent naught but a drink together.
Worry not, Eivor. You and I have many tales to tell yet.
Do we, Gunnar?
Our
Do we?
names ring out clear and with honor.
Yeah, a tale. A tale of Glowecester. Beautiful land.
It's a really fucking wealthy place because they, first of all, they have all those gravestones, but they also have all this blue.
You have my thanks.
Yeah.
I guess they could be using woad, but it's a really rich blue.
This is not the woad blue. But Gunnar is from our settlement, and we know we're filthy rich. So, at least Gunnar is we can justify on the grounds that he's Norse and of our clan. And
I should join them.
it is just better. There is a lot of other blue, though. By the way, Modron, glad to see your wounds have healed.
Show me your prophecy, witch.
And I shall give it. You are a great warrior, conqueror of this land, and that of your birth. But at the end of all things, you will find yourself...
Yeah, because we go back to North America for no discernible reason.
I see.
We go back to North America for literally no reason, so thank you, Modron, for telling us what we already knew. Anyway, who's ready for the Wicker Man?
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I am fascinated just at this point with everything. Oh, it's got a little wooden crown.
Yep. And he's back wearing his antlers. They do seem to actually be antlers. There are some sticks, but it looks like it's mostly antlers. They're just really lame.
Some poetic symmetry after 20 years' prosperity.
Yeah, no, those are just the weirdest bloody antlers.
Don't do it! We can find something else. Someone else.
Oh wait, did they just suggest this was a once in 20 years ceremony?
Basically it's whenever the harvest starts failing. It's been 20 years since the last time the harvest started failing. Not that you would know it from the number of turnips. But... But yeah, apparently it's... Yeah, those are actually antlers.
Barley.
Barley.
Is there?
Yeah, there is barley.
I know Ireland. Okay, because I was gonna say like I know Ireland's like 85% oats because it's the only fucking thing you can grow there.
Yeah, barley actually is the other big hardy one. It's like rye, barley, and oats are like the three things that consistently grow all over Northern Europe. Wheat is the one everyone wishes they could grow, and they just suck at it. Anyway, guess who gets to light the thing?
Oh, do we get to do a murder?
We get to do a murder!
An arson murder? Oh, good for us.
So, Sam, what this is doing is the same thing the movie is doing. Right? The thing that's super cool about the Wicker Man movie is that it's really ambiguous where the horror actually is. Right? It is a horror movie. But
I know you owe me less.
there's not a lot of judgment against the cult.
I take no pleasure.
There's not all that much judgment against the zealotry against the cult, and it leaves it really ambiguous of who's the bad guy. Right? Everyone in the cult is a willing participant with full knowledge of what that means, and is okay with it. And then the protagonist of the movie imposes their Christian morality on top of it, and that might be a bad thing?
Now these old bones are ready for my last duty.
So
worked alongside you, clearing fields.
They're trying to do the same thing in this game, and they do it worse. Because they're using such a hodgepodge of absolute insanity.
Your altar awaits.
Oh, Druid's here.
Oh yeah, the druid's here because he's presiding over the ceremony.
To be your harvest
which is
Because that's what
actually
druids
valid.
do.
Like that is something. Yeah, a druid should be presiding over something. They don't do it. They just like are standing. They stand around and just watch. And they'd be like, "Is this right? Okay, this gets our seal of approval."
Yep. And that's pretty much what he does, right? He isn't the one lighting the Wicker Man on fire.
Despite it all, he has the ending he prayed for.
Straight to the mouths of hungry gods.
Yeah. And now he just stands there. And, yeah.
Avon, the honor is yours.
Why is the honor mine? Yeet!
Praise the Harvest King.
He has not died yet.
Oh, he should be unconscious as fuck.
He's
Like,
not
that much
dead yet.
smoke?
Watch it. Assuming the game doesn't crash right here and now. Huh? We've got like one frame at a time. Let's go.
Our Father, who art in heaven, our Mother, who art in
Thank you, Robert Graves. You suck.
Ooh, that's some heresy.
Yeah. Yeah. That.
Take of me my flesh and bone.
I actually feel like I'm gonna Google that line out of curiosity. It's like,
Yeah. That's a good call. Hey, Tevdir, this is what you have to look forward to. You ready, man? I mean, Dashfox, we have not taken a break in almost 5 hours, and the game has not crashed, and I have not restarted it. So, this one's actually probably on me as to why we are lagging so much. But, yeah. Ooh, I didn't even get to show Eleanor, the daughter of Larian. Well, I'll have to send that to her later. We will
she would definitely appreciate it.
Yep. We will have to save the Daughters of Larian for the wrap-up stream then. Because yeah, they're like on the other side of the map and I'm lazy.
Very fair.
There is a viewpoint we haven't gone to yet. Way over on the other side of the thing.
Is that part of your map that's not revealed?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like in any narrative you're gonna do involving human sacrifice, there are always interesting things to say about human sacrifice. I say as the person who argued against an entire as a first year with too much vim and vigor, argued against an entire classroom in favor of human sacrifice.
Okay, nice.
I cannot believe I had fucking nerve to do that, Jesus. But like,
well done.
Human sacrifice is really interesting, right?
Because
it opens up this whole discussion about like the perception of reality and like even if you're wrong, is it safe? Is it moral to take a risk about that? Like if there's a great book by a Nigerian or Ghanaian author, I think, called The Death and the King's Horseman. Oh, it's a play, not a book. And the whole thing is like based on this traditional idea that the king when a prince is born, his huntsman is raised alongside him and given him all the status and rights of a king and or a prince and a king, and then when the king dies, the huntsman is sacrificed to serve as his sleep upon. And the whole story is about the horseman who is trying to weasel his way out of it, and at the very end runs away. And the story leaves it very open-ended, and it's like, well, what's the consequence of this? And it's like, and did he do the right thing? And the consequence within his belief system is by doing this, the world will end. And that's the whole question of like, EK, no matter like, do we think this is a good thing or a bad thing? And that's a really cool thing you get to explore when you look at human sacrifice stories. Like in this case, even if this person didn't think what he was about to do was true, but even if he had a little bit of doubt, it's like, well, if I don't do this, and there's like a 10% chance that it will work, but it will prevent all these people from starving to death. And then you get into this really interesting. There's so much you can do, and this just didn't do any of it.
Yep. Yep, this truly failed to engage meaningfully with the entire question. And there is like a genuine question there, right? Rule 1 of religious studies is, even if you disagree, be cool about it. Because their beliefs are not yours. They have reasons for what they are doing. And yeah, by the way, the whole thing here is, Gloucestershire looks nothing like Gloucestershire on this map, where it is one big hill and 3 smaller hills.
Do you mean to tell me that this place may be more geographically complicated than that?
Also, yeah, Sam, the Severn is not in this game. Kind of. I'll show you the Severn quick. Once we get back into Ravensthorpe, I'll show you the Severn. They maul the Severn. It's actually catastrophic. Because, you know, the Severn is pretty much the coolest river. It is, firstly, the longest river in England. And everyone acknowledges that it is the border of Wales. And it travels through a whole bunch of really interesting places. And, like, you know, notorious persnickety person Gerald of Wales doesn't really have anything bad to say about the Severn, because it's that cool.
That's a man with too many opinions.
That is a man with too many opinions, and yet he likes the Severn. That is the level of cool at which we are talking about for this river. Oh yes, that totally real place, Cragstone Watchtower. Yep. Presumably it has crags and stone and a watchtower. Good lord. Yes, Cuchulainn, Gerald of Wales is actually the worst. Like, we talk about some people being the worst, but Gerald of Wales is actually the worst.
There's going to be one of the squares on the bingo card for the Irish DLC is going to be uses Gerard of Wales unironically.
Yeah, that's deserved.
Yeah, he writes essentially
yes,
he writes a document that justifies the invasion of Ireland by saying that the Irish are all secretly pagans, and Wales. Essentially, it's written for for the Norman court to justify why they're doing this. And it's kind of like, because you're really not supposed to wage war on conquests against other Christians. So the best thing you can do is they're not actually Christian. So the 3 main points are, he goes that that the cult of Saint Bridget are actually secretly a cult of Vesta, which is where you get the Bridget the Thuha the Dan figure and fire associations from, by working backwards from that. You get, he says the Irish practice habitual incest, in that every habitual vertical incest, that is that everybody born in Ireland is born of incest between someone and their mother. And then he also says that the kings of Ulster commit they have a very specific kingship ceremony that involves bestiality and the consumption and bathing, the consumption of a white mare and eating and bathing in a vat of the mare's blood that you feed to your minor nobles. And by this point, the kings of Ulster had been fucking they've been supplying the bishops of Armagh for 500 years. So they're pretty Christian.
Yeah. So
that's what he's like.
River Raid content is blessed with St. George ? We really need to trim the bottom of our cloak. I'm noticing.
It's gotten that dirty. It's not even touching the ground.
Yeah, we did walk through the river, to be fair. We did. Also, shoutouts to a person of color. existing. His name is Wagon. Please enjoy Wagon.
Up for some raiding?
Like wagon, like...
Like Wagen.
Oh, okay. I thought you said like wagon, like the thing that you like a cart.
Yeah.
No,
That's
like,
what
name.
the word Wagen is used in modern Icelandic to refer to a bus.
Excellent.
Because it is
okay.
wagon. It is the cognate to wagon. So firstly, I'm going to show you guys quick the River X. You know, this little known Roman smuggling route. It is a Norse name, yes. Oof. I'm sorry, Johnny. You missed Second Stonehenge.
So, Johnny, did you ever notice that the boss fight in Second Stonehenge has a Egyptian like staff?
Yeah, it totally does. It's hilarious. Anyway, so, this is the River X.
That's a lot of... Are all those axes monasteries?
No, those are mostly military sites.
Okay,
these
cool.
ones.
I was going to say, like, that's a lot of monasteries.
No,
close to each
yeah.
other.
So river raids divide things into 3 locations. A civilian location, where you can just get food for your Jomsvikings. Oh, speaking of which, they call your crew Jomsvikings. CK3 also does this in their Northern Lords expansion, so on Wednesday when we're doing CK3 Northern Lords, and by that I mean not actually playing the game, just talking about it a lot. There will be not a whole lot of playing happening on Wednesday, but we'll be talking about the Northern Lords expansion, because it needs to be talked about. We'll talk about the Jomsvikings then. But my god, do I hate that they use it. Anyway, there are military locations where we can get foreign supplies, which is our generic arbitrary currency, despite... Right, the materials we get, which we can use to upgrade our boat for the river raids in order to get more of them, is foreign supplies TM. We're still in England. There are no raids in not England. And then there are monasteries, which will give us clues to where St. George's gear is, but St. George's gear is always in a military camp. I know the sword is in the town of Chester, which is not actually the town of Chester. So, yeah, we'll have that to look forward to. I will do that off-screen, because eventually I just want to magically have the greatsword. That is also the tip of his lance, despite being a greatsword. So, you know, you got that to look forward to eventually. Probably going to try and get done the next week here. God, the St. George stuff is so dumb. And we come rocking.
Figurehead. Is that figurehead, like, did you get figureheads that elaborate on long ships? Like, I know the dragon heads.
No.
But, like...
Not even close. Differently elaborate, yes. But this particular style, this one happens to be the DLC thing I got of the Carolingian figurehead. Which, in other words, means it's Charlemagne's eagle just clapped onto the front of...
Yeah, my brain was going, that looks really Roman, and I don't know why my brain's reading Roman for that.
No, that's correct. That is correct. Because it's Charlemagne. Right, and you can tell because they've got the, like, Frankish crown. But yeah, we don't actually have, you know... In another case, they probably don't have the rights to use it. They don't have the actual Oseberg longship prow. as be the actual one that exists that we have that is rad. The coolest, dumbest looking thing. Nowhere to be found.
Wait, did you say there was like an ownership issue with that? Like that they wouldn't be able to use it?
I mean, that's what we're.
Is this
That's
like
what I
how
was.
Trinity College
No, I'm just randomly guessing that they didn't talk to the Oslo Folkemuseet or the Vikingaskipmuseet, because they apparently that's what we're also speculating they did with the Sudden Who helmet, and so they have to have the weird, crappy knockoff version.
Oh, okay.
Right? I don't know why else
so,
they
like,
wouldn't, because it's so damn famous.
So is it like a copyright issue effectively that they don't hold the rights to depict it?
I have no bloody clue, actually. Right, I don't actually have evidence for that, but that's what I feel like it should be. Anyway, this is the River Severn.
That's not what rivers look like.
That also is not what the Severn looks like. However, I do need to grab something here, so I'm going to try and get up to the northern monastery and try and raid that, and see if the raid is not bugged this time.
Very excited.
But yeah, the Severn is the longest river in England. Geoffrey of Monmouth says it's like one of the 3 defining rivers of the boundaries of England, along with the Thames and the Humber. And this is what they do to it. So this is solidly a look at how they massacred my boy moment. And subscribers, please show your distaste in the chat. You have the cat. Give us disgusted cats. On that note, also, if you wish to have your own disgusted cats, do consider subscribing to this channel on Twitch. If you have Twitch Prime, it costs you a grand total of nothing. Every month you can subscribe to one Twitch channel for free, and it helps me do this, be able to do this more and do it better. I'm hoping this summer to be able to stream a lot more, so support here definitely would be appreciated. Also for getting more games, doing more cool stuff. Because we are coming up on the end of AC Valhalla in, like, a month. We'll be free. We'll be free of this game in just a little while.
You say that, and yet I know you're going to have to be writing papers about this for the next like, 5 years.
Shut up. I might not get into the PhD program that would have me do that. So there's a chance that I'll actually be unwillingly freed from this nonsense.
You might write about volcanoes, that is true.
It's true. It would be great fun. But yeah, I mean, we will have to come back for the Francia DLC. But we are going to just do like one mega stream of the Ireland DLC. And if we don't finish it, I don't really care, because screw it.
It probably won't be that long, because it's like an Assassin's Creed DLC. That's like, what, 4 hours?
Yeah, that's my thought. It's like, we're looking at probably like between 4 and 6 hours. If you count us talking. And so, like, we'll be able to just do like a super stream of it, and then be sad. Oh no, you set up a palisade. And our boat, for some reason, runs into the palisade and puts down the sail instead of just blowing through it. Oh good, the raid is not broken. This raid was broken last time.
Whatever has broken the spring event maybe had this fixed in the same patch or something.
Maybe.
What are those shore defenses? Or are they just not? Okay, those are reeds. I thought they were shore defenses.
Oh, you're pretty lagged out then, actually, I think.
You're currently about to run through a
oh yeah,
a gatehouse.
Yep. So you are about 30 seconds delayed.
Oh jeez, sorry. I'm gonna refresh
Yep.
this.
Ow. Oh god, I don't have any way to heal. This is awkward. I'm gonna actually, like, be careful instead of just ninja turtling. But luckily this is the only one we have to do. So I just need to run up here to locate one item, which is a little note that is somewhere. It's probably not being marked anywhere. But it would let me get... Ow. I am on fire. Oh no. It's a note that will tell me where, the rest of St. George's gear is. Because... Duh. I think. Oh. Damn it, one of my Jones Vikings already went down and I don't have a... I do have a ration nowadays. Okay.
Feels stronger already.
Whee! Hey, and we got another one, so we can actually save this guy again. Because stood up to fall immediately back down. And someone's trying to steal some shit. Let's go. Yes, George the Dragon Slayer. That's St. George. Also, our foreign supplies include a round shield, a bunch of one-handed swords, a chain hauberk, and some simple Norman-style helmets. Yep, foreign. Foreign
Very foreign
supplies. Ow. He just got wrecked. Holy shit. Oh, well, no problem. Oh, wow, Wow, look at all these arbalisters that I will spin to win. God damn it. This arbalister is wrecking people. I don't know how, but that's okay. Those two are gonna die, and that's okay. I don't actually care. Oh good, and there's the thing I'm looking for. It's just the other side of this wall. Oh shit, I'm actually about to die. That's awkward. We're just gonna burn, like, all of our gear. Ow. Wait, where'd that arrow come from? An arrow came from behind me, and then it wasn't actually from behind me. No, it's not in here? There it is. Got it. Collect. Got it. Awesome. Now we can steal this, like, these last things, and then we can leave. Something seems to have happened to Emmett. Where did he go? Did he disconnect?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, are you there?
I was quickly. Yeah, I was listening along and I had muted myself. I was essentially sitting here reading the chat and was just reading it in my head and was forgetting to save words.
Fair. Reasonable.
The use of Neolithic, the use of the Neolithic iconography is like so interesting, as you're saying, Johnny. Like it's always just stone circles, or what always gets me is like using the circular swirls as like a symbol. Like it was one of the tattoos we got today. Was that just circular swirl?
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, like I know where that shows up. At least in Ireland, but it's always on Neolithic sites. It's never on like anything.
Nordic Bronze Age sites have it too.
Yeah. Like it's a really easy image to carve into stone. It's kind of hard to carve into metal. You can cast it in metal, but it's easier to carve it in stone.
Yup. And there was the extent of what we needed. We have now murdered that place, lit it on fire for no discernible reason, and we will immediately leave. Yeah, Johnny, that sums it up pretty well. It's old and native, even if it's the wrong time period and brand of native. Also, if it's not native.
And even modern things are old. Like how Eleanor was noting earlier, like how the churches are covered in ivy. And it's like, they probably shouldn't do that. It's like, no, but you're showing it's overgrown to show that it's old. Not because it's old in the present, but it's old to us.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we think that old things need to be ruined and dusty and, like, overgrown. Therefore, the past is old and dusty and overgrown, even though it wouldn't be.
Yep, and also don't forget, things can be from the 19th century, and they belong to the past, that is the present, if they are old and overgrown.
Exactly.
Like the Kenholm statues that we were seeing are not old. Those are modern. The specific one that they use, like, several times in Gloucestershire is modern. But it's old and overgrown, and therefore it's old.
At least Johnny could probably say it better than I could, but at least I think the reason that we associate cool, like, Neolithic rocks with medieval paganism is because we've been given this idea of druids using Stonehenge. Yes, exactly, because people in the 18th century said so, and for whatever reason it has fucking, like, embedded itself in popular consciousness.
Strong enough to take on whatever comes.
It's just an idea of how European paganism is imagined. It's all these big stone structures, and it's like they were probably used in religious ceremonies or had a religious purpose, but like way before we have historical record of.
Yeah.
You also see it with the Ogham stones in Ireland, how like they're often interpreted as these like religious monuments. It's like 90% of them are so and so died here, or like I did this neat thing, or like this is my land, fuck off. Like that's how they're used. They're not like magical, wonderful stones, but they exist within the popular imagination as such. And like you can, the big thing you can see this in is like in Dungeons and Dragons, you get this image of the druid class as being connected to Neolithic sites, even though, like, I don't think there's been a rendition of the druid class that uses it a lot. But like they always mention like, oh, with stone circles. Oh, the druids are over there with stone circles. Oh, and it's like that's not a thing. But it's just stuck in our head. Even the inclusion of druids in medieval, like a story that's supposed to be medieval, it's like these are really out of place, except for very specific parts of Ireland, and even then they're very like they're on the way out.
Yep.
Oh, look at all of our carpets.
Look at all of our carpets. Where's Sigurd go? Jerk Sigurd is nowhere to be found. Praise be.
I can hardly begin to describe what happened in Glowecestrescire.
True.
I think you will learn soon enough.
But we are allied with them.
Yes, for all our pains.
What an absolute shit show. What a catastrophic stream.
Like, there's so much that can be said about what we just went through that I think I literally need to think for several days and like mull over like exactly what was going on there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, is Sigurd gonna be an asshole to us?
Oh no, Ubba Ragnarsson has come to visit.
Ubba Ragnarsson, you're a long
Interesting.
way from your king's side.
Eivor. Yes, a long stroll through the hills and fields of Mercia. Also, I could thank you.
Thank me.
For sending my brother to his just reward.
Is it just? Was it just?
I could not keep him in line in this life.
Wait, we lied to Ubba, right?
The old father will put him to good use in the next.
Right, chat? Did we lie to Ubba?
Darkness followed your brother, when I am not sure he understood. But as you say, he is now where he belongs.
He is. And as a show of my thanks, I came to offer you a gift, a token of my respect.
Thank you.
Put it to good use, Wolf-Kissed. And may we meet again soon, on a battlefield if the fates are kind.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. We did not send Ivar to Valhalla, and yet we got the reward as if we had sent Ivar to Valhalla. Lying is good, kids. And on that truly heartfelt lesson, that is where we shall leave off the stream. I hope you all enjoyed this disaster. I sure did. Emmett, I think you did.
I did. Oh yeah, this was. I've been looking forward to this for like months, and this was absolutely fascinating. Like this is both like personally fascinating and like academically fascinating.
Uh-huh. This was wild, and Eleanor also seemed to enjoy it, which is great.
Yes.
So, as I said, on Wednesday we'll be doing Crusader Kings 3, The Northern Lords. As I said, don't know how much playing we're going to do, but we're at least going to talk about it, and what mechanics they're claiming to let you do, and the history around those, and some of the yikes stuff in there. And then we'll be back with either Nottinghamshire or... Actually, no, definitely Nottinghamshire next week. So we'll go from the historically worst one to what I think is the historically best arc in this video game.
Very exciting. I'm actually very interested to see
Except
that.
the picks exist, but the good it does counteracts the black marks the picks existing gives it. So, I hope you all enjoyed this. If you did, make sure to follow and subscribe both here and on YouTube. I also have a video essay coming out in a couple of weeks, probably, if I can get my ass off through the editing. It's like 25 minutes long, I am afraid. But then also coming up early next month, I'll have a big lecture of just Intro to Norse Mythology that will be streamed here. So, make sure to follow, you don't want to miss what's coming up. And we'll have more guest stars coming up soon. So, lots of fun stuff coming down the pipeline here in the last month of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. But yeah, otherwise I hope you'll have a good rest of your weekend, and I will catch you all on the next one. Oh yeah, sanity check. Sanity is kaput? I broke several times with this stream.
The thing is, I've seen so much bad Celtic stuff. This didn't as much break me as sitting here being like, interesting, this is the flavor of all wrong we're doing today. Fascinating.
Yep. It is a specific vibe of wrongdoing. Oh boy. This was a time.